Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
We're halfway to Masters Toronto, and this week will be crucial for teams looking to forge a path to the second global event of the year. Hello, folks, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. I'm Uber, joined by Baby Bay and Vasily this week. A lot of dads on the desk. A lot of dad energy right here. I think you're covered.
You're just an old soul.
I'm just saying, bro, that hairline ain't coming down. That's what I'm saying.
I'm next up. I'm
actually not so bad, you know. Like I still have a full head.
Sure, let's get you to bed, Grandfather.
It's too early still.
Very quickly, let's have a look at the standings, because remember, the top four in each group are making playoffs here in Stage 1, and there's a lot to look at here early on. Crew, a bit of deja vu from Stage 1 last year, 2-0, but C9 and G2 leading the way in that grouping.
The surprising one is actually looking at Sentinels, Loud, Leviathan, Energy. Like, a lot of these teams are struggling in the first few weeks, and yes, this is their turning point. And I feel like this probably adds a little bit of fire under them to be like, we probably have to make some changes if we don't clean things up right away.
Yeah, and we've seen a bunch of changes already. Now, for some teams, it's gone very well. For other teams, it's just lackluster, to say the least.
Yeah.
That Group A is so close right now. 4 of the teams are 1-1.
I mean, this feels like an inflection point for so many teams.
Yes.
Out of this week, we're going to have a much better idea of how our playoff race is shaping up. While today's show might look like a traditional VCT Americas broadcast, except for the fact that I'm on the desk, we've got something special planned for the weekend. We will be trading the desk for a couch. And you know what's better than 2 casters? 3. That's right. Yeah, more is more in this case. It's just math. All of our matches are going to be close quarters affairs, which is going to be fun. So let's send it over to Elizabeth, and maybe she'll be able to explain what I'm getting at with a sneak peek at the battlefield.
I am here where our pros will be competing on Saturday and Sunday. We have plexiglass here to prevent any sort of audio bleed. We have some black vinyl over here to stop any pros from peeking over, not that they would. We also are going to pump in white noise for comms competitive integrity. So I could tell you...
That's white noise? I thought it was just my adoring fan coming into my ear.
I thought it was still flying into LA.
I use that noise to go to bed at night. I'm gonna be honest, I almost passed out. I almost passed out right here.
Parent moment. The sound machine for my kids is like that as well. So yeah, you're gonna get used to that. Now,
He's ready.
you're old.
I'm not beating the allegations,
Dude,
bro.
this weekend, we're now calling him Adult Dre.
Man Bay.
Turn the page on that one.
Hey, Dios mío, boys, we're out of control already. Drama loves a good twist. We've got one this week as well. Patch 10.06, which is actually affecting 3 agents that are quite relevant. Now, we've got some oversized thumbs here, and I want the desk to rate the viability of our agents post-patch. You can see we've got KO changes, Yoru changes, and Vice changes. Now, KO's changes look pretty wordy, right?
Yeah,
there's a fair bit going on there. But
I can read it from here.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about what the changes are, because it is a buff.
Yeah, yeah. I think TLDR here for KO is the ult that he has. So if you're actually getting dropped during your null command, it only takes 1.5 seconds instead of 3.
Yes.
I think that's huge. Going into those big rounds where you want to be very explosive, great. The second thing is his flash. So the first, when you wind it up, it's still the same amount of time. But if it bounces off a wall, then that's going to be a faster pop. That is actually a huge buff.
Yes, and also the right click though. The right click,
yes.
you equip your weapon faster afterwards. So I know Ethan is somewhere here just like foaming at the mouth, looking at these KO changes. He's like, I'm back.
So it does, because there was like a sweeping change to initiators where it reduced your weapon like speed to pull out to try and make it so you couldn't just play off your own flashes, but now you kind of can.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent, Pearl, you could see a return of KO on that. Icebox too, so...
Bro, some teams already playing KO as
Exactly.
it is.
Ascent is still KO heavy, so.
Can we talk Vice? Because Vice has been ubiquitous, right? We've basically seen them on every map for a lot of teams, unless they're stuck last year. It's a nerf, right? Surely. Razor Vine, I think, is getting a good look at here.
I think a necessary nerf for sure. You still have that stall utility, but it's a little bit more balanced now. And I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of a shift, maybe see a little bit more Cypher, maybe a little bit more KJ now, because those timers are kind of cut short.
I say no. She's still going to be used a lot because the Vice wall is indispensable in terms of information you can get, and the stall that you have from that wall is also very good. Despite the Razor Vines being a little bit slower, you could still stall well enough for your teammates to rotate across and go for a huge retake. So still going to be a pick for sure.
Okay, so you like the trade? You were supposed to use these. They don't give
I did. I think this is a good change.
I think this is a good change. This is a good change.
You're trying to win Guardian Leviosa it. I don't know which one you actually use. Okay, bro.
Good change.
Lumos idea. It's good.
Okay. Now, everyone is running Yoru in this meta. There's a good chance that we'll see some more this weekend. Let's take a closer look at what our players are doing to show you how to replicate that in your own games. It's time for Pure Tech.
Displaying some of the new Euro tech, since he's just so prominent in this meta. He's the main duelist everyone is using. And this example I have is going to be with Sentinels versus 100 Thieves. Now, Zekin, what he uses here is going to be his gate crash into short A, followed up by his ultimate. And what this ends up doing for the side of Sen is just gaining more space with that Euro ultimate, buying him more time to be able to get into sight, clear out all that space for his team. You pay attention right here to the gate crash, and he's about to go in with the ult. And now, if anybody is in this short A, he is completely obliterated. He needs the backup. You've got so many set plays here. You have a paranoia from Bang that can be used for anybody on site, and Zekin is communicating whoever's here, and you also have this ISO ultimate being used on whoever is there as well. So, that being said, we fast forward this a little bit more. Zekin makes the call out that Asuna is here. Yeah, it misses, but it still gets somebody in CT, and Asuna gets hit by that paranoia. And although Narrate falls here, it doesn't matter because the job is already done. You have the entire site in a meta that post plants are so hard to retake into. And now, with the fact that our Yoru is in hell, he is able to reposition with another gate crash going all the way into long. So he can take fights wherever it may be on the flood, or if the retake is coming in, get out, play the spike, and just secure the round win for his team. And that's exactly what ends up happening. He doesn't even have to get out in this scenario. They just have good crossfires on the site. But this is how you use ults to the most efficient, and it just makes it impossible for the opponents to retake into.
So you're telling me that in my ranked games, I'm going to have to start doing at least with some of these so I can have some comms, because to what you're explaining to me here, Baby Bay, is that you're going to need some communication here.
It's a lot of communication, and we're just going to give like a quick dry run of what it basically looks like from your POV if you're playing the Yoru or the ISO in this case. I don't really have faith in Vans winning 1v1s. I mean, Narrate didn't either.
You know what? I'm going to play 1v1 against you at some point.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Well, here, let's dry run it right now. So I'm going to use my gate crash to get short. If there's a player there, I'm going to call it out for my team.
I'm walling a scale.
Yep. There's one short, and what I can do is I can just ping it for my ISO to ult him.
And the important thing, too, is that you get to see the beam. So you, as the ISO, you have to pay attention to the minimap so that you can see where your ISO is and then fight. And it's because I'm talking at the same time, so I can't really get the headshot right away, but you catch my drift.
Yeah, and then I can just use my gate crash to go long for that post plant, like I said, and that's all she wrote. It's a nice set play that Sentinels ran that I think you can use in your ranked games and dominate with.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the demonstration, Drain. Before we get into today's matchup, though, we've got a few installment of profiles, and this one is all about the callouts, so let's check it out.
Okay, I'll tell you. Oh, I can't tell you that one. Actually, never mind. I don't want to air that one.
A call that's unique to our team is Quiver. So there's a whole term about eco cobras, meaning there's one guy who wants to get his and just get all the kills. So we made a term called Quiver, which is a pack of snakes or a group of snakes. That means we're all getting kills together.
I mean, we've been recently calling me a ward. They call me a pink ward because I just sit on the sides of the map and just hold for info. It's pretty much what I do on some of these maps, But in B-bomb site on Lotus, we call like the very middle of it toilet, just because it's all at the bottom, you know? Looks like a toilet.
Acho que a gente tem uma call que é meio que uma palavra-chave que a gente usa. Eu acho que até expliquei aqui antes, que é John Jones. Ela significa jogar um pouco mais para frente, um pouco mais agressivo, que é o estilo de luta dele do UFC.
It will say Panda, and Panda is specifically for the Viper wall. Instead, because if you ever play Viper and you know in a hectic situation, your team is like, hey, wall up, wall down, you know? So we just say Panda, and if you say Panda, it's like it's easier to hear. So I guess Panda, it's like a fun word and everyone likes it.
Okay, I would say then on Icebox, our call out for jail has become EG. Just as a team, that's what we call it.
We have a call out or a call called Ding Dong. So it's basically like a 3-2-1, you know, when you want to swing with your team. But we say ding, and then the other person says dong, you know, where you're swinging.
So one call out, that's the first time I heard it was on this team, and I don't know who brought it onto this team, honestly. I think it was Ethan, is a call out called feathering, which essentially means you're breaking a piece of utility, whether it's like a scan or a dart of some kind. So like a fade eye or a Sova dart or something. The person that says I'm feathering is usually the person breaking that dart.
Now, to me, Vans, you're a green ward because you do get vision, but you can be seen and destroyed quite easily. Wow. That's what I would imagine. I don't know if they even have them in that game anymore.
Should I start posting VODs of our games?
Me? You ain't catching me, bro. You can't see me. I ain't even in those games, man.
All right, John Cena.
Well, let's get into today's first matchup. Sentinels versus Evil Geniuses. Both teams are actually 1-1, and last week they each struggled, oddly enough, after half-time. Sentinels even more so. This is with a coach like Kaplan, who'd whip them into shape, you think. And they were only able to muster a single round win after the half in both maps. What on earth is happening to Sentinels? This is uncanny for it to happen. Both maps in the series.
It's pretty crazy, but quite honestly, though, I still feel that Sentinels had a good macro to this game and good preparation for a matchup against Crew. But you remember what Adam talked about in his post-interview going into interviewers that we had. He actually mentioned, hey, this map veto was already a positive for us already. We won through that, and they were already prepared for the maps they want to play. So I feel on Crew's side, it's just a lot more ante and preparation that they did to make sure you could upset Sentinels.
Now, I mean, Vance, you wanted to have a closer look at Sentinels. I think you want to have a look at what went wrong for them specifically.
Yeah. Because again, I wanted to talk about how their macro is still very, very good. But towards the end, it was at that second half on on Icebox rather, because on Icebox they were only able to capitalize 1 round out of 5 here in terms of their plays on that second half. And I don't think it's about the macro. There's been a conversation with Zekin with Wide's Unnamed Podcast where he mentions that the macro is still pretty good.
Sorry, keep going.
Where they falter is also around the 3v3s or the even scenarios where there's a lot of chaos. Thanks, Uber. Thanks for adding that chaos. So let's talk about that right now. We move into this round number 15 between Crew and Sentinels, and I like to talk about how Crew was still very telegraphed to try to hit towards this A site. I like to call this in Phase 1 and Phase 2. So the Phase 1 is that they throw this harbor wall and a cascade, and they shock dart and also snakebite in that spot while nanoing this position. What this allows for Crew to do is to take full control before going for the second pop. But the second pop in Phase 2 is activated by a harbor wall in the back, and then they'll use Kesnit, tip of the spear, to try to enter towards that site. So let's have a look at this and how Sentinels reacts to that right away. In this round, you're already seeing the Reckoning coming out here from the harbor, and they already positioned in an area where they could be outside of the defensive site for Sentinels, and it could fight. So Ben kicks things off with a beautiful opener to start, a second kill. And then now they're still really good for Sentinels. They're having perfect trades. But then we come down very much to this 2 versus 2. Pay attention to what's happening around here. So this cove comes up. We haven't planning it for Crew. John Cutie, what he wants to do here is to make sure nobody's swinging through this orb. But what you're not noticing, and you won't be able to hear, is that in this position right now, you have Zelsis currently spamming the orb, making sure that he could break the cove. So crew pivots right away. So they adapt and they push out and go for the double swing to make sure that they get the trade-off onto John Cutie. So you're using the advantage to your side, the fundamentals around the swings. And when you're going to play a 1v1 against Shy, it's very hard to win against Shy in 2025 in these 1v1s, and unfortunately, Zelsis falls, and that gives a round here for crew. The second example that I want to show at this point here is that you have the very similar type of execution. Phase 1, Phase 2 is being activated, but the difference here is that you see that when this wall comes up, John Cutie already went for a knife right into pipes. It connects onto 4 players, and when it connects onto 4 players, it activates the Hunter's Fury from Narrate. So again, they score first blood, they get pinged on the second one. These two are being selfless towards that back, because now you're trying to delay as much as you could, which is why John Cutie brings up this null command. Then they flood perfectly. You see once again towards the back of the side, instant trades, great fundamentals coming through towards the side of Sentinels, but then it comes down to a 2 versus 1 through that chaos. There's 13 seconds left on that clock, and unfortunately, you see a little bit of uncomfortness coming in here from Narrate. He pulls out a recon dart, actually, to try to go for a ping towards that front, instead of keeping his gun out, and yeah, that's the result. I get the clutch.
Wow. Okay, it does seem like, obviously, against the double controller comp, you had to go for those flood retakes or stay in the site first, but it looks like, actually, the game was lost in some pretty thin margins for Sen there.
Yeah, it was very close. I think we're still seeing, you know, a Sen that needs more synergy, more team experience together. I mean, like you said about pulling out the shock dart. I mean, I know Narrate is a great player, and he could play any role. He truly can.
Yeah.
But experience is invaluable, and it shows in moments like that.
Yeah.
Now, for Sentinels, one other thing that seemed to have correlated with their success is running Tejo. In fact, the Tejo Breeds, Tejo Fei comps for this team have been vastly superior in terms of their performance than on some of those other maps. Is that the answer? Do we just try and leverage some more of these looks and put John on the Tejo?
You're laughing, so I want to know what you're thinking first.
Literally, just do it. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, man. I mean, and the maps that they run Tejo on, it's not really close. I'm going to be honest with you. What's so weird as well is that they were one of the first teams to incorporate the Tejo in an A.
But I think it stems deeper than that, because as you've mentioned, a little bit of uncomfortness from Narrate pulling out a dart in the very beginning. But if you're looking at the roster overall when they rebuilt this in 2025, you have 3 players who are basically playing Sentinel roles now going into today. You had Narrate, you had John Cutie, and then now you have Zelsis. So now you need those players, just like Zekin mentioned before. They need to start leveraging, being more comfortable in these new roles, and that hopefully that could stem through. And once you're comfortable with that, you understand your timing's better, you swing better.
Even in the prompting you showed us, Sen were at a player advantage, right? And got clapped on by Mazzino, and Zekin especially took so many first engagements and won a lot of them, but the team couldn't really capitalize on these 5v4s in the whole series.
Well, again, looking back at this one too, I have to say though, the first half of Icebox, it looked really good for Zekin. He actually scored 5 first bloods, and those were the only first bloods for the team. How many did it convert out of that one? It was actually 4, so it actually turned out pretty well. I think where, again, it falters down to those ruckus, like those chaotic scenarios of takes and retakes, that it just falls apart here for Sentinels. So if anything, you still have some consistency coming out from your star player, but now you need the synergy from the rest.
Yeah, you got to have the firepower behind you to close it out. I mean, honestly.
I mean, again, we saw an incredible ace from Zekin on Icebox here, but I've got to say, like, you talk about this game balancing on thin edges, but bro, they won 1 round on the second half in both of those maps. Like that.
It's those small things. Well, here's the thing that I didn't mention before, though. Those 2 rounds that they lost on Icebox as well also broke their economy on the defensive side. So that allowed your crew to snowball economy, snowball momentum as well, and really close out that round. So again, it's small little mistakes becomes very costly overall in the long term of the story of this timeline.
It feels like they were drawing from a deck that was stacked against him to some degree in that game.
Yeah, the main problem is like what you've been saying, dude. In the 2v2s, the 3v3s, the 1v2s even, like they just aren't getting the better of whatever opponent that they're facing. And I think that's just some team synergy stuff that just needs to be worked out. And they need to be on the same page, because even in some of the tallies that you were showing, I mean, there was, the second one where Zekin has to be the one wrapping all the way around Heaven to support Bang.
Yeah,
when Narrate was already there, it's just like small little micro mistakes that end up just paying out dividends for the opposite team.
Team like Crew will punish you for that as well. They have sick crossfires. They love anchoring the sites. They love to fight you. But ahead of today's match, let's get on today's page. Elizabeth actually caught up with IGL John Cutie for a quick chat.
Now, John Cutie, Kaplan said in an interview after your loss to Crew last week that could be contributed to your indecisiveness when faced with something that you were not familiar with. How have we worked on that for today's match?
It's a thing we have been working on ever since Bangkok, and we're still kind of struggling with it. And it just like comes with like VOD reviewing, working on it like every day, like just looking at some scenarios, like kind of protocoling out. But I think the issue is more like on stage, and it's just like a learning process for us, and hopefully we show a better face today.
Best of luck today.
Okay, they've got plenty of stuff to work on. There are lots of components to their team that are new look, and you could say the same, of course, for their opponents today in Evil Geniuses, because they struggled on retakes against 100 Thieves, and their defense side was honestly kind of non-existent, right?
Oof. I mean, not even just against 100 Thieves, even against, I believe it was 2G as well. I mean, you can see it, like, they're just not comfortable, and what's weird to me is it's a situation where the macro makes sense and they're in the right spots, the util's even in the right spots, but when it comes down to the actual execution of getting the kills on the retake, it's just not going their way. And I don't know if that's a fundamental flaw in how they're playing. Maybe they need to not play retake and just play more flood style or disruptive style, but retaking has not been working at all.
Quite honestly, I think they're going through the similar issues as Sentinels, because you just mentioned the macro, the game plan that you have in preparation. You saw the pistol round against 100 Thieves, and they were able to snowball into a bonus round on Fracture. Then suddenly it gets into these moments where, oh crap, what are we doing now that we're almost about to win this map? Every time they're in a lead, there's something that happens, and they just start losing that lead and then losing the map, and it just hurts if you're an EG fan.
And it feels like when we watch EG, there's always one player that even after multiple years on this team he feels like he has something to prove, and that's Derek, because when those rounds got out of hand, he was able to step up and keep this team in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you play with Derek, you know what he brings.
He's got some crispy aim, and he always has. I mean, I remember when he got picked up in this team, everybody thought he was washed, he was on the chopping block, he was going to be in tier 2. Nah, we all knew Derek was going to be good, and he showed out last year, and going into this year, he's looked great as well, especially on that Teo. I mean, I've seen him build up that ult very, very quickly in a lot of these matches.
And you also think that the role changes here for Derek, because now looking back at his 100 Thieves days, he was like the clutch master, right? That was what we called him for. But going into this role now for this team, the clutchness is actually going to come in from like Ye, for example, who's playing the center role, trying to make sure that he could break those timings. When the executions don't work here for EG, he's the one to finish it off. So Derek being part of the pack and still being able to be that third player moving in for these trades has been pretty good.
Now, I've got to throw it back to last year, because one fun part about Sen EG last year was that Potter basically goes on social media and just calls a shot and says, we are going to beat Sentinels this week. And she was right. EG managed to win that game, and they were an underdog in that particular scenario. This is absolute fire.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. When we asked Kaplan about it, he was like, yeah, bro, I mean, I don't want to talk about it. I mean, it's brutal stuff. But something that we loved from Potter last year was the timeouts, right? The innovation, the antis, the strats in general from her for this team looked sick and really diverse. I feel like we see less of that this year, less of those truly innovative comps. And I will admit, though, they are playing Waylay. I see it on a few matches again, they're happening. But we're not seeing, in my opinion, that same magic Potter touch as we did last year, where she had these big brain approaches to countering teams and developing their own looks.
Yeah, I think overall when you're looking at what they bring to the table and what they have as a match plan, it's still quite sound. And you're just trying to fix things overall through timeouts, again, through the fundamentals that unfortunately doesn't seem to go through as a message for the rest of the players. But overall, I still think that they have a good game plan going into these ones. And if you think about what they played on Pearl, for example, a couple of weeks back, or during Kickoff, they still brought out a Phoenix. They still tried to innovate. It didn't work, so you go with what works with the meta. So that's why trying to integrate what kind of works instead of trying to think outside of the box.
I also think, and just real quick, I just think it's really hard to want to innovate and do all these cool, unique things when you don't even have the fundies down. If you don't have the fundamentals down, like being able to do a retake successfully, you can't really focus on niche things like a set play and etc. Even though, like you said, we did see a bunch of it with the Waylay on Haven against 2G. Really cool set stuff that was cooked up that I haven't seen any other team doing. It's just not enough when you can't rely on the fundamentals to win you out the rounds.
Agreed.
I mean, this team seems like it's also functioning with different weapons than last year, right? I mean, you have Ye that comes in. I wouldn't say he's an aggressive lurker like Icebox was, and I think IC and Jorg are probably two of the most different duelists stylistically that we have in America. So,
and that's why. So the innovation that you have is kind of like just under the wraps. It's just kind of like seep through for us to really understand what changes for EG, because you're not going to like, hey, we're going to explode with a brand new composition. It's just we have a brand new team, we have to innovate with this team in terms of how you could play it on the strengths of Ye being a good anchor. He's not going to be the lurk player. Icy is not going to be as explosive as Jogimo is going to be, but what can Icy do and provide to the team? These three others actually enables him a lot easier. I think they have better timings because Jogimo is super aggressive as a player.
Yeah, I mean, something a little bit of a different beast, of course, that guy. But we're curious, of course, to see how Potter's feeling today coming into a pretty important game for both these teams. And we managed to get Elizabeth to catch up with her, so let's listen in.
Now, Potter, we know you as a coach who kind of does, for lack of a better word, kind of quirky things, off-meta things, but recently we haven't really been seeing that sort of side of you, that success. Do you think that you have been heavily anti-stratted at this stage?
I wouldn't necessarily say heavily anti-stratted. I think VALORANT's just become a lot more tough, a lot more competitive, and everyone is trying really hard. So I think, you know, it is becoming tough for... It helps if you're winning to show the innovations. At Kickoff, we had a lot of creative, quirky things, but unfortunately we lost. But I'm hoping that as we play this season, we warm up into it and we get to show what we got.
So to be clear, you do think you're being kind of quirky, kind of innovative, but it just hasn't been really be able to see.
We just haven't won. We just haven't won the rounds.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to look at a round from EG's last match, and for this one, we're going to speak directly to the demo, and I mean that in both senses of the term. Baby Bay is going to telestrate a clip, and Van Silly will have to figure out what's going on while, checks notes, talking like a Zoomer. It's time for breakdown. This is so wrong. It's time for breakdown, buddy.
Check notes.
I'm
ready.
I know I'm not supposed to talk, but let's kick it off.
Lay it on me. I'm ready. For real, for real. All right. So EU has, we have an ult. That's actually gas going on right now. We got a push going on around here, and they're busting down towards that spot. Now there's an ult coming across here. Asuna is playing, but this smoke looks a little bit sus right now because it gives Asuna an opportunity to actually play it as a one-way. Because he has so much aura, look at the push that's coming through here. Icy's going to come across, easy headshot, dashes over to the other side, gas going through, pedal to the middle, and now there's just so many circles, so much aura going on here. It's a halo. And then, well, he's dashing across again. They're playing through the smoke. Oh, it's chaotic going in here so far. And Superman is able to get a backstab. But what's going on here? Question mark. Asuna has no idea. That's kind of sus. So, oh, Cap, literally, Superman gets, oh, no, that's so sus. He missed so many shots. But then as he's trying to escape, looks they were able to come across, and that was kind of Chad as a strat.
Show that to the camera. Show your arm to the camera.
Bro, what are you doing, man? What is this?
I tried, Chad. I tried. Bro. But that was fire, wasn't it? That was fire. That was dab me up. Dab me up. Dab me up. Boom.
Oh my God.
Let's take it back a little bit, though. Let's take it back. But the seriousness around this is actually, again, going back to what we were talking about, how EG and 100 Thieves and EG looked very well prepared going into this game. This reaction that we have from the Armageddon that came out from the defensive side of EU was good, but it was also in retaliation to what happened at the beginning of the round when EG actually used a turret and then went for Armageddon towards main and then already got the first blood here onto Boostio. Boostio couldn't even play the game at the beginning of the round. So if anything, I feel that 100 Thieves did 100 Thieves did an excellent job of understanding how that map is being played, that Asuna wants to be very aggressive, right? So you go for the turret shot, the turret to spot players around, and then you isolate. Asuna is always rushing at the beginning of these rounds. That was not bad. Right? That was not bad. Hey, bro. Dude, come on. Dab me up. That was good. Dab me up. That was good.
I think the first take was good, bro. I think the first take was good.
The power of aging gracefully compels you. Oh, God. All right. We're almost out of time, so let's see how the broadcast team is reading the tea leaves right now and see exactly where our spreads are going, because I bet you Rivington has got a ridiculous spread. Okay, how do you look at this? It's actually Liz thinks Loud have the bounce back today. Did someone tell her they just lost the 2G or no? No? Okay.
I'm not too sure. I guess not. Somebody's got a VOD review for the last week, but I mean, 100 Thieves looks damn good.
I know what's going on here, though. I think Liz is doing 100 Thieves a favor here by not cursing them. But does this mean that we have cursed Sentinels against EG? And also, there's already a curse there, isn't there? I mean, that whole Potter thing where she's never lost it to Sen.
I'm pretty sure she has the Kaplan voodoo. It might just be Cubit, actually. But yeah.
So then why did you vote for Sen then, bro?
Oh, well, I did. I mean, Why is it my responsibility?
Why did I try to save him? Actually, why?
Yo, I voted for Sen too.
That's so crazy. You voted for Sen as well.
It's a 60-40.
That's crazy work,
It's a 60-40.
honestly.
It's a 60-40.
Absolutely cringe.
But both teams are still struggling, like I said, in the fundamentals. But there has been some flash in the pan where EG actually looked good against 100 Thieves on that fracture map. When, for example, an aftershock comes out, they 3-2-1 swing, making sure they double swing out to take down the player in the back of the site. So if that continues on throughout the game against Sentinels, EG does have a chance. It's not a guaranteed win here for Sentinels.
I also do think, though, that Sen are not going to be up against the powerhouse firepower of a team like Crew. Let's just say it how it is, right?
Yeah.
EG is not shooting at the same level as these players of Crew are. And I don't think that they're going to be in that uncomfortable. I know, but you just have players like Shy, like you were talking about, that can just
Mazzino
in that game getting the most ridiculous spray down that I've ever seen, right? Yeah. And I think when Sen gets put down like that, it shows a testament to how they continue playing forward in the halves, right?
Yeah,
so I think that it's going to be a little bit easier for Sentinels.
I mean, we're going to talk then about this 100 Thieves Loud game, right? Because I feel like we haven't really touched on it a lot here, but bro, Loud just lost his What is going on?
How do you bounce back from that? I mean, like me, even as a player, I don't know if I could. Yeah. I mean, literally, this team was not beating anybody. You gave them their first win. You basically donated it. So it's like,
I think that also out of the 4 teams that we looked out here for the predictions, there's 3 of them that does have that red alert. We need to change something. We need to do something. That's Sentinels, that's going to be Loud, and that's going to be EG. 100 Thieves are looking pretty good so far in terms of the communication, what they showed on last week. But these 3 others, I wouldn't be surprised here if we're starting to see maybe map changes, compositional changes, roster changes, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, whichever way you slice it, this is truly an inflection point for all our teams involved in these games today. Can Loud bounce back? Are they the real deal? 100 Thieves, they got outsmarted by Sentinels. Are they a team that can really compete? What are EG up to? It's time now. Sentinels and Evil Geniuses, folks, are ready to take the stage. We've got 100 Thieves and Loud on deck as well. Week 3 of VCT America starts right now. Get me the heck out of here. Get me out of here. It was awesome.
Potter and I have a bit of a history. She tweeted last year before a game that she'd never lost to John or I in a VALORANT match. Then we went on to have a game with, in my opinion, that bind, one of those throws I will never forget.
And all of this comes down to one Derek. Sassy with the defuse, have on it, but EG have done it. What a victory for Evil Geniuses.
Definitely a chip on my shoulder, probably a chip on hers to continue making a point. Maybe there's a tweeting coming or something.
Sentinels has always been a team that we look up to, and they've always been a team that has been ahead on the meta. So there's a little bit of copying off of Kaplan, I'm not gonna lie.
There's another half as they try to flood in. Zakin is too sharp. Oh, buddy. That is filthy. 3 for Zakin now at null command in play. Give him the rest. Just Kesnet left now, and Zakin will dodge it away. There is your eye-by power ace, folks.
I'd be lying if I said I won't have a little bit of extra motivation, I think, strategically, to try to make sure we get that win.
Sentinels, Kaplan, coming for you again, man.
All right, Games Arena, time to blow the roof off this place. It's getting real in the arena. EG headed to the stage now, and I tell you what, a pivotal matchup for them. Can they give us that one magic game against Sentinels we seem to get in a blue moon?
They need it. I mean, it's a kind of a make it or break it for me.
Whoa.
Cuber? Wait, isn't it supposed to be an EG cube? Wait, what's going on here?
Someone get CPS on the phone. What?
Is he there against his will?
I was just joking about the voodoo doll. Yeah, we're getting serious.
Do I have pins in that? What's she gonna do with Cuber, man?
I'm a little, somebody, I feel like whoa. The call is coming from inside the house.
Wait, what's gonna happen though? Is she gonna keep it?
I think there's a bit of a pump
What will Kaplan have?
I think she's realized. Yeah, I think she just realized how comfortable it is to hold on to Kaplan.
but now Kaplan is not going to have Hubert with him in the room, surely, right? So maybe that's a debuff for Sentinels.
Let's start the rumor mill. We have EG to Potter to Sentinels, right?
God help us, Sentinels now taking to the stage. We're still trying to figure out what is the plan for these guys. Second said, every time we see something unexpected that we haven't practiced a million times, we fall apart. This team needs adaptability, and I'm quite sure after last week, Coach Cap would have taken them to task. Do they bounce back like they always seem to?
has to come back to just working those fundamentals. I think if you're looking at what John QD was mentioning with the interview with Elizabeth, going into the conversation of watching VODs, I think it's just making sure that you're dotting your I's, crossing your T's, playing as a group, and not have those moments where you're leaving a player isolated in chaotic scenarios. Because you've seen from the examples earlier on, so good in the trades.
Jumping into our map select now. Bear in mind, Sentinels have banned the same maps, Fracture and Ascent, every time. This time, though, much the same. Ban,
Not
Fracture,
really.
and Ascent. No, I mean, Sen have banned Fracture and Ascent here, but we're going to get Haven, Pearl, and Lotus for this series, Vance.
That's the thing, because EG always used to ban Ascent first and then ban Icebox after. It seems they wanted to float this around. There's probably something they could have maybe cooked up. You were talking about innovation. If we actually had Ascent, there was maybe a possibility we could see the innovation coming out of EG. But picking here the ban onto Split is huge because you know how good Sentinels is on that map. So picking Haven, they look pretty decent here on Haven.
That's the Waylay map for EG as
exactly.
well, right?
Yes, and it's also a map that both teams have kind of had ups and downs on. I mean, EG barely squeaking by a win against 2G. I mean, that notorious, Cypher trip.
Yeah.
But also Sen losing to 100 Thieves on this map after what looked like a pretty promising attack side. It's the defense where both these teams struggle.
And where we haven't even mentioned yet is the fact that Lotus is our floater. So the fact that here Sentinels didn't go for a Lotus pick, again, potentially going back to the conversation of not evolving with the Tejo. And in those moments, in that match against Crew, there's been so many rounds we were talking about those conversions. It was on those post plants. They didn't have enough refreshable utility left in the post plant capabilities that allow Crew to flood right back. So that potentially becomes a weakness of the map pool of Sentinels and why they're switching over to Pearl, their second map.
Yeah, also, we want to talk about the innovation, and we think of Potter, right? I mean, Sen haven't really innovated on Lotus either, right? Let's just say it how it is.
Yeah,
they've been running it on comp besides the Vice pick, but here we go. Here's the agent picks on Haven, and yeah, it's that Waylay composition again. Again, last time EG was struggling heavily on the defensive side on how to retake. I imagine that they're going to be way more clean, maybe a little bit more disruptive, and try to make chaos into this Sentinels.
No more ISO Yoru here for Sentinels. Almost feels like they're going back to brass tacks here.
I mean, this is also picked up here by 100 Thieves in last week, so maybe they've realized something that 100 Thieves are doing well that it can mimic to play against EG. The weakness is going into that one.
All right, well, I was wondering what other maps we'd sort of see the Neon picked up in. It's going to be an interesting look for Zekin. It's time, folks, to head into map number 1 of this high-stakes NA matchup. And sending over your casters, it's Doug and Ender.
Thank you so much, fellas. I think Uber hit the nail on the head. When we talk about stakes, for these two teams, they come in 1-1. Yes, Sentinels has had a lot more international experience, but for Evil Geniuses, they haven't been on the big stage since, what, Champs 2023?
Yeah, and coming in now, big, high stakes. You really got to lift it up for them. When you consider, like, strength schedule remaining, right? You've got a Crew coming up after this one for them. That's not going to be easy whatsoever. Loud after that. If EG are able to take down a Sentinels today, their chances of going to playoffs go through the roof.
It is time for the Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. I think the other thing that needs to happen quickly here is both of these teams are going to have to figure out their defensive woes. EG playing defense in the first half.
EG looking for a quick fight into mid. 2 garage, 2 mid, ready to trap off of early contact with a fault line in Nature's hand.
Icy has been such a point of conversation. How is he going to be able to slide in? He's going to be the tip of the spear here. First on the challenge, gets a kill, not able to TP away, but damage dealt.
Destroyed.
You got a lot of presence going up C-long as well. They have all this space.
Now, EG are sending 2 players to wrap around, scout out if there's going to be a late lurk into mid. 4-on-4, and options now for Sentinels to look in towards spawn. Check out how aggro Zelsis is going.
Zelsis, the rest of Sentinels, all of them are starting to scale up towards spawn. I love that decision, but you're right, it is Zelsis who's been sent off onto his own little side mission.
He's still going.
Right there.
Continuing to push the pace. He will shortly find out that there's nothing on the other side of that door.
And the drone doesn't see him either, Doug.
And the timing on this is perfect. The flash is there. Nothing really on the swing quite yet. Now Narrate pouncing onto Nature. And Zelsis is playing this timing perfectly. A great start for the red side.
Sentinels didn't even need Zelsis in that position because Narrate takes care of everybody. 3 kills for Sen Sova. And really reacting there nicely to what should have been a good pistol round from Evil Geniuses, right? They had this little trap set up, but the stun comes in late because EG wasn't playing such an aggro line into Garage. And I think the call coming in from John QT to say, okay, we can actually take this space in towards Link, maybe even working off some prep there. EG, when they ran a similar play in their last showing, went for these B players walking out into the mid space, and Sentinels punished them.
And now they're in a position to really pile it on. Bit of an investment, keeping 2 ghosts, but a little bit more pop around that. Meanwhile, EG focused on the A side of the map for now.
Yeah, Supa right now is sitting over in Link with a Paranoia line potentially for a refight from EG. They've got a couple of Sheriffs themselves, but
this could be messy. I mean, they've got Nature stunned. Actually, Nature just used a stun, but there is a lot behind this trap. Is there enough for the bite? Celsius feeling some of that pressure, and again, C being explored.
yeah, I like how calmly Sentinels played that, not overcommitting to the space. Now they can work up here, try and find the camera, which they do eventually get. Evil Geniuses do a lot of these plays where they play really aggro on one side of their defense, and the other side is just Ye playing for a retake with him falling.
That cage will not save you there. Bang on the trade, though. Nicely done. 2 pistols remain.
Yeah, barring a nice timing from Supa here. I mean, that's a decent shot. Still a couple of Sheriffs left, and now that's actually a Spectre picked up from Icy. Supa's probably going to need to get 1 more here if he can. Look at that!
1, maybe 2.
30 seconds.
And look how quick the flank is coming in as well from the Waylay.
I mean, it has to speed up. Superman's been doing all this on his own.
Spike planted.
Icy now arriving at the scene, instantly dropped. All eyes back on Superman. Still just a Sheriff in hand, 2 smokes to play around. And an opportunity to send this first half into Havoc already. But there's so much more to be done. 65 HP off of the first swing. He connects onto Bang, but narrates there to save the day. An expensive anti-eco.
Yeah, Sentinels went for the FPX buy, so 3 rifles there. They only come away with the 1. Just the nice shots from Supa doing some work. The Sentinels still have options to force up. I think mainly what I'm looking for now from Evil Geniuses that has struggled on their defensive sides on basically every map, nearly throwing this map away to a 2G back in week 1. They have got to lock down this side of things, especially now choosing to pick Haven for their first time this stage.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I agree. There's a lot of bite behind this too for Sentinels. I mean, this is a really strong bonus.
I think this is EG's defensive setup from when he got the ace last week, him playing corner over towards C. Now just geared up for a refight, but Icy falls before he even gets to swing.
He was just not certain, not convinced that somebody could have been up close. His crosshair was definitely going to be towards the A main peak. Meanwhile, the Paranoia is already out. Zekin is all the way, back in hell at this point, but Nature is keeping the line back. Playing alive and being a nuisance with a little bit more to be done. Has to swing, and Bang's there to greet him. 3v2, the way the attack. The spike now down. Ye and Superman with much to do.
Yeah, Supa already used the Paranoia to try and help out, so there's no way to even get through this smoke.
He does have one of his own, though.
John's got a fault line ready to go. I mean, good luck, EG.
Yeah, the numbers don't always tell the tale, do they? Much easier said than done. Bang with 3 as Sentinels pile it on.
That's just brutal. I mean, Zekin finding this opener. So the thing is, Icy is going for a swing there. Nature's got his fault line in hand, but this fight comes in before the fault line is ready, just because Zekin had stepped into the space. Then sure, Nature moves into short, gets a couple of kills, but Bang does some excellent work playing off this fault line and clearing away the breach.
Great start here for Sen City. Light buy for Evil Geniuses, a Bucky in the hands of Icy, and light armor for Ye, who, you know, Ender, we've been talking about this a little bit. Ye has seemed like the main success for Evil Geniuses so far.
And mainly that comes due to his lurking on the attack side, and sometimes it can be nice shots like that.
Love that too, not overheating, drops a couple of cages, gets away.
Still though, Sentinels have the spike actually planted. Narrate's gonna get the ultimate off of that. So some options to fall into long and stall out time. You see Bang is teleported into the back of sight. He's gonna be a rat and just try to take down and delay EG as long as possible for Sen to play the post.
Garage smoke, leaving Superman out of the play for a little while.
Good stall.
Very good stall. They're gonna pop the Hunter Shuri too. Bang on the swing and the Sheriffs are singing! Narrate's left in 1v3. Has a dart to play around, still fully healthy. Swings into the first, gets 2, not connecting on the third! That's not the round that was supposed to go their way.
EG's Sheriff showing up in a big way. I mean, that fight into backside was messy from Sentinels. They thought they could disrupt that fight by having a Hunter's Fury, right? So players on EG are going to be trying to run away, dodge out.
Havoc.
Right, and then you can swing off of that, but it ended up being just all these Sheriffs flooding, winning their fights. Kind of what Supa was able to do on that second round that didn't go EG's way.
Boy, Neri gave that a run, didn't he? 20 HP for Icy at the end there.
I mean, he's off to a great start. 8-2 so far. But this has somehow gotten EG right back into the swing of things. And their defensive side is usually marked by playing really strong aggro plays around their waylay, usually into A, sometimes down C long.
Yeah.
But their weak side of the map, it's usually Ye playing super passive, oftentimes for retake, and EG have struggled in the retakes. One of the things I was curious about was if Ye was going to play more aggressively, and that doesn't seem to be the case so far in these early rounds.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case this round either. Once again, Zekin getting the best of the opposing duelist. Keep a close eye on that matchup. EG fully rotating back towards A. The Paranoia is out, but the space has not been taken. The TP committed from Bang. Perched down in Hell. Smokes out through, but this is a little labor. Nature finally cracking the side open. 2 kills found, and A is theirs.
Dude, Narrate is frying right now.
Yes,
he is. EG are going to be forced to play for a save. And this is a round where Derek had the ultimate, right? EG would have loved to actually get involved and fight on this site.
Yeah.
But again, that fight down long, Icy getting picked off, is going to be a consistent issue for Evil Geniuses.
And so what's the adjustment on the other side of that? Are you investing a little bit more to set Icy up on those fights, or do you give it up?
Usually EG will give it up. Like, if you look at their series versus 100 Thieves last week, Evil Geniuses, when they started falling apart on those A lobby fights, they just started playing into front B space. They started sending Icy down into C long. They didn't really revisit that area of the map until much later on their defensive side. And even then, they weren't able to find a lot of the answers, so it's highly likely that Ye switches his setup to play the A side of the map in these future rounds, and maybe they can just ignore those early fights that Zekin continues to find there.
The ones that have been their Achilles heel. I mean, he's only 3-3, but I'm pretty sure all of the kills have been on Icy.
It's rough, these openers too, because it's not like EG are just trying to have Icy dry swing. There's a flash that's trying to come in, but it's just not doing anything.
Early timeout called here by Potter. Let's see what sort of adjustments or adaptations are on the other side. You mentioned right before the break, or right before the timeout, Derek has his ult. You thought they were going to want to play around it in that previous round. I believe Nature has his as well.
Yeah, well, that's what makes this round so awkward for EG, is because they don't have the money to play around it. So usually when you're looking at rounds like this, where you have the big ultimates but no real guns, you'd like to run some kind of an early active play, see if you can find a pick, get numbers in your favor. Because the more you can draw out the clock after doing that, all of a sudden your ultimate's value gets more and more as the round moves on. We've already seen what EG can do with just the Sheriffs in hand.
Yeah, it's been their, that's been their only round win so far. Was off of those massive kills and then Icy getting last with the Sheriff back C, so maybe that's their strength.
I mean, I'd like to see them work a little bit better together, you know, in setting up some of these fights. It's been a bit disjointed between Nature and Icy. I'm kind of thinking EG might want to run some kind of play into the mid space this round. That said, it could just be on the eco. You keep things very similar and go back once again into the A space before switching things up on round 7, which is going to be the real defining one of this half.
Question is, if they get an inch, will they pounce off of it? Will they fully invest? You see that trip already cleared out. Garage, it was just off of that shock.
Ye hasn't even put down his camera yet. His second trip was a little delayed.
Only one with a gun.
It's a bit odd right now. Evil Geniuses are playing without any information in mid, so this forces them to double up players over in the links to hold on to the B space. Now a dart goes down there, and they hear a little bit of audio into A.
Spike.
But with the clock winding down, this could come to punish Sentinels just a little bit. Now, Bang has Spike, but he doesn't have the ultimate. I think Sentinels are going to try to set up some kind of fake into A while they can slink in to this very empty C side.
Icy jump spotting. They've spotted the duelist. Keep an eye on the minimap. Do the rotations come through, or do they realize it's a red herring? Are they not interested? The dash away from Waylay, the smoke's out A as well.
And remember, Sentinels are going into the only gun that EG have in Ye's hands.
A 1v5?
30 seconds left.
Only 3 at the site here. The Paranoia out, not connecting. Ye taking a step back.
Is the thing though, Ye plays so passive, but now Hunter's Fury coming in. We're only 20 seconds left on the clock, Doug.
Spike still not committed. Derek wide right on the ult. Bang now committing it. The Rolling Thunder out. 13 seconds left. Spike still delayed. Keep a close eye on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Zekin holding the line, or at least attempting to. Spike finally sinking into the soil of the site. Attack in full control as Derek's left in 1v4. Better late than never, I guess.
EG's defensive woes continue. I mean, that's an eco round. You're using a Hunter's Fury and the Breach. 2 ultimates invested to try and delay the Spike from eventually going down. But even then, Ye falls, the only gun EG had. Continuing to play very passive, right? He's given no support on the defensive side, and yet tries to play, you know, slower, tries to play for the team play retakes. But EG have not been in positions where they're allowed to actually go for that.
Yeah.
And this isn't just a today thing. This is all 3 maps.
So now EG off of that loss. Yeah, they can invest a little more. Icy has an op, but those ults that you mentioned are no longer on the board. Second Hunter's Fury through. Zekin really far up, and they'll find a vacancy site.
Okay. That's a little opener for Ye. Even gets the hat out too, so big information to be gathered, and Evil Geniuses can try to deal with Garage by pinching into the space.
John QT has his ult. He's going to set the Rolling Thunder out. Zekin catching the best of Ye. Now Garage is there. Keep a close eye on Nature, though, on the late flank.
Oh, yeah.
Into Garage. This is so awkward. It's so disjointed, but they're expecting it narrate again for Sentinels. Massive value on the kill. It's just 2 left. Superman has the op, and you imagine he tries to save it here.
Just brilliant awareness from Narrate there.
Yep.
Lots of things going on with the fight into Link. Players wrapping him from mid as well. And sure, Supa might be able to survive with this operator, but Sentinels call another brilliant post plant. They're continually getting very active in towards C-Link when they plant onto C. They've clearly prepared for how EG like to play this side of the map, which is very passive, right? Ye just spamming off his trips into Garage. It's a very solid game plan.
You can tell for Sentinels there, no reason not to hunt that op. They have plenty of money. Zekin was one off of his ult, so yeah, go get him. And if you die, you'll have the pew-pews for the next round. And yes, Superman's able to hang on to it. But you're right, man. Sentinel's game plan has been, hey, we're going to disrupt this retake. We're not going to allow you to flood out. And it's been gorgeous for them so far.
And they've clearly realized that they can go late into the C side when they're getting challenged in A. That's where EG are going to be set up. Maybe they can get this operator onto an earlier line.
Is this the adjustment for EIC to start winning these fights? Just hand him the big stick. Not even going to get challenged.
Well, I think Sentinels are going to try to refight this anyways.
This is danger. This is danger. If they commit to this. Smoke, flash, the drone there, the shot connects. You play with fire and it'll burn.
Interesting that EG are holding on to the A space. Sentinels reacting by going into B, but there's a double stack here.
And a forehead was spotted, so you see the rotation starting to come through. I see a mad dash to the opposite side of the map.
Wow. This is great calling from Sentinels. Again, pulling the C players into B only to go through Garage into C because they know that long camera is giving EG false info.
Now remember, they may be down numbers, but they do have guns. 2 ults to speak of as well. Zelsis really, that was the one I was interested in, but boy, EG just can't figure it out on defense, man.
It's funny, we talk so much about how Potter's never lost in VCT to this team.
Hang on.
It's a little closer. John's gonna clean up. Sen fans in the audience had no doubt on that one, but
I did.
You know, Potter's never lost to Kaplan in VCT. And yet, it feels to me like this is a complete difference in terms of game plan, right?
Yeah.
Every single C post plant has been the exact same thing. You've got this double wrap coming in from the B players of EG trying to pinch into Garage. And at the same time, Sentinels are fighting forward. Ever since the pistol round was exactly the same, but each one of these fights is going Sen's way. Their game plan is simply beating out EG's on the field of battle.
It certainly helps to have Narrate putting up the performance that he is. I think in this day and age of Valorant, it's easy to look at a team and look for the star, right? Who's the guy who's going to put the carry performances? And sometimes there are 2 or 3 even, but It's just interesting to watch a Sentinels team develop from the beginning of Kickoff up until now. It really does take a village with them.
Yeah, sends a whole galaxy.
Yeah.
I think they made a Netflix show on it, 3-body problem, and it's Zekin, it's Bang, it's John. This game, Narrate and Zelsis too. EG have a whole slew of problems to deal with, and it's not going to get any easier on their A retakes, which have struggled this stage.
They do have guns here, and again, it's been real dry for them. They've got to find some sort of success, and that's certainly going to help. Derek and Nature flooding out onto the side. Icy left on the opposite side of the trip for now. Getting a little bit more active. Meanwhile, Nature not connecting onto the spam. 12 HP for the diffuser. Superman's going to hold it the whole way with no contest.
On the 1 HP. Kind of reminds you of that 2G game that EG on their defensive side in the second half started slipping away, but they had a few of these, you know, just moments where they're full sticking diffuses. They put smokes on players playing off site, are able to win out in the post plants.
Yeah,
here.
Give me your concern levels though, because while it was an excellent flood out from Derek Heaven, the diffuse only goes through because Nature doesn't hit the blind spam of the smoke.
I do think EG are still winning that round. Icy's coming in on the flank to deal with that too. It would have gotten a lot messier, that's for sure though. I think the big thing for EG was comboing their dart, their paranoia with that drop out of heaven, which has been disjointed previously.
Interesting defensive adjustments here. We talked so much about Icy holding the A long line.
Yeah,
he's up garage here.
It's the pistol round, running that one back now though. After the early info into the A space, EG are gonna creep down into mid, see if they can spot out a lurk or anything.
I mean, surely this is all off of seeing that Icy's not here.
It's so classic. EG just gap sights consistently.
Yeah.
Again, trying to play an A retake. This time though, Derek has the ultimate, trying to assist with the flood.
You don't invest it here, do you? Drone doesn't even get a tag. You've got to wait for help.
You eventually will, right? There's going to be the flank coming in from the waylay over this trip, but Narrate is playing in position to hear the jump up. He's going to break it anyways, but
14-5 for the Sova. Can he make it 15?
Paranoia onto the side. Here's that ulti.
Zelsis is here to help down long. And there's the ult that you were mentioning. Icy playing the slowly. Meanwhile, Superman trying to flood his way out. Neri does finally catch the trap, lying in wait.
One enemy remaining.
As Derek is the last one standing. And brother, this is going to take a lot. Stunned, dashing at you. Bang on the swing. That's 4 for him and 8 for Sentinels.
Bang's been mopping up these post plants. Just kind of farming EG right now. But it comes after one round where Icy goes for this flank, and immediately there's the adjustment calling in from Sentinels, right? Narrate guarding the flank. You even had Zelsis, I think, fell into long to plant Crossfire in case Narrate was ever going to die on that angle.
Nice, Sean! Let's go!
This has kind of become a habit of Evil Geniuses. Potter having to call 2 timeouts on their defensive half. This is fairly normal at this point.
Yeah, but surely that's not a habit that
it doesn't feel good. You don't like this type of habit.
This is a bad habit. This is like biting your nails. You don't want to have to do this. You don't want to do this regularly. And Potter, again, has been put into a spot where you're burning both. You're down 6. This is tough.
I don't think EG can continue to get away with this idea of playing 4 players fighting really aggressively and then leaving a site open. Right now, Sentinels are spotting that out way too easily, and EG's retakes have not looked good enough. I think it's a lot harder too, working the waylay and not having a jet to be able to smoke, drop out of heaven, or smoke dash into a site and just buy time inside of the cloudburst. It's moments like these where you see some compositional differences coming into play. You have a less powerful operator. Rob Moore's running up here, handing us a Cubert. Center taking over the building right now.
I mean, they've taken over Haven, that's for sure.
Well, we'll see. EG, they're going to fight 4 players into lobby again, throwing everything into this early fight. We'll see what they're able to do here.
A stun, a smoke, a flash, the full fight. Icy has a stinger. This is about as much of a Hail Mary as you're going to get. Celsius does fall, though. And then look at the adaptation from Sentinels on the other side. They're going to try to accelerate elsewhere on the map.
Oh, but I like how Ye's sticking in garage. Anticipating the pivot into this space. Ye could come up massively right now for EG if he takes a fight.
This is a passive play that you've been talking about this entire half. Still one more trip that you have to reckon with.
Tripwire destroyed.
Now cleared. Feels like the timing window's gone.
There will be a 3-player flank coming in from EG. But again, if Sentinels realize this, they can fight back towards spawn. The spike won't be planted for them. And as a matter of fact, Bang has the opportunity to get a late rewrap going on these EG players.
And you wouldn't expect that, given where it's planted for, but they've got 3 members on site, and you're right. The crunch is coming through. Bang does not have a splash. Derek is already down, and now they're going to try to speed up. Bang's playing his timing perfectly, and there it is! Patience pays off! 9 for Sentinels.
This map has been the story of the C post plants for Sen, and it's been the story of Narrate and Bang. I mean, Narrate is 17-6 right now on the Sova. Every single post plant, when EG are trying to crunch into him, he's fully aware of what's going down. I love the call. I mean, after you lose this opening player, that's just silly. But then this refight into Garage is what worked so well for Sentinels. It'd been so many of these fights into Link that just the slight wrinkle going Garage is beautiful.
Fake TP across, and that's enough to draw out the paranoia. Those little micro decisions are working so well for Sentinels.
Paranoia now to scout out the C site. Icy's got a Bucky in Garage. He's not going to be very useful here.
Well, stranger things have happened. Again, a vacant site. And again, retake simulator for Evil Geniuses. Oh dear. This is not going to get any better, is it? No, it's
going to
not.
get worse.
Zelsis.
Oh, it's so bad!
Gorgeous. From Zelsis, 2 HP, looking to connect on the ace. And can't, but it doesn't get much more picture perfect than that.
Just destruction out here. Yeah, Icy's trying to break the crosshair, but Zelsis may have just broken EG.
Dude, that aggro swing into Garage and then fighting too. Wait, does someone have a...
Please don't 10-2.
Yeah, who's...
No, dude! It's headshot! Dude, God! Bro, I was 2 in the open.
He also had 2 HP, bro. That's a tough ass. A 10-2 half for Sentinels. We're going to throw it to a break. We will be right back.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Sen City has a lot to be excited about. 8 things in particular as they're up 10-2 against Evil Geniuses. And yes, that was the defensive side and woes for Evil Geniuses. Now they're going to be able to figure things out, and it's going to be on Sentinels to see if they can do the same, Ender.
EG need to start out strong here on the attack side of things, but they're going up against a Narrate that is in the zone. He is completely locked in. The rest of Sen City showing up big inside the arena here today in Los Angeles. But Evil Geniuses, last real shot here. Start things off a little bit slower, scouting out the A space, droning down into C before choosing their mark.
Well, what was the game there? A little bit of spam through that smoke, not connecting onto anything. Keep a close eye on that trip. No real way to punish off of it, but
yeah,
A little info gathered.
A little bit later than usual, you see the fault line come through from EG. So that'll be back at 40 seconds. Still will leave some time, but Ye is the guy to watch on attack for EG. EG love to give him positions to lurk up. So often he'll insert himself exactly where he is, inside window. But Sentinel's scouting has been perfect so far on the first half. They're not going to be fooled by these late lurks from Ye.
I don't know, he's a sneaky little bugger.
They might still get killed by him, but they shouldn't be fooled.
This part here is a little concerning, because you're right. You've got Ye who's inserted. You're kind of stalling out on A, though, waiting for that second dose of utility to come through. Now the dart is up.
There's still a stun to be able to delay, a paranoia with Bang here too. There's 4 players now from Sentinels, and it's only now that Ye activates.
And he's going the wrong way.
But that's okay. He's calling the rotates to come back into C. No one is actually here with 20 seconds left. EG will still have time to plant the spike. It's about Zelsis finding this timing now into the mid space, and he barely misses out on Nature.
Meanwhile, Ye was so far up, he was in spawn. Get second, yes.
left.
Traded back, though.
Hold on, Narrate's now pushed into A lobby too. But Icy's turned around and waiting. And he takes care of it.
Connects onto Narrate, a bullet between his eyes, the deep smoke back towards spawn. It's the lurk upon the lurk upon the lurk. Now, gunfire ensues in garage as Derek's able to get 2. John QT left in a 1v4, connects on the first, now stunned up and left to die, surely. 3 bullets left, refreshes the clip. 2 members weak, but Superman's healthy.
And he's still worried about Icy wrapping him in from B. Icy's now posted into C long with a go. Should be no issues for EG now.
So what was so successful there?
That was, again, standard attack side round from Evil Geniuses. It's about Ye getting that insert, finding that lurk timing, and calling the rest of the team in towards C. Sentinels sort of overbought that site hit because it was so delayed into the round. And I think those extra layers of lurks on lurks, being aware of Narrate coming in through A late as well, did EG very nicely. And it's worth pointing out, their attack sides have looked fairly good throughout this year. Especially on Haven, they have been solid. We'll have to wait and see how effective that's going to continue to be for them. Because you can't always get away with playing these slow rounds, especially once Sentinels speed up the pace like this.
There's not a lot of knowledge. Maybe you heard a little bit given where Ye was.
Yeah, I like Ye's angle here too.
My concern is that if he gets crunched, and there's a good chance he gets crunched, that's a gun upgraded.
And Supa just left the angle in A lobby too, so now he's really just the only guy here. Got a bit of a high-low to play with.
Bro, it's like the Void is calling him.
Here we go.
Gets his 2, traded, but damage dealt.
Not enough damage, I don't think.
Oh, yeah, I think if you're A here, you did everything they could have asked you for. I mean, you're in a what, a 1v3, you're 100%. Able to get 2. That's perfect right out of Ye.
And they went for the right buy too, Evil Geniuses. They should be forcing up the next round, trying to keep this momentum going for the team.
Are we in for one of those silly games where we like 10-2, 10-2, and then...
We could be. Next round is one that determines it for me.
Yeah.
If EG can win next round, it's not so fake.
That might just be the kind of day we're in for. As EG gets a 4, and you know, that's a round they're supposed to win, but I think you're right. Now is when the game really begins.
Exactly, and in terms of EG's econ, that was perfect, right? They came in with 4 guns, they go out with 4 guns, and they should be able to force up by a rifle for Ye, because Nature went for the save.
Neon still just seems really strong sometimes.
Put Neon in the slow-mo, still moving at a normal speed for anyone else. Now, one of the things EG love to do on attack, they'll open up strong, usually into A or C space, and then they'll put a freeze on in the mid-rounds. I want to see how Sentinels approach that. Right now, just holding on to a ton of A lobby space, forcing EG to walk in, deal with these Cypher trips outside of C.
One was cleared, the one back C, but there's still one up in garage.
Ooh, we didn't teleport out. Icy is in there. Oh. How good is this guy?
He's insane. He's had a ridiculous map.
And it's been a little hot and cold from Narrate since joining Sentinels, but this is on fire.
Celsius is in a really good spot, swinging off of the cam. You know, it happens to everyone.
Sentinels got a couple of big flanks going too. Narrate, can't take your eyes off of him.
No,
but really, you can't keep your eyes on him either, because John's gonna come in and clean up the rest of your team.
And then if it wasn't John, Zekin was all the way up C long. They're playing the map in a very aggro pace on both sides, right? You think about their attack half and how they wanted to disrupt the retake. They were scaling into spawn on C a lot. Even on the defensive side, think about the pressure they've been able to apply in the re-reps garage, the re-reps down C long too.
Yeah, it basically as soon as Narrate has those 2 kills front B, and they also hear the waylay going up into garage, it's like, oh, we have the push through.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you just box Evil Geniuses. There's no real way out.
Box them like a fish?
Yeah.
Very well handled there. 11-4 for Sentinels. Ults really, I mean, you've got Narrate who's close to his, 19 and 8 performance out of him. Meanwhile, EG with not a ton to speak of.
Uh-oh, this fight on short. No! They've seen this play before, by the way. EG ran this same play versus 100 Thieves, and Cryo killed Supa in that same spot last week.
There's little things not going EG's way, the big things not going EG's way either. Numbers advantage here for the defense. And if what we saw in the previous round is any indication, you're already seeing Celsius get active down C long. Once they have a little advantage, they start to take everything else in the map away.
They know exactly how much space they can acquire. Ye's still forced off of trips in garage while the team is pushed away from the A site too. They're going to want to move back into him, but now he's given up his position by breaking it.
And that's such a dangerous call because yes, you've got Ye who's late lurking and trying to insert, but that makes the A hit so much weaker because you've already lost a member in Superman.
No smokes either, so you really are banking on either over-rotates from Sentinels or Ye finding something here. Although, I mean, to be fair, getting 2 trips on your own, not bad in terms of creating gaps. And you can see Bang backside B is switching his positioning. Is someone coming garage? Is it going to be B? Well,
Really
he
nice.
deals with that.
Yeah, rotating around, very nicely done. Ye's dead, Celsius is on the prowl, but he might be a little too late. They've got a lot of space on the site. Sentinels choosing not to push the pace, choosing to take a step back and wait.
Eyes on Celsius.
For reinforcements to arrive, and they could not be a moment too soon. Nature now dealt with Icy and Derek left alone in 2v3, and it just went from hard to harder.
Man, that post play just looks too easy for Sentinels. EG kind of all off on doing their own thing. And then you even have like Bang clearing. They're so calm with it, right? Sees the shoulder. Oh, quick little step to the left. Instant kills for him.
Beautifully done.
One enemy remaining.
That kind of felt like the last chance for Evil Geniuses here.
Yeah, I agree. I was actually about to ask you, I mean, do you just full send here on a site? The 1-4 hasn't been very successful, but I mean, you got to try something, I guess.
Potentially. It might be Sentinels that are going to be trying something, going down C long.
Got a stun set up and then a full dash down. Does Zekin have ult? No. But it is still Zekin. A deep smoke, the stuns, the fault line out. It's a full crunch C. No one's home.
This puts so much pressure on EG. They need to take some space into mid, see if they can exploit this gap for the time being. But already there's some repositions coming in. Sentinels trying to react to this hit.
John just repositioned, doesn't have a stun up yet. Won't for about 10 more seconds. Hunter's Fury now invested. They've gotten a lot of space on the site, but they haven't been able to get the spike down yet. Nicey's now dead. It's been labored, it's been cumbersome.
And all the while, Sentinels have now crept down into A lobby. Celsius with a chance to flank after breaking the trip. A fight forward into Link too.
Rolling Thunder out, John just got his stun back up. Derek tries to scale up in seconds there to greet him. With welcome arms, a second fight going through, going the way of EG. Superman on top, the Paranoia and out on site, but keep a close eye on Zekin. He's all the way backside. You still got Celsius who's back window. Superman left in a 1v3. He's able to get a couple, but once again, it's Narrate who saves the day. Bookended.
What a map from this guy. It's a 13-4 for Sentinels, but that is just a masterclass performance on Sova out of Narrate. You couldn't ask for anything more.
No, I mean, I lost count of how many kills he had. We'll check here. 21-9.
Yeah. Bang 2 had an absolute burner, 17-7. It was all those post plants, really with Sentinels on the attacking side.
Yeah.
Had an answer to every single idea EG was trying. And they were shooting on top of that too.
Concerning too, that was EG's map pick. Now they're going over to Pearl, and it is interesting to think about. We haven't seen the EG comp since they were running the funny Phoenix Jet stuff on Pearl from like way back in week 1, so who knows what they have in store.
Yeah, that was their opening match versus Loud, I think it was. They've got to bring in some new ideas because, yeah, if Sentinels prep has anything to show, you're not going to be challenging on maps where Sentinels have done the homework. Maybe Pearl will leave some better opportunities for EG.
Evil Geniuses is yet to take a map off of an American team this year. The success that they haven't found has been against the Brazilians, and unfortunately, too, gotta mention that the streak of Potter getting the best of Kaplan is gone. It's dead. Pearl on the other side of this break. Stay tuned.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ye's gonna get challenged in hell, and that's home ground for him. Connects onto both. 3 for Ye.
Second picks up the Here they come here with the paranoia. It's devastating. And Bang is ready for Melza to take that high ground.
Here with the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan, a dominant stolen map pick on behalf of Sentinels. Talk to me about this indecisiveness that you talked about last week in a post-match interview. How is that indecisiveness looking today? Are we looking decisive?
Yeah, the indecisiveness is non-existent. We're looking very decisive. I think confidence is a really big part of this game. It's definitely our biggest issue as a team. Sometimes we just get a little excited. We get a little ahead of ourselves. Hey, let's work on some other things. You know, today was a reminder. That's really all that matters. Let's just hone in on that, and everything else will fall into place.
Well, best luck in your map pick. Pearl.
Thank you.
Welcome back, folks. On the other side of that first map of the series, an utter drubbing, a shellacking on the map of Haven there. Sentinels looking very, very good. I think our first protocol has to be to give the boys flowers. Narrate, standout performance. I mean, averaging 2 kills a round for almost all of that first half, guys. Popped off.
Yeah, cleaning up. He looks way more confident, even with his utility. I know you were talking about the util specifically, but I mean, his aim is on point right now. He could do no wrong.
Nair was telling his own story, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
He had all the reads, you know? Hold on, let me check notes. For real, for real.
He was the narrator.
It's my life, bro. I went from narrate to eulogize. So you've got to get on my level, bro, or don't bother with that stuff,
but all joking aside,
Yeah.
yes, he didn't have to, like, be in positions, though, that he had to, like, pull out owl drone or recon off the fly. It looked on the side of EG that they weren't really testing Sentinels at that point. So when Sentinels are just kind of feeling the groove, it was just autopilot for everybody. And when Narrate just keeps his gun out, well, you see what happens. He's just popping off.
I think the most impressive thing that I saw from this Sentinels attacking side was the disruption of EG's retakes. I mean, that was where he found a lot of that success like you were talking about, because it didn't have to be his utility. It was the breach fault lines. It was the breach ultimates in their spawn and him just cleaning up house. It was really beautiful to watch from Sen.
To be fair, like you talk about, like some of that stuff coming in from EG, it's clear there was like a bit of a plan with the retakes, right? There's a round from EG where they have like, I think like 4 pistols, they have a rifle, but they have Rolling Thunder and they have that Hunter's Fury. They're trying to disrupt the plant. This is like pre-plant. This is how it plays out here. And look, spoilers, it doesn't go great.
And that's the unfortunate thing, because we were just talking about it before this game. I mean, yes, the retakes were abysmal going into this one.
2 for 12.
But at the desk, we mentioned usually what happens here for Potter in these timeouts when they have ults to work with. And in the past, with different rosters, we know there's trap plays. We know they're going to be good to like flood behind utility. But then it comes around the fundamentals. You have a Hunter's Fury that's being thrown by itself. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit enough people, and then you're not pincering back into that seaside control, and everybody's just unfortunately falling like flies.
It's such a gamba, and also like you don't even have you don't have the weaponry behind it either. So it's like, I get it. You're trying to stop the bleeding. You're trying to get some momentum back into your favor, but sometimes it's just too hard. Even if you land the ults, which they didn't even land.
They're definitely bleeding blue.
It's Vans, brother, bro, you're killing us out here. Does anybody else agree with this?
Somebody's got to resuscitate them.
Just give me a drum set, bro.
we need to hire someone to get out of the back and do it for us. Let's hear what Coach Potter has to say and what's bubbling in there. Just throw it to the
Here with the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter, you kidnapped Cuber, but it was not enough to win your map pick of Haven. Going on to their map pick of Pearl, what adjustments are you making as a team to bring it to a map 3?
Maybe some comp changes. We've been having a lot of fun with Pearl. I know Haven was not, we didn't have the start that we wanted, but Pearl has been fun. Expect to see some double duelists and expect us to be more active in map 2. We've got to get more active.
All right, let's get out ahead of map 2.
So you know Potter also moonlights as broadcast talent when she drops that kind of stuff. She knows exactly what we want to hear.
Low-hanging fruit, let's grab it, let's talk about it.
I mean, we'll get to that, but like we're wondering like, what is she cooking? What is the Potter magic supposed to look like this year? And you were like, bro, the fundamentals aren't there.
Yes.
It feels like we got another map where that's the same issue. Like there's no chance to delve into that deep strategy playbook that Potter may or may not have when we can't pull off the basics.
Yeah, it's tough. Like I said in the pre-show, it's so hard to be able to catch people off guard, do these aggressive set plays when you can't even win. I don't know, not even 30% of your retakes. I mean, 2 and 12 is just so rough, and it just goes to show. Oh, 2 and 17?
That's 17%.
Oh, 17%.
No, 17
there
retakes.
There are 12 but here's the thing is that
you believe anything I tell you, bro.
I wouldn't be surprised though from what I'm seeing in the server like week to week. It's just frustrating because they're playing, especially on Haven, a style where it's meant for the retake.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking forward to is what she just said. We're gonna get more active. So I'm starting to think, okay, maybe we're done with playing as much retake style and more disruption. Let's not let Sentinels get the spike planted and be able to set up in a post plant. Let's disrupt it. Let's do something about it.
A retake-centric map at times, right? Yeah. Especially sometimes you're forced into it by enemy util van.
Especially when you get into these moments where you're flood taking the B side on the attack, you're flood taking A side, you're forced to play, retakes with especially a Tejo that can be used on the side of Sentinels. So if you're going to use Salvos, Armageddons, you have no choice but to play the retake, and that's been the bane of their existence so far in this kickoff.
But she was talking about some double duelist action, so maybe you're going to see a lot of fights being taken place in A main, maybe down B long. long, maybe even some aggression down middle. So there's a lot of stuff you could do with this double duelist on Pearl specifically. If we see that, I mean, watch her not even pull it out, and she was baiting us. Right? Can you imagine?
Dude, if I think about double duelists, we would have like I see maybe on Jet, but then in the past, I remember we've seen Ye on Phoenix before, and Ye has tried to play, the Phoenix side on attack, where unfortunately for EG side, they weren't farming orbs. They weren't really maximizing the ult capabilities of what Phoenix could do to try to gain that space. Trying to do solo plays as well without support, that's a little bit tough. So if you want to be active, you have to find ways to support. Have that buddy system. The funny is, again, I mean, it continues to repeat week after week here for EG.
All right, well, the stakes are pretty high, as we talked about at the start of the show, and the question lingers, can EG turn things around? Map 2 is coming up after this short break, so don't go too far. More VCT first game of the day coming at you, but after this.
Welcome back. A proper banger for Sentinels as they win 13 to, I forgot, a very small number.
13-4.
Was it 13-4? Thank you.
13-4.
But now we have to turn our attention over to Pearl and Qbert. I didn't know if I should address these Qbert or Ender or what. I've kind of lost the plot on the bit here. I'm not going to lie. I'm sorry.
It's my name.
Are you expecting Qbert a different comp here from Evil Geniuses?
I don't think it matters.
You know what? Honestly, you're probably right. Unfortunately, you're probably right. I do expect a change, though, given that the fact they were running Phoenix previously, and I don't know that Phoenix was ever in the meta to fall out of it, but...
That was a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it feels like an eternity ago, that's for sure.
Yeah, the Phoenix here was in the hands of Ye. It was back in the first week, I think, during kickoff.
What happened to your voice just now? It changed.
Well, no, this is Ender. There was Qbert before. Yeah, we said we didn't want to bias cast, so we had to kick Qbert off, unfortunately. But he's got a lot of other work to do, right? With the social media team and all that stuff.
Very busy Qbert.
New comp.
Okay, so they are going to make some adjustments, still sticking to the double duelist, but going Jet Yoru instead.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of a necessity on this map at this point. Playing the Yoru, obviously, the map is super large, so having the teleport is great. But especially when every comp in the world has Vice in it. Being able to use the clone, to be able to break walls, being able to have the ultimate to fully clear away sites. I think this is a good pivot that I like to see out of EG.
What else do you need to see out of EG here? Given that Haven is kind of in the back of our mind here, what do you need to see differently?
Well, honestly, I just want to see them have a successful defensive half. I think this has been an issue across multiple maps, sub 50% win rate for them on the defensive side. But I do think that will be easier. I think both the Yoru and Jet are great at finding early fights, put an op in the hands of Icy on that Jet is going to be a very good look, no doubt about that. But another thing too is I think those two agents can sort of tag team around the map, fight together. That could be a good look for them.
They are starting off on attack here. So we'll have conversations around what the defense looks like later. But for now, EG on the attack, Jet and Tejo side by side. Spike not even in tow right now.
Yeah, just trying to scout out the situation, see maybe where that Vise is going to end up being. They're taking a bit of their sweet time.
Well, what's the rush?
I mean, I think one of the big things here, different between the Jet versus like the Neon in these double duelist comps, is you have less effective actual side execs. The Neon wall to set up Yoru TPs, the stun, of course, be very good.
And then the dash, the slide, of course.
Exactly, to even catch up with your teammate on the Yoru is pretty effective. These Jet comps usually play a little bit slower. Actually, that looks like Ye's Phoenix just going for a little pop flash fight into streets. Good trade out from Icy.
Delayed as long as possible. Narrate's got really good timing, but Nature's on the turn.
And now this pinch coming into V. Sen try to fight forward in towards long.
John getting the first. Superman on the trade though, still feeling the walls closing in.
Bring around the Rosie.
Pushed around from pillar to post off the flash. The swing is there. Zekin gets another. 2v2 now. Nature's got 12 HP. Still strikes onto the duelist.
This is awkward though. 25 seconds left into the round. That spike still has to be recovered, and Nature is so low.
Zels has a classic no armor.
15 seconds.
Can he hold the line? Celsius in a 1vx
10 seconds
situation.
left.
He might catch a timing here.
planted.
Position now given away. He's gonna have to push the pace on this. He's got Nature close up and stuck! And Celsius delivers for Sen City.
There's just no way. There is no way he's pulling that off. Going for the low HP guy first and still able to best Icy in that second fight. The momentum, it just never fades. Celsius is out of his seat.
Classic. Clean shots out from him, man.
That's tough.
Potter's facial expressions giving away.
Nice! What are we doing? You guys are all 5 of you.
He was
Wow.
saying they're struggling, is what he said. That S at the beginning was struggling. You guys are struggling, all 5 of you.
Dude, you don't gotta run PR for him. Like, he said what he said. It's a massacre.
Listen, it's a family-friendly show, man.
Wow. And the thing is, right, Narrate there, absolutely popping off. This is a guy that feeds so much, not just off his teammates' performances, but also his own performance, right? When he has a bad game, you know it. He rags on himself. But when he has a good game, like he just came off, like he played out of his mind on Haven.
Yeah,
Over 20 kills. Yeah, just unbelievable stuff. So he's riding that wave of emotions coming into the second one.
I mean, think about, as we've watched Narrate develop, right? Even just through this year. They take you all the way back to Kickoff. And that scene, that shot that, you know, was very heavily discussed and shared around everywhere, where Nature was very obviously upset at his performance against Loud, and Kaplan was there to pick him up. From that player who was struggling backstage in tears with his own performance to that has just been a wild difference.
He is feeling himself today. There's no doubt about that. Him and the rest of the team lifting each other up. But now EG, they're going to have a bye, bouncing back here in round 3. See what they're able to do. And really, my question is, how much are they going to play of like the slower style we saw in Pistol, where Ye is still playing kind of like that Phoenix, flashing himself into angles in street, versus running some execs, especially towards the A site. Jack can be pretty effective there, getting past some of this Vise util. But interestingly enough, check out B long. That's a whole lot of people.
Yeah, and also the delayed recall. I think they're so far up, they're going to know what's on the other side of this. How much longer can Suman stay alive?
Oh, that util's nasty.
Yeah, there was no way out of that. He was cooked.
Wait, guys, the spike is still in your spawn. Like, EG can't even accelerate into A. There's already a Yoru teleporting backside. They've got to go back, pick up the spike over there. Now Sentinels are rotating more players in over here. It's a 4v5.
And they still haven't dealt with the Vice util. This is, these are tough scenes. But the one benefit is that EG do have the gun advantage.
Okay,
and that's
Icy.
a kill onto Zekin. Icy starting to come alive a little bit here as Celsius is dancing around. The Flash is trying to stay alive, cannot at the hands of Ye. They're crumbling around him. The gun advantage in full display here.
Making me nervous on the anti-eco, but great fight forward from Icy and Ye. Will still secure the round. Now actually flipping back towards Secret, even using the drone to spot out all these Sen players coming in. Solid post-plant setup from Evil Geniuses here, and he's going to find 3 on the round. Even just getting towards that early dimensional drift is a big, big deal on the Yoru.
He's now 1 pip off of that for the next round. Narrate calling the save, cutting his losses, and living to fight another day.
All right, I may have overreacted, Doug. I'd like to issue a formal apology.
I think your concerns were well placed in that scenario, because you're right. There was still a ton of ice util. The rotations were already coming through. I think if that was equal footing as far as guns go, I don't know that goes the way it did.
I do wonder if Sentinels are going to run more of these like early active looks. Like right there, okay, Soup is in a tough position. He's getting blasted away by the Teho util. But like you can get active into mid, into A main space as well. And if EG keep trying to play these slower rounds, it's going to be hard for them to speed up into the other side because of the Vise util.
Seeing a different look here from Celsius. A lot of the util setup B, pretty standard setup.
Ooh, it looked like Ye for a second was just going to have the shorty and play for the ult, but got a last second buy. Phantom tossed over to him.
Uh-oh. Icy in trouble. Is their help. But they don't pursue. They just get the orb in Zekin's hands. Also one off of his ult.
Very early Tejo drone used into Art. I think because Sentinels showed a few players over into A, we're worried about losing that space because their Vise util is completely over toward the B site. It's not such an easy round for Sen to play now. The main important thing for them is they have control over the A main space. They're allowed to lose Art control as long as they don't allow any pesky lurks coming down Con. And that's going to be John QT's job to lock that down on the Tejo.
And that's exactly where he is. Understanding where the gaps may be. But Zelsis is the one who's feeling a lot of the pressure. Takes a lot of damage too.
Yeah, gotta be a little careful from that position, especially with this 3-2 split coming in from EG now.
Manages to find safe passage though. Take a quick step back, and now all the pressure's on Bank. Trying to dance around his utility, and Zelsis he swings out at just the right time. Spike now on the ground, the decay not connecting. As Zelsis falls. Bang on the swing will meet a similar fate at the hands of Ye. Can the captain for Sentinels bring this one back? Stun in hand. Waiting for the right time. Off of the flash.
Hey, 15 seconds left.
Not committing to it. This is getting messy as Ye gonna have to do it on his own. 10 seconds left now. The ult popped. Committing to the spike because you don't really have a choice otherwise. And so look at how the defense has been split up. They've divided their attention. Ye falls. It's all onto Icy with 29 HP. The spike ticking away. They're starting to flush him out of the corner. They know exactly where he is. Zekin gets 3 as the round goes to defense again.
Good awareness there, popping the dimensional drift. Wrapping around the other side. That clock was getting down so low. And this was a strange one, because first of all, I think Zelsis making the choice to push out of that smoke, even trading 1 for 1 there, is a big deal for Sen.
Oh, it's huge.
There's just less players to guard that spike being planted. Now all of a sudden Ye has to plant the spike. He doesn't want to do that.
Right.
He wants to be fighting.
Right, he had already gotten 3 on the round. He was in a spot where he should have been able to keep going. You're right.
For sure.
I think Zelsis swinging off of that was also, it was Bang's util that allowed that swing to feel a little more safe.
Yeah, you had Narrate's util with the haunt coming in that John spams through a smoke off the ping to get a kill. It's all those little details adding up for Sentinels.
Takes a village. And they look good right now.
Cutting through.
Early drift here to spot out maybe 1-2 players in connector, teleport into Art. So full mid control gathered in terms of info, but it hasn't really forced Sentinels out of the space. Now actually leaning 4 players into A.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, you're picking the wrong site. They do have guns to fight back with, though. This is a lighter eco, 2 stingers, but rifles around it. 4v4 on the site. Ye continues to light up the kill feed.
Ye so low. Any more bullets through this wall would take him down.
What is this flash? What are you doing there? Waiting for Nature to get further up. There's the flash. There's the swing. Nature strikes. Narrate dead. Zelsis and John left in a 2v4.
Zelsis has the ultimate. He's going to look to go. Spike still not planted.
Superman did not get tagged, so he had a chance to fight, but that was the only gun left. Zelsis, again, a 1v2. Falls at the hands of Derek. The second ult popped, and that's a round for EG.
Good little advert there for the EG Classic coming out of Derek. Couple kills there at the end of the round, with both Vises popping the ultis. That was a really nice play. You called it during the round, right? Ye flashing through that little window over by Church. And that fight into backside from Nature, even with just a stinger in hand. It was that active look from EG that caught Sentinels off guard.
EG Classic Masterclass.
And it was actually just an advertisement.
Is this when we say buy the bundle? Is that what we do here?
That's usually what you do.
Wow.
Buy the bundle.
We've done our job.
Least committed pitch ever.
Icy pops the blades, has a shorty to play around. Also, Derek's one off of his ult. I'm surprised they're not trying to play around some of the orbs to get that ult online.
It's a little bit shocking. I'm honestly surprised with how slow EG are playing the rounds. They really think Sentinels are going to run some fight looks against them or
some funny business.
Or lose to boredom. You know, hey,
or that.
EG haven't shown let's do something, but really it's just eating 40 seconds off the clock. Sentinels still have a good space from Zekin over in main.
I mean, they don't, yeah, what do they have? They have Art.
I like Sen's idea of just like giving mid control always and just eating a minute off the clock every time.
Now you imagine they're going to speed up towards A. Bang and John has his ult.
Yeah, big retake ulties.
And they've got to know that this is where the hit's headed. I wonder if he pops it early here.
Narrate's going to need to find something. Good sees to come out from
Sun
him, and now
is
the
there.
ultimate!
Oh my gosh, they're cooked! They have nowhere to go! 3 fall at the hands of John!
Kidding me!
And Zelsis on the crunch, Ye's on the turn. Still a winnable situation for Evil Geniuses, despite all of that. Looked like a Michael Bay film.
1 enemy remaining.
13 seconds left.
And we're killing people through walls!
Out of hands. Derek has to pull off this 1v3 on his own, and time is short. No way to get through that.
Narrate just finessed this team. That was crazy.
And we call it, I mean, we saw it coming. Time was short. We saw he had his ult. As soon as that suck came out, it was cooked.
Can we see it again, please? Here it comes. So early haunt, repositions, and then goes for this jump. Okay, yeah, the C's lands on minimap.
30 seconds left.
But that is crazy. And then he gets spam kill through this wall after that too.
A gorgeous display of utility there. Into the next we go, a light buy for the attacking side. 2 stingers.
It's finally time to fight into this space faster. 10 seconds, and we already have what took us 60 in the last round.
Yeah, but not much more, to be honest.
Yeah, it's because Sentinels are always falling out of this space early.
Yeah.
Sort of inviting EG in and then bundling up backside A, making it a real chore for EG to actually get back in there.
Ult in the hands of Derek. Remember in the previous map, they invested 2 ults in an eco and it went horribly. Do they choose to invest here?
Well, EG can just plant the spike and fall into art control. Because Sentinels don't have anyone really coming in through mid, this makes playing the post plant relatively easy.
Yeah.
I think EG could actually look for some ults if Sentinels waste any more time.
Yeah, I think at this point they have an advantage. It doesn't feel as blase as it did before. Derek with the lighter in hand. Ult now popped. Narrate's gotten it to half. I don't know, he will survive. And they've done a lot of the work here already. It's gotten to half. And now the Cosmic Divide behind it. They can stick this. The only person who's able to get info is Derek. Now Superman getting a little bit closer. Icy now falls. The investment again of the ult just not paying off.
And Super doesn't even get a gun at the end of it too.
The ult from Bang was perfect.
Yeah. Hey, that's really all you can say there. Sentinels countered off, EG trying to play off-site with the tail ult themselves. Yeah, they've got plenty of stall, but I think if EG wanted to play that round, they also needed to throw their Astro Wall into the mix. Or just cut down the sight lines when you've got the stingers, right?
Yeah, or fight in front of the wall. I think the wall, I mean, it had already gotten to half too. They were very well set up. Evil Geniuses back on a gun round.
Evil Geniuses basically always playing this A-art split, scouting it out early on, but they haven't found anything. I think things EG need to actually challenge is they need to deal with this player that's jumps peeking down here. Right now it's Narrate, but previously it's been Zelsis. They need to put more pressure on A to maybe even pull this Tejo over so that they can get some kind of alert going down. Or you can just walk into a site and see if you want to fight.
Brother, there's so much utility on A.
Need that back.
You can barely see it.
That's the thing, though. Because they see Zelsis A, that's actually big news for EG, because Zelsis has been B-site for the last 4 rounds in a row, I think.
And now they're rotating back, but it's not Zelsis who's there. It's Zekin.
No teleport setup for him to dodge away with right now, but as soon as some present goes in, you'd expect him to throw that back.
Yeah, he's got to know that the heat is coming.
There it is.
There's the TP now set up.
We're down to 35 seconds again, Doug. We still have Dimensional Drift to stall. Narrate can throw out the ultimate to stop them from getting onto the site.
They're burning the candle at both ends.
How long are we going to take, EG?
There's the first bit of delay that you were mentioning. The Nightfall now through. Narrate staying alive. They have gotten a lot of control of the site, though. Nature's in a very good spot to play spoiler. Meanwhile, Ye's joining in on the fun. John not able to settle the shot. Sets 3 for the Duelist. And again, better late than never. Just in the nick of time, they managed to get the spike down.
These round wins, though, it's always kind of Ye finding just 3 on the late entry.
Yeah.
And hey, if he can keep finding those, that's going to be great news for EG.
But what happens when he can't?
That is the question.
I mean, he's been very good. He's been the only real thing to speak of for Evil Geniuses. And if he keeps hitting, then sure, he keeps hitting, and they're going to be able to play around it, but that's a large if.
Well, I think the hope now for EG should be, well, maybe they can start cycling their ults together.
Sure.
Get some of these more exec looks working for themselves. This slow play, I mean, if Potter's going to call a timeout, you'd expect them to deal with how Sentinel's been playing so passively in a much different way. But now Ye's got Dimensional Drift, you've got the Astral Wall too, so that can really simplify the rounds and often just turn it into post-plant situations.
Yeah, I can't imagine they make a change here on how they want to approach this, at least on the attacking side.
Spike down B.
That was nice.
Seconds left.
Let's go, boys. One run out of time, baby. You hear how quiet they are right now? You hear how quiet they are? Let's get this shit up.
Oh, yeah, you've poked the bear.
Unleashed the beast. Sentinels are going to fight for mid-space. Look at this. Doubled up in art, doubled up in street. Because it's been so many passive looks now trying to catch EG off guard.
Zekken's ready with a flash, and you've got Narrate who's calling the go.
Yeah, Narrate will see the first player, then you pop the flash, then maybe you double walk out a street too.
Yeah, it's going to be a crunch across the middle of the map. There's going to be a lot here on Nature to hold the flat out from double doors.
Ooh, maybe EG read this though, with the drone in A main spotting nothing.
Or they just take the fight out. I like that. The flash to Salvo's through, kills traded. But Nature somehow, we called him, he's going to have to be the one to deal with a lot of the aggression, and he does.
Sentinels now tripled up in street, A side open, B side open. But EG still have to find their way through this. Supa, the great kill for Evil Geniuses.
Doubled up, tripled up. Brother, what? How does, I mean, he handles that beautifully.
I think even in some losses for EG, Nature's been very calm. Whether it's post-plant situations, when there's a lot of attention being thrown his way on the defensive side. It's usually a guy that can step up more often than not. In a year where EG have been kind of struggling to find that consistent performer.
They may have found it. The two remaining members on the side of Sentinels are they going to make a run at this? I mean, you've got the salvos you have to deal with. I don't really see a way in.
Yeah, Sen's money isn't too hot either.
No.
You're definitely going to want to keep these guns alive. Taking them out of EG's hands not so meaningful when you look at the numbers on the screen. So very good round from EG. They answer, and you think about it, how many times, okay, well, Nature's going to fall down. You think about how many times EG slow played mid and didn't end up finding anything because Sentinels were playing so passively. Finally, they're actually rewarded for that. Maybe see a little bit more of the method to it for EG.
How'd you say it earlier? Losing to boredom?
Yeah.
And just choosing to go?
Yeah, you sort of bore yourself to death.
Yeah.
It's like, let's make a play. Yeah, Cap's like, why did we fight the mid?
Yeah,
they're
we have just
losing
waited?
the clock every round. What are we doing? No, I don't mind the look from Sentinels, right? After so many rounds showing the same thing, mixing it up, especially when it's like on a trap play like that. You're not overplaying your hand. Although, you did notice, right, that drone goes into A main after 40 seconds, and Sentinels do overfight. It no longer was the trap play, and that's where EG's good anti-protocols were put in place. How'd Kubert get from up here to back in the room with Cap?
I was casting with him at the beginning of the map. I don't really know.
Do you think Kubert could be cheating? Because, like, if he's watching from up here, he can see, like, what EG are doing every round. And then he can go back into the back room and give Cap that information? That's got to be a problem, Doug.
I think Kubert's much more concerned with being like a mental health, like a comfort help right now. Kaplan's clutching onto him as dearly as he can.
Yeah, I mean, look, you pet the Kubert, and all of a sudden, a couple of round losses, you feel better if you're the coach. But I feel like you're discounting the brain behind Kubert. He's got a big head.
Oh, okay, well, all right.
That's a compliment. That's a compliment.
Let's not make fun of
To be
Kubert.
clear.
See, now you've upset the crowd.
There's a lot of gray matter in there.
Look at what you've done. All right, what is the adjustment here? Zekken has his ult. Light armor and then a regen armor on Celsius. But they're investing into this.
Supa's not going to play in the corner again, right?
No, surely not, right? Right. Okay.
Well, This forces EG to accelerate into the site because Sentinels have a big point working.
Yay.
Yay?
Narrate. Clotheslines him.
And Ye just didn't have his gun out. The knife was primed. Now Zelsis ratting inside of the smoke, can't get the job done.
Icy there to strike again. It's
oh my God!
What in the world was that?
That's just not okay.
The fact that he didn't leave his seat is more concerning than anything else. I mean, that response was cold.
The first kill is silliness. Here, 2 kills, and then, oh yeah, I see 2 bullets come at me through the smoke.
Bye-bye, bye-bye.
What was he doing with his hand there? One can only wonder.
7 and 5 for him.
Another quick fight.
Yeah, they're going to try to continue to fight for the same main space, and EG have done a... Oh, he's back behind the pillar again.
This time it's only 1 guy running at him.
Surely you don't die the 3rd time here, right?
Might not even come into play. Zekken's playing a little bit more reserved than previous.
Yeah,
interesting.
But if Prius misses that kill, we're going to have a problem.
Can't call him out before it even happens. Give the man a chance.
A lot of A main pressure here from the attack. There's no art lurk or anything like that. They dropped the Cosmic Divide.
Center up in front of the wall, though.
It's just
Hold on.
a couple. John's the first to fall. Bang on the swing, gets his 1, but that's all it's going to be. Left to fight with lighter weaponry, and he cannot convert. Nature gets the spike down.
Superman's so far away from the fight, though. He's all the way back in their spawn.
Yeah. He concerned about a mid lurk, I guess. This fight here is big. Oh, Nature turned at just the wrong time. And all of a sudden, what looked like an impossible way to work back into the site has become a gaping wound.
Pulling them in.
And Sentinels are pressing it. They're making it hurt. Superman is going to arrive over at the site, but it's going to be too little, too late.
Oh, they're all looking the wrong way, though.
He's gotten it to half. Now they know where he is. Position betrayed. Time is short. The defuse comes through. Sentinels get to 7.
Even when the round looks like it might be going EG's way, right? The anchors from Sentinels not finding so many kills. It doesn't matter. All the breaks just went Sen's way, whether it's that fight into Art where guys looking the wrong way, turns away, right when that swing comes in.
Bang getting 1, pushing ahead of the ult.
Man. And just solid in this post plant. Trying to spot out where that Astro is going to be coming in.
It's a second timeout called from Potter again into the last round of the first half.
Really think we need it for 1 round, huh? The money's not good. It's 4 light armors for EG, a couple 3 Bulldog or Guardians actually.
And I think the bigger thing for me is no ults.
No ults.
So it's not like you've got like, okay, we've got a plan. We're gonna chain util, we're gonna chain ults, and we're gonna secure the 5th round and keep it competitive at halftime.
Whereas Sentinels, they've got Steel Garden, they've got a Nightfall, so big, heavy-hitting retake ultimates. Usually what that means when you're attacking is you want to play slower rounds, you want to make it more disruptive. You don't want to go into a 5-on-5 retake, right? You want to try and whittle down the numbers earlier, but the way Sentinels have been playing so many rounds, if you play that style, then you're getting stalled out on your hit by those ultimates because Sentinels just aren't giving any opportunities for EG to have fair early fights.
All right, reminiscent of the Tether ult combo from a couple of rounds ago.
Exactly.
Outside of A, you're absolutely right.
I mean, even in that last round, Narrate hit a Tether that there was 1 more guy on site.
Yeah.
I think everyone in A is dying.
Yeah.
We'll see, because Sentinels might try to show a little bit more presence early on. Got maybe a Prowler working into this A main space, some salvos from John.
All missiles away.
What's the adjustment? Christy, this looks very similar to the other rounds on the other side of this timeout from the attack.
Well, I like that EG are pushing past this util now, but they're doubled up in Art. Oh, this is such a great setup for Sentinels.
High-low.
Beautiful.
Nature left with a brutal headache.
They show the presence in A main to pull EG into their stack in Art. Now they've got a Nightfall still and the numbers.
Trigger discipline. Not pulling it there.
And look at how Sentinels retreat as well, right? They go all the way out here after they showed an A main at the start of the round. Because again, they have the ultimates. So they can give A site. They can allow EG to plant spike. It doesn't actually matter. There's no way EG, outside of some monster performances, can actually survive against these ults.
And the only monster on EG who's been alive in the server's dead.
They've needed Ye to find the openers, but Nature has had some highlight moments as well. He's the one getting active into backside. It's not even Icy. It is Nature going on the hunt with only 28 HP to his name.
Playing in the smoke. There's a Nightfall.
Spike planted.
That's the first one used. They try to spam through it, I guess, maybe connect onto a kill, and that's exactly what happens. Icy falls, 3 left on the side of the attack. Yeah, they've gotten the spike down, but this does not look like it's getting any better for Evil Geniuses, as Sentinels are in full control. Keep a close eye on the minimap, though. Superman's going to be on this very late flank.
But no one's got guns!
And yeah, you're right. He's going to get tagged by the ult. Yes, he gets his kill on the nail raid. What's going on there?
He's waiting for his gun. He's trying to stall as long as possible and have this insanely quick timing. 1 kill is all he can manage, though.
3v3. Spike has been ticking for a little while here. We're getting down to crunch time. Now the Cosmic Divide again. There's not a lot of time on this. They're going to have to fight this. Derek can fight ahead of it. Second's got to stick it all the way! The kills go through. The defuse does not.
Supa will keep EG in it going into the half. Only 2 rounds to separate them.
And we've got to talk about the kill that Nature got, because it was just 1. But imagine, in that moment, you've already cleared all of that space. I mean, they walked through it, and then to have to go, wait a second, there's someone behind us?
Everyone's head just swivel on a dime.
Absolutely. Sorry, swivel on a dime.
Swivel on a dime.
Head on a swivel.
Head on a swivel, swivel on a dime.
Turn on a dime.
Quiet, Doug.
Brother.
We're going to a break.
Oof, I'm glad I'm the play-by-play. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We will be back on the other side of this. 7-5 for Sen City.
I just said that.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's talk about the state of Valorant right now. As we look at Americas and we look at all the maps that have been played, almost every single map and across the board, it all leans pretty heavy attack side. So given utility, given refreshables, given everything that's been part of the conversation, heavy attack side, right? So you expect teams to struggle on defense, but for Evil Geniuses, the woes go beyond that. It's not like they're good in the pack, but their defense still struggles. They're in the lower third on their defensive win rate. They're going to have to find a way to convert here, Christy.
That is certainly the hope for them going into second half. Second halves all year have been a struggle for EG. And now it's just Derek looking towards 5 players. The hope is with a Yor and a Jet, maybe they have more options to find early picks. But even in this pistol, it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake for them.
Yeah, that gravity well kept them grounded for a little while. But not long enough. They've lost the sight. There's going to be a Vice Wall to cover the flank.
Now, Sentinels don't have a ton of util to work with in the post plant. Just a drone from John and that flash on site like mentioned. EG have a lot more to play for.
Boy, they are taking their time. I guess concerned about the aggro post plant like they saw in Haven. John QT swings into his death. Icy's there to greet him with open arms. But again, this fight has been taking for a little while. You imagine it's going to have to happen soon. Hello? And just as the go button's called, Sentinels erupt.
I feel like we just watched a minute and a half of Valorant, but only 2 seconds mattered.
Yep.
And in those 2 seconds, it's Narrate and what, Bang, both finding 2 kills at the same exact time. Yeah, show me how that happened. Because it was even a 5v4.
Yeah, because Icy had gotten that pick early on, yeah.
Brutal. And I was going to say, like, for EG, the way you want to start off a half here, you want to win that pistol round, get an outlaw going. You want an operator in the hands of Icy, round 4 at latest.
Especially when it was a competitive first half, right? Like, it's not like you're praying for a miracle comeback. You're still in the fight, and that pistol does not help. I think we've discussed the EG and their defensive woes a fair amount. I think for Sentinels coming into this series, when they have won series, it's been a grind. Every single series win has gone 3 maps. Right?
Yeah.
They haven't had a clean 2-0. They took care of business the way people would expect them.
Sometimes map 3, like versus 100 Thieves, is taking care of business, but there's always that one map that gets them.
Yeah, and this, you know, for a team that's built to win championships, you expect them to be able to win the series that they should win in pretty decisive fashion. And so far, this looks like a turn of form for them.
It's been solid so far. This round, FPX by, letting the pistols go for a little bit of lurk action before finally finishing into Derek alone on this A site, calling in reinforcements. Yeah, he does have a Marshal.
He's already gotten a kill with it, too. Spike planted, though. Got a lot of A-main presence.
Yeah, EG need at least 2 more kills here to deal real damage heading into the next.
Yeah, John does not have his missiles. Just now coming back up. And that should secure the post plant. I mean, any damage, well, okay. Any damage dealt will hurt. But again, salvo's at the ready. And that should secure things.
Get 1 enemy remaining.
A couple of feel-good kills. Narek gets a little bit closer to his ult. He's now, what, 3 pips off?
I can count. Yep, that's 3, Doug. And they recover the 3 rifles, too. So solid work from Sentinels moving on in here. EG didn't go for any, you know, jet-saving shenanigans or stuff like that, so not going to be able to tap into an op early. That's going to be very good news for Sen. Because when you think about this comp, again, the Jet compared to the Neon, you have less retake tools in terms of like having the Neon stun to zip back onto a site. You're actually a little bit lighter in the util department. So EG want to bank on, you know, allowing Ye and Icy to get walk-ups, take strong fights, get picks early on, and then have advantage numbers going later into the rounds. Are you joking? That wasn't like a wall hack. I drew my haunt moment. He's just killing him through that without knowing.
As one does. He's up really far up too long.
Okay,
Heavy crunch,
Supa.
and, I mean, the spike is still sitting back in Swan, but Derek coming alive. Getting another kill onto Zelsis. What's the play here for Sentinels? They might just be getting picked apart. They didn't find an advantage really anywhere on the map other than the opener onto Ye.
We'll see how they pivot around John. He wants to call this round. He gets out
by the skin of his teeth.
Narrate still got the spike and spawn. By John not seizing the gap into connector, it's now harder to accelerate towards A. And if John makes any noise, EG are going to be able to hone in on his location, no problem.
I mean, you imagine he's close by. You see the pings on the mini-map, just a little behind. This is big for John. He's got to deliver 8 bullets, connects onto the first. Reloads, and beautifully done. Narrate still has to pull a lot off, and he can't.
Okay.
All on to John now. 1v2.
I got the spike.
15 seconds left. No choice but to commit. Beautifully played there by Icy, not giving him the fight early on. Just let him commit to getting the plant down, and then get the easy kill and secure the round.
Yeah, Doug, that was no problem at all.
That was the easy kill, yeah.
I mean, you only need 1 player to stay alive anyways. Why'd you ever ask for any more than that? That kill at the start was kind of funny.
He did not think so.
I think big ups to Supa here, finding not 1 but 2 kills in street.
Yeah.
Right? I think he's been a player that usually more reserved, but when his team is down in numbers, he'll take that active look. He'll take a timing. He'll go for a dry swing. just kind of got his team back in the round there.
Interesting. Missiles early on towards A from the attack to push them off of taking the A main space from the defense.
Yeah, because Sentinels, they want to play for the Yor ultimate here eventually. They've also got the Tejo, so a lot of good tools to play on.
Yeah, he's up real close. Oh, he didn't guess the right side. Couldn't even TP out because he was suppressed. And now they're going to accelerate, popping the ult, the dimensional drift through. And the wall goes up, and unfortunately they're going to have to sit and watch for a little bit.
Is Zekin looking?
See what their duelist can do.
EG in a really tough spot to get this retake working. Icy's got a dash, try and break out of the choke, but there's so much utility being thrown into this angle.
And they're going to play for post. Look at him taking a big step back. Narrate has his ult. John has his ult. Of course, Narrate immediately invests his.
Just to stall out the hit.
And you still have the payload. I mean, you still got so much to play around here.
There's just more?
It's a slaughter. I mean, it's an absolute slaughter. Derek again is left in an unwinnable 1vx.
Sure, it might have cost Sentinels 3 ultimates, but that is just picture perfect.
Yeah.
I love that. Just using the ultimates with only Zekin on site. And even Zekin has the teleport to jump back into long. So even in the event that, you know, he's not killing every single person, like that would have been fine. Zekin gets nothing there, it's no problem because still just the amount of time bought by those 2 ultimates, still having 4 players down long, at that point, Supa's smokes are gone. It just wouldn't have even mattered. The plan was too good.
Missiles from the defense. They're not really taking a main, they're just spotting it.
Well, look at their guns, Doug. How are they gonna...
This isn't the first round they do that, though.
Yeah.
2 rounds ago, it was the same approach. They missile at the beginning, but then they slowly try to take a main, and sometimes they don't.
It's like this little feint of pressure into falling back and seeing if that might waste a little bit more of Sentinel's time. Maybe then they can punish on the off angles, Sheriff and Icy's hand. Because that's really all EG are doing right now. They're doubled up in street, playing the off angle on A with, you know, Derek sort of baiting out Icy in the corner. Maybe that's good for a kill, maybe 2. But not if Sentinels group together and do another solid hit.
Avoiding that damage, but staying inserted.
Yeah, John has missiles coming up in 3 seconds, so I think he's going to try and use those to sell a fake before his team ends up committing into B. Maybe he doesn't even need to. Heard some footsteps in Art. The rest of the team scaled into B, so they can get the spike down, and then he's got the missiles as an extra layer of stall in the post.
Flash is out, Thorn's out, Stars down. The site is theirs.
It's going to be the same post plant, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Playing a little bit closer to play off of Zekin because they don't have the ultimates, but still options to fall into long, depending on how long EG take here.
If you're Evil Geniuses and you do decide to go for this, I mean, you kind of want to play around chaos. You want to try to inject a little mess into the situation, but I don't think they have the tools to do that.
I think they should try injecting hope before they work on the chaos part.
Well, hope came at the hands of Ye, at least for a little bit. There's no way out. They're just playing for exits.
Yeah, and even then, it's not going to make much of a dent in Sen Zcon.
No. There's still a little room for them to play out around as well. I mean, you're trying to get any advantage you can, but even those seem hard to come by.
All right, Doug.
Yeah.
I'm going to work on the hope here. I'm going to work on the hope for EG. Yeah, they're down 5. Yeah, Sentinels only need to win 2 rounds.
Right.
That's what I've got. No, I'm kidding. EG have a few ultimates to play with here, and Icy finally got the operator. Genuinely, we're finally going to see a look where EG can play around, you know, these contact agents, right? The Jet in the chamber, or the Jet in the Yoru, rather.
I wanted
maybe find an opener.
Yeah, maybe.
Doesn't feel like you really believe, Doug.
You know, it's really not on me to believe or not, to be honest with you.
It's true. It's on Potter to believe. Coming in here, it's the last time out she's got. And again, EG have beautiful retake ultimates. So this round for them, it's all about putting Icy in a position where he can take that operator fight. Maybe they fight a little bit more aggressively for space on some side of that, but genuinely, they could also just play more relaxed, kind of like how Sentinels were on their defensive side. Remember, Sen were just using their ultimates to stall out and go for these delayed retakes.
Right.
EG can try very similar things, at least on this round, with the Yoru and the Astra available.
On the other side of the timeout, we'll see what the adjustments are. You mentioned it, an op online. We'll see where they choose to post up. We talked a little bit about how EG have been approaching the A main fight. Seems like that's where Icy will be.
Yeah, he's going to take the same angle as last round, but he can't really step into the space because John's been consistently using the drone to clear this one out. And that's a little harder because the invisibility to, you know, break for your teammate. So Icy's really got to be careful on this line.
Do you take this TP if you're Zekin?
With the Haunt and maybe a flash combo.
Or you fake it.
You fake it with that same combo, yeah.
Okay, so now there's a lot of a threat. There's a lot of fake pressure in A main right now from the attack.
The thing is, EG now used that drone and it's not really going to see anything. So great call from EG to spot that one out.
But at what cost? Now you don't have the drone for a retake if you lose the side or, you know, things like that.
But with drone not seeing the operator here, that is a big win for Evil Geniuses. Now, the loss for EG is that we're not actually going into Art from Sentinels. They're taking into Con through Street. And so much pressure now goes onto the sole anchor of this Vice, Nature, in what's about to become a 1v5.
8 and 14, all eyes on him. Has to deliver. It's going to have a little bit of util for the delay, and that's going to hurt. The Cosmic Divide not out. Again, he is on an island. They're going to have to push ahead of this. Rotations have come through, but there's really only one on the other side of the wall.
Send him some help!
Nicely done by Zek, and he was left on an island. Second Cosmic Divide now invested, quartering the map. Once the call for the flood, the flash comes through. Narrate and Zekin holding the line. There's no way through. I mean, if you're Icy, maybe you try to save the op? I mean, what else? Oh.
That's the only shot he took this round. EG call a timeout. They bank everything on the op and playing the ults for retake. And yet the op doesn't find a kill because Sentinels call around that operator perfectly, right? They see the money. You know that that is going to be picked up from the other side. So they bait out the Art attention, then pivot back into B. Somehow, Nature is stuck on back site.
This guy says hurt and he goes forward.
Right. Into the next we go. Ult popped immediately from Zekin. So he's going to get a lot of info on the presence here. Pops a flash.
That's 3 players.
Spotted, you're absolutely right.
Oh, man.
And he gets 2? They're fully sending this! I thought they'd back out, but Zekin with 3 kills, and now they can push the pedal to the metal. Now they can dig their heels in. And just like that, we talked about it. We wanted it to be clean from Sentinels, and that's exactly what it was. A 2-0 win over Evil Geniuses.
Kaplan, John, Zelsis, they all get their revenge. Look, Potter's not going to be taking care of them in VCT every single time anymore. Sentinels put themselves on the board, finally get that first win, and do it in a blistering fashion.
I know it's early. We talked about stakes at the beginning of this series and kind of what the strength of schedule was for the rest of this stage for both of these teams. I think if you're Sentinels, you've set yourself up really well here with this win.
Exactly, right? Now taking down EG. They already played probably the toughest team in the group in Crew.
Yeah.
Beat 100 Thieves, their other good competition. So you've got 2G, you've got Loud coming up. Whereas EG still have to face against Crew next week. That's extremely difficult. Then you're looking at a situation where you probably have to beat Loud to have a chance to stay alive here in stage 1.
The picture gets clearer for one of these two teams, the Sentinels, and for Evil Geniuses, it gets notably more muddy. We talked about him a lot in the series, but I want to touch on him again. The performance that Narrate put up across both maps is insane. And it wasn't even always in the kills.
100%.
I mean, he was nuts.
Like, we'll see it eventually in this, but his fade utility was glorious on the second half. Yeah, he's trying out his mind, but here, the triple C's into a tail ult as the players are coming out. And this is even discounting the numerous rounds where he was hitting multiplayer seizes and Sentinels just weren't able to play off of it. That happened a couple of times. Like, he was consistently snatching players away and then doing stuff like that.
Yeah, that 4K with the spam into the smoke. I think Narrate was incredible. And
MVP performance today.
I absolutely agree with you, and it really feels like this Sentinels team, again, is starting to come together and come to form at the very right time. And so, with that in mind, I think if you've got Narrate who's performing the way that he is, it feels like vibes are great across the board. There was a little bit of a hangover, maybe a letdown given their performance at Bangkok, but they might be back.
Hey, Doug, if you look at the quality of that DAP up, like, Sentinels are back, baby.
Yeah, and that's honestly the best indicator of a team's success, whether or not the DAP up is good. We're going to throw it down to Elizabeth at the desk
dap me up.
for the Verizon post-match interview. You messed up the sponsor segment. Throw it. Go.
Don't worry, I got you, Doug. We're here for the Verizon post-match interview, and it's with none other than the IGL of the hour. You know him. You love him. It's John Cutie, everyone. Is that your IGL? Is that your IGL, everyone?
Thank you.
Thank you, he says. Thank you. Now, John, the first thing I want to ask you is, I talked to you earlier today about the decisiveness that Kaplan said was an issue. After the first map, he said, absolutely not an issue anymore. Talk to me about that. Is that from you? Is that from the team? Where's that decisiveness coming from?
I feel like we just came with a different mentality this game. We knew we had the issue going on, and we just fully focused on it this week of practice, and just made sure no matter what, if things going our way or they're not, we just need to stay focused. Make sure we're not indecisive because we're down 0-4 or 0-5. So it was just a lot of work and pre-game talk that got us going this game.
What was that pre-game talk? Talk to me. I'm one of you. Like I'm Zekin. What are you saying to me?
A second? Yeah. I mean, it's like a whole team thing, not really individual. Everyone is kind of suffering from it. So it was just boys, we're better. Let's be hungry and just win the game.
Is that confidence? Is that ambition? What is that specifically that you were missing from last week?
I feel like we're just we have a lack of consistency, and sometimes we look like the best team in the world, sometimes we look like a very bad team, and I feel like we just had to work on that and just full confidence no matter what. Yeah.
What's your read on today? How did you guys think you performed today?
I mean, I think we performed pretty well. I think it's our first 2-0 this year, so I think we have some good momentum to carry for our next games. Yeah.
Well, talking about the games today, you changed your Haven comp a little bit. We saw, the Zach Neon, etc. What was that decision making like? Why did you change it? We saw the struggles on Haven before. Was that the reason why, or was it just kind of we see this comp work, we'll go for it?
Yeah, we definitely had some struggles on Haven. I think we played 4 comps, and we just went back to the all reliable, our champs comp. I think we have the best Neon in the league in Zekin, and we kind of shuffled the roles with me and Marshall, Narrate. And so everyone is just in their comfortable roles, everyone knows their job, and it just looked good.
When you say best Neon in the league, do you mean Americas or the world?
Oh, the world, obviously.
Just to be clear, we always got to make sure. We got to make sure.
Sure.
Now, Senbites, your short social media, uploaded something an hour ago where you were talking to your team after your crew loss, and you said you were not a Toronto team yet. Hopefully we'll get there, but right now we are not a Toronto team. After today, where are we in making that Toronto team kind of jog, if you will? Are you a Toronto team yet?
I mean, I feel like if we show up like we did today, I feel like we should be fine. We're definitely qualifying. But yeah, that's our problem. We are our own worst enemy. Some days we're just not in the server at all, and some days we are, and we just need to keep the consistency, and I think we'll be in a good spot to make it. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Sean QD. Everyone give it up for your favorite IGL. One more time. We're going to head to a break, but stay right there because it is 100 Thieves versus Loud.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Thieves é time muito bom. Eu me inspiro muito no estilo de jogo dele.
For two. Sees the weak position, lined up actually, lined up entirely, but it is that crossfire, no way! EU brings it to the 1v1. It will be a monstrous clutch, and indeed it is! Disgusting work by EU.
Tem que dar foco especial pro EU, que eu acho que ele é dos melhores iniciadores até agora.
We're definitely on the right track. We're definitely following the process and trusting it, and we're definitely on an upward trajectory. I think going into the Loud matchup, we're gonna have to focus a lot on our team play, more than normal, just because of how the team plays and how individually talented they are. I think DG Zen is insane. He's very calm, composed, and confident in the way that he plays.
This is just hell for Crew. If they can stave this off, the entry could be very good for them. They're taking headshots through the wall, taking more shots from DG, and it's just making it impossible.
A gente tá vindo de 0-2 agora, então se a gente ganhar essa partida contra o Thieves, que é dos melhores times do campeonato, com certeza vai dar step up na nossa confiança.
The path that we're currently on is the right path, so winning our Week 3 game would give us the confidence we need to continue moving forward.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our second match on this Friday is 100 Thieves taking on Loud. I'm back here at the desk of Baby and Vansili. I mean, pretty clear to see that these two teams share a lot of respect for each other. Digizine's looking dangerous, but they really are focused on EU.
Yeah, especially when you look at 100 Thieves that are in this upward trajectory, but Loud is down. There's still so much respect given to them because they know, like, night and day, Loud could turn up. You have these moments where you don't put Loud into account. When we look at those rankings, Loud was like on the outside of the 10th or something like that, and then boom, they come in with upset wins. So it is definitely doable, so you have to respect it.
I love the respect, like the Loud players are talking about, like 100 Thieves as a whole, like how like we love the way that they play the game. It's that aggressive play style that we like to see.
Might suit into them.
Yeah, right. That's what we like to see DG do. So it's gonna be like just head to head in this series. Like who's gonna ram each other harder? You know?
Don't punch yourself too hard, man. You're gonna hurt your hands.
So following like a very promising kickoff, right? We like what we saw from Loud there. They stumbled really hard in stage 1, and our friends actually on the Brazilian broadcast asked Loud former coach Frod for his take on the source of their troubles.
Ooh.
Mas você acha que hoje a Loud precisa de decisões duras? Alguém tomando alguma decisão dura, difícil, para fazer o time mudar?
Eu acho que sim, mas não dá. Não é que não quero falar, é que eu gosto dos meninos muito. Eu acho que os caras realmente estão forçando muito, mas eu acredito que é muito mais problema estrutural. E isso não está dentro do jogo. É tipo o pensamento do org, coisas assim que precisam trocar essas coisas, não sei. Mas falando na moral, os caras me tiraram no lixo e eu não vou dar ajuda para os caras, sabe?
No free coaching. Frod knows exactly how to play his game. But this is the same team, by the way, that had Sadhak move into some ridiculous roles as well, right?
Yeah,
and he said on interview, I'm just doing kind of what I'm told. I'm stepping back and allowing myself to be molded. That went bloody brilliant, didn't it? Loud decided to make another change, of course, but they brought in Luke Show, who will be subbing in today for, wait for it, 2 years. He's coming for 2 years in this roster.
Yeah, so this is going to be a tough one for sure because Dewey's, I feel, is put in this position as a Sentinel where, you know, he had no choice. He played a duelist role going into like the tier 2, then went into play the controller until Pancata comes in. So what's left? He has to play Sentinel. But Luke Shaw, I mean, you can't put him aside. This guy's been killing it in the Brazilian scene in tier 2. He played amazing during Ascension, a great anchor player, and I mean, even Sean Garrison, his watch player, is like, you got to look out for this guy. He's the future here of the Brazilian scene.
Yeah, like off-controller player he was on Glories. That team obviously starts on Rango, Rude, like amazing team. They were expected to be like a real front runner at that Ascension. It's nice to see Luke Shaw still get his chance, but maybe they just want to go for a 1-for-1 and plug him into a spot and maybe not force him to adopt a different role because it's hard for us to imagine that 2 years was the problem. But we got to hear at least from Luke Shaw about what we should expect from him ahead of his America's debut.
And Luke Show, you're joining Loud for the first time on stage today. Super exciting. What can we expect from you with the team today? What agents can we see you on? Will there be any more role changes?
Tô bem animado. Eu acho que o time vai entrar mais animado agora, talvez com mais mira. Pode esperar isso da gente. E eu vou entrar na função de sentinela. E foi a única mudança que teve foi essa mesmo, eu entrando na função de sentinela.
I'm very excited. I think the whole team is very excited with this change. I'm gonna play as a Sentinel today, and this is probably like the only change we have for the team.
Best of luck. Obrigado.
Now, we can see why Loud are probably pretty desperate for a bit of a mix-up here, right? They lost to the Ascension team, not named G2. You can figure that out. 0-2. And missing playoffs is a real possibility. Do you know what I mean? Like this is a team obviously that always has like sky-high expectations on them. They maintain the core that worked for them last time around, but this 2G game, like, I mean, I could see it happening. I'm like, they're looking very sussy today. And this is with, by the way, Digizine still playing quite well. Pancata having his moments here. But, I mean, come on, you have served up 2G their first win, a win that no one was really expecting them to get here in stage 1.
I think a lot of this win, like basically just handed to 2G was the fact that I feel like when Vinny starts playing bad individually, it kind of seeps into some of that IGLing, man. And this series was a testament to that. It just seemed like he couldn't get anything going, and the snowball of him performing bad individually bled into the team, which was so crazy because of what you talked about with DG's in, literally dropping like a 30 bomb on the first map with 11 and 2 to first kill first half and just blowing it.
It also stems into a different type of look at Loud when they got into the second map after losing the first map right here against 2G. Yes, maybe you lost here a little bit of IGLing from Vinny and maybe it crushes through, but even if Digizine is owning it so far, what they're not able to convert through in the second map is I feel like all of Loud were trying to do like these individual hero plays. Remember this map on Pearl. Kalenzine's tapping on the spike like 14 million times when there's like 15 seconds left on the clock. Give me a chance here for 2G to come back and flood back when he has no choice but to plant. We're missing a little bit of that communication and that synergy that we know Loud could bring.
I mean, it is still criminal that Digizine gets 16 first kills against 2G, and they still aren't able to convert off this. We kind of hinted that about Sentinels earlier in the show, right? Pretty egregious. If you go up a player from a pick early in the round and you are losing more rounds than you win when you're ahead in a player early, like, what is it that causes this to happen? Because you can't ask so much more from your duelists. Who then are we looking at here saying there's a problem? Is it the calling? Because that's not getting fixed today, in theory. I mean, Luxio's coming in for 2 years, one of the most dependable players of this team.
I was going to say, I think Thieves is just a scapegoat, and I don't like the fact that Loud are hitting the panic button. I do think, though, it is a good opportunity in that little pre-game interview that Liz did, saying, okay, maybe this player can bring a fire to this team. Maybe he can be the difference maker to make sure when they're up in these man advantages that they can actually convert. And, you know, hopefully DGZin's mental is in check because, brother, if I dropped 32 kills in my game and I was doing all this work and we lost like that, bro, I don't know if I can recover.
There has been like some sort of hope if you look back at the start of Vinny when it was IGLing for Loud against Sentinels on Pearl, for example. I thought he actually called some really good attack side here on Pearl. But overall, again, if it's going to fall down, I don't think it's just necessarily on him. They really need to work as a unit. They're going through a lot of roster changes, communication, structural issues maybe that Fraud's mentioning so far. That's a lot of pressure for a brand new IGL rookie coming in to call out for our team. So there's a lot that probably is behind the scenes that we don't know about that adds a lot of pressure to Vinny in the calling.
I mean, you're asking for Digizine to bring the fire again. We know 100 Thieves bring the ice as always. Digizine will have to contend with Cryo today. He dropped 54 last week. That was 7-0. Not just 7 first kills, 7-0 in first kills his week. And there are some maps, of course, like in the rotation where we see Cryo go to a duelist, right? There's some jet maps lurking around there. But in general, right, the chamber play on Fracture, that's a unique part of 100 Thieves. Not many other teams are going for this style. The Sage on Split there as well. This guy's dangerous.
Just complete Thanos in the server. Like, it just wasn't even close. Like, EG had no chance. And I know, like, we just saw EG get smacked up, but no one from Sen was doing what Cryo was doing. It was like a one-man army over here. And I don't know. Seeing this head-to-head of him against DGZine is just going to be so wild to me because, 7-0. We had 16 and some 7 or something from DG.
It was amazing for him.
It's going to be a matchup for the ages, I feel like, especially with the respect.
We're not even talking about the main duelist from this team.
I know.
We went through Cryo.
That's how good.
Asuna for sure. That's the thing. And there's just going to be so much util and teamwork around 100 Thieves that they all have to deal with here for Loud. And that's going to be very difficult coming in for Luxia, right? Just coming into this roster, coming into the Sentinel world. We know that he's good. He's able to anchor around. But it's a big test against a team like 100 Thieves to play against.
2 years, like one of the longest lived players on this roster. Massive shoes to fill. But Cryo and the rest of 100 Thieves increased the tempo versus Evil Geniuses last week and just ran it down. They were busting. You know what I mean? It's like they were busting.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that cue. They were busting.
I mean, this is obviously after a bit of a rough start to the state. They had to play like Sentinels, right? They had a great Haven in that series, but here they looked so much better in this series. Now we know perhaps Evil Geniuses are being, I don't know, hammered by a lot of great teams here, but still they looked so much better, so much more confident as a unit.
Yeah, the aggression was what was shining for 100 Thieves in this series. The set plays on their defensive sides. It wasn't even their attacks that you would think, okay, we're on attack now, we're just going to run it down. No, they were running it down on defense.
Yeah.
Like, EG could not breathe.
And that's something that they also did like during kickoff as well. Just Asuna on the neon. He is going to go right away off the rip. Barriers come up. Let me try to stun around, get some space. And then also on the other side, as Fracture, for example, you have Cryo playing as a chamber. So they're really good at locking things down to make sure that the aggression that comes out from Asuna and the rest of the team gets the best value out of it.
That's the biggest thing, is Asuna just has a gravity towards him. Wherever he's going, he draws so much attention that literal aura. Oh yeah, great. Wait, which one is that?
Let's check that one out.
It's right there. But actual aura from Asuna, and Cryo is enabled because of that. That's the recipe for 100 Thieves success.
And again, we're delving into 100 Thieves. We want to know where their heads are at today, and for more on them, we're going to head back over to Elizabeth. She managed to check in with none other than EU.
Now, you had your first win of Stage 1 last week. What were the key takeaways from that match that you're going to take to this match today?
I think we improve a lot match to match. So our big takeaways from the EG game was that micro fights together for us are really easy and comfortable, and it's something that we can fall back on instead of forcing individuality. So we're going to try to bring that into the Loud game since they're all really talented.
Best of luck today.
Now, we know these guys are kind of cooking, but 100 Thieves, they released some of their comms from the Evil Geniuses match, and take a listen here to what EU sets up and what he has to say. This is kind of wild.
Copy. Opping left side short. Opping left side short. Dash away. Nothing else say. Nothing else say. He left the A line. Waylay left the A line. You guys still want to NC? Walk C though. Walk C though. I'm gonna start walking C. Mid trap. I'm holding for you, Kel. Yeah, I'm fine. You're good.
No. Yeah, they're doing a mid trap.
3B, guys.
3B, 1C, 1A.
I'm facing garage. Can you guys get ready to push ceiling? No. Are they flooding or no? No. Yo, Deathcom people, calm everything. Okay. We're gonna fight spawn with Dan ulti, okay? Yes, I'm gonna ult for you guys. Are they there?
Get ready to vulnerable. Not yet.
Vulnerable ceiling, like into B, Matt, okay?
Do it now.
Do it now.
Yeah, there.
Nice.
Yep. Matt, time.
A upper, guys.
I'm gonna run around for you, Matt.
Yeah. I'm just gonna stay here, hold spawn.
Yeah,
spawn.
Yeah, we're perfect.
Just take blitz.
Yeah. Save C long, guys. He has an op.
Yep, he's saving. Never mind.
Let's go! Good call, Dan.
You guys,
you like a little call in the 35?
Good boys, good. That was actually insane.
What is it you calling to him? He said dead players calm everything. What is he saying?
That's the most important thing in that whole piece is, yeah, EU knew he wanted to set up that Sova ultimate play, but in their communication structure, the players that are dead are the ones that need to step up and actually call when the timing, the timing of it, to when to pounce, right?
Yeah.
And that's what he was calling for in that moment.
What do they see that he doesn't? They're expecting other players?
Yes, so they're on the POV of, assumably Cryo, hearing the footsteps and whatnot, and just jumping the gun for EU to pop that Sova ultimate all the way in the back. But big heads up play from EU to communicate that in the first place and set those whole steps in motion.
Exactly, because it's a 3 versus 5. He's in the window. He hears this information. They know what was happening towards the A side. It's weak towards C. As he calls to pivot around, then you know you're going to play around that undercut here from Cryo, that he's going to throw that debuff. And you need those players that are dead. The timing that you have on Dan to be, or EU, sorry, to be able to pull out the Hunter's Fury, and the other one to combine with that. It came into a double kill instantly off that beam, and then you're able to push as a team right after. I think this is just good comms, but does it mean that it might get too convoluted in terms of the conversation if it gets very hectic against a team like Loud, who also loves to play very aggressive and chaotic?
I mean, it is definitely elaborate, right? But it's kind of crazy that they're able to put such a thing together on a dime. Like, it is thick comms, but they're working out beautifully. Earlier today, actually, just now in EMEA, Loud's former IGL Sadhak of Carmine Corp scored a big win with that team. In the post-match interview, he gave us a bit of a message for his old teammates here in Americas.
Or former team.
My former team. Guys, I love you. Please win a match, please. Win, please. Giving you all my energy for this upcoming match, of course. Fight well, always. And yeah, that's it. Good luck. I love you guys, and please destroy them.
We can carry this energy over to that. I think it's a good omen. It's a good omen. You win today.
Sounds a little bit like his comms when he was on that Loud roster last year. Please, guys, please win. I've got the deadlock and attack side loaded, so we've got to win this game.
I got a Viper Phoenix breach. Let's get it done on a set here. We can do it, please. Let's try something.
I'm on KO. I got a judge. Set me up.
I just love how you have like Fraud, who's like, yeah, I'm not going to coach for you, and also Sadhak, who's like, yeah, please win, but I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Yeah. Starting to hate away from me.
You have to cross the pond for that.
Oh my goodness,
don't touch with the bro.
And he's glowing, you know what I mean? He's looking good. They got a win against MKOI out there as well. Seemed like a pretty straightforward game. Now, even in Loud's losses, we've seen Pancada step up big time in 2025. This is a veteran. This is, a champion, right? He comes into this team that's starting to be filled in with some young players, and he now needs to step up and be the leader.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, he is the veteran on this team, especially for the new player, Luke Show, right? Like, he's going to be somebody that is looking up to him. So I just feel like, also the 1v4 that he got on this map of Pearl, it's just like, how did they throw this one away, even with this being said?
That was the thing. We were talking about the decision, of Loud that was, for me, pretty bad here on Pearl. But it came down to not only one, but I think he had a second 4K going on to that. So he had a lot of multi-kills to try to keep Loud in the game. So yes, when people are questioning if Pancada comes back now into this roster. Can he be good enough? Can he actually step up to the plate like he did before in the previous roster, in previous iterations of Loud? Definitely he has been.
100%. I mean, he's been solid on every team he's been. I almost went kind of crazy there. Me and Pancada go way back. Me and Pancada go way back. I'm passionate. I'm a big Pancada stan.
I'm kind of reeling, though, seeing 2 years get taken out of this team. Let's have a look at our predictions here, of course, as we sort of discuss this one, because for me, never really felt like the issue. Maybe something internal. Maybe they just want to give Luke Show a go, but this is an important game. You have to win this game. Otherwise, you just forget about playoffs. Why are you taking a risk now?
That's what I'm saying. You're taking away 2Es, who knows the game plan, who knows what he has to do as a Sentinel. You're bringing in somebody like Luke Show, who, yes, is also a very good Sentinel player, but you're almost taking away good firepower to bring in a good firepower that doesn't have really the playbook around Renault. We have to know how much practice has been put in. Maybe it's been less than a couple of days. He has to show up here.
And the thing is, though, with this move that Loud just did, I feel like it's a look to what they're going to be doing in the future seasons, right? In the future stages, right? Because if they're subbing in somebody now in the middle of stage 1 when it's elimination on the line, like you said, they're thinking way ahead.
Split 2.
Or at least you would think.
Right, I mean, but then we've got question marks about, like, is the IGL calling, is this enough? You said it's probably not where you would like it to be in general, so that's a big question about us. We're looking at the mid-round stuff here. We're looking to see them bring that aggression and also temper it with some great calling. But now, folks, it's about time to bring out our teams. For 100 Thieves are on the uptrend. That's right, they're still looking at playoffs, and Loud need to salvage their stage. Let's bring them out.
Dude, at this point, as you were mentioning before, guys, this is a please, almost like a Sadak. You have to win Loud at this point. If they lose this match over here, this is an 0-3 going into split 1. And their chances to try to make it into playoffs is even worse because the other teams that are like kind of joining them at the bottom, you have EG, which they have to play in week 5, but you also have 2G that they lost against.
And it's such a rough opening game as well for the rookie. I mean, you're going against a 100 Thieves team who looks so dialed in their last match, full momentum going their way. And when they have confidence, I mean, remember the Shanghai run that this team had, and yeah, you don't have Bang anymore, you have Xander, but still, they're still so solid. And this meta, I feel like they can really take advantage of it.
You can see a little bit of trash talk there, maybe exchange between Vinny and Boostio there in the middle of the stage. Yeah, we're looking at you, Kelvin. Don't worry, camera's on you as usual, mate. No dramas. Yeah, kind of fly. Pretty Zoomer kind of hairstyle. You know
I love it. I love it. I can't pull that off. You guys definitely can't pull that off.
What do you mean?
You don't have enough hair.
That's crazy. I'm tired of getting slammed for my haircut when we should be talking about this banger of a matchup we're about to get, because we're about to see 2 aggressive teams go face to face. And I don't know. I think a lot of this is going to be who can get the ball rolling first.
Dude, actually, you bring up a great point. Aggression for one team of 100 Thieves versus the other. I'm looking down the line of this 100 Thieves roster. EU could definitely play aggressive. Asuna as well. And then you have Cryo. Like, all of these guys are going to be shooter from A to Z, but I don't know if we're going to see the same thing coming out from Loud. They tried it last week when, you know, Kawadzine is pushing through smokes with everybody else, but they weren't getting those perfect trades across the board. So that might be one of those win conditions that 100 Thieves could take advantage of, because they're not going to be as coordinated on Loud's side to push and fight.
Here is our map set now. Haven Icebox actually selected here. That's an interesting one. In theory by Loud, and then split to round out the series. So both these teams actually banned Icebox in their previous war in their first matches of this stage, but it looks like they're both ready to show it.
Yeah, I mean, Loud is prestigious on this Icebox map. I mean, keep in mind, completely different roster.
Yeah, exactly.
but still, but the history that this team has. Yeah, true. But the history that this team has on this map shows why they want to pull it through here.
And the history of that map was when you had this double controller, right? You have this Harbor playing with the Viper. And what have we seen from MIBR? Harbor and Viper. Yep. What have we seen from Crew? Harbor and Viper. Is there some scrims going on right now in that South American region that they could maybe try to overtake against 100 Thieves?
But of course, Haven first, right? We saw ISO Neon from 100 Thieves, right? We talked up Cryo a fair bit now. Of course, that double Neon look. We know DigiZ likes to play some Neon too, so we might see both these teams try and kick up the pace. But in the past, Loud played a really stock, standard composition on Haven, right? They've had the Jet, they've had the Sova, very reasonable looks here. I'm curious to see if there's going to be any variation on that to set Digizine up. But here's your 100 Thieves composition. Yeah, it's Neon ISO for Haven.
Yeah, nothing new there. I mean, like you said, Cryo was just so enabled because of all the attention that Asuna was dragging when he was just going for these set Neon plays. And their defensive aggression, even on Haven, I mean, I gotta recall the back-to-back-to-back down C-long rushes. And look at this right here. DG is on the Neon. He was playing Jet on this map mainly, like we were talking about.
This thing's really info light, right? No scan initiators, so they do have the Teo breach look here, and Digizine is starting to play a little bit more Neon on these maps here, but it's going to be curious to see how they put this very elaborate composition together. That seems backwards, but I'm doing this anyway. I'm going to throw to Brett a sideshow for the cast. It's the big 2025, boys. Take it away.
Yeah, something happened with the timelines, I think, about 5 years back, and somehow we've ended up here, man. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me at all.
Time's a flat circle.
Yeah, or like a rotating circle, or a snake eating itself, or something. It could be anything you want, actually. But for this one, it's 100 Thieves Loud, and it's a matchup that is a must-win for Loud. As the desk has already been mentioning, you know, essentially it's all on the line at this point. Now, it feels early days in Stage 1 to be saying that.
Yeah, you shouldn't be in that kind of spot, should you?
You really shouldn't be, but Loud are sitting at the bottom of the standings, and they need a win, and they need it here and now.
What a catastrophic blow losing to 2G was as well. This is a Brazilian organization, Loud, that used to be untouchable in their region. There was nobody else in Brazil that was even close, but at that point we're talking about completely different roster, a legacy that is, at this point, I mean, especially with 2Es now being shifted out of the lineup, seems further and further away.
Let's see how we're going to get started here. Head-to-head matchup, Neon v Neon, Xander primed, ready. Held with the Paranoia. He's looking for that contact off of Asuna to trigger it, but...
That's a bit of a wild trap play here. So you're expecting Asuna to take contact, then a Paranoia, and then Asuna runs at them, which only really works if it's specifically just the Cypher there. If there's more than one player...
Ooh, this drone gets broken in time there. Boostio, quick reposition. Scuttles his way into the back of the site. He's got Cryo for a bit of backup as well. This is a cautious tale being woven by Loud, but it's them that are opening themselves up.
Take a look at Luxo. Here we go, round one. He's managed to find a really nice timing into B.
In the 4v5, get the plan down as well. Digizine, watchful eye onto a couple of the extremities. He's worried about being backstabbed into the process, but a flash play and forward to try and take these fights together here and now. That is a call being made out by Loud. Throwing the blood out. It's 3 versus 3. Pushing them back and away into the open arms of Luxo, and then we'll see it. A tap. Xander has made his way onto the side here, forcing the issue forwards as well. There's damage done. 4 bullets left. The right clicks. The bullets going wide. And the knives are coming out to play. Kawazine cleaning them all up for the Red Bull clutch.
Oh, it's silly already. It's silly already. What a pistol round from Loud. What a close there from Kawazine as well, including a knife kill.
I mean, mate.
we were talking about some of the problems that we saw from Loud previously, and I felt like Vinny's calling was a bit of an issue for them in the 2G game.
Yeah.
Now, look at this round and how they start off with a little bit of A pressure, then they go towards a C split, and then they call an audible in the mid round to go back over towards B, because that's where Luxo has found some space. If you have players, especially lurking Sentinel players, that can create you opportunities in the mid round, it can really help your IGLing. So a lot of what the desk was talking about was how Luxo coming in, well, maybe that's a bit of an upgrade over 2Es on the Sentinel role, but how is it really going to fix the problems that Loud has had? And there, in just the single round that we've seen, we have actually seen an example of Luxo finding a really intelligent timing and making it easier for Vinny to call.
Yeah, hard agree, because on paper, you know, you might be questioning, well, the calling's a problem. You're going to be making reactive moves. I mean, maybe the roles wouldn't have worked out, but I was under the impression maybe Vinny would be the one to go.
And then, what, 2Es is playing Initiator?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really work in terms of roles, does it?
And then who picks up the IGLing?
Yeah.
But it is interesting to see a very young player joining the league, and a player with a lot of eyes on him as well. A lot of the Brazilian scene looking towards Luxo, expecting big things. He's very talented.
Yeah, gassing him up.
We've seen him play in the off-season events. And now we get to see him here on the VCT stage. And it is a tough spot. I really agree with the desk. It is difficult to just be thrown into Tier 1 here, having basically just turned 18, become eligible to play. And then you have to... Essentially, this is a must-win game. Like, you have to win this one as Loud. Otherwise, your chances of getting through to playoffs are what, maybe like 10, 15%. It's really low.
It's really low. Yeah, I mean, you're looking pretty rough if you are Loud here, but a good opener, winning out this pistol. We're getting this solved as well. Slight audio issue on stage as well, just to keep you all honest. And yeah, we'll be getting into the game as soon as it's ready. And ahead of today's matchup as well, we ended up asking EU for his read on Loud star duelist player, Digizine himself. Check this one out.
I think DGZen has like a good system for the way that he plays. He doesn't like force too many bad engagements. He usually tries to take his fights on his own terms, and he has a really like consistent method as to like how he likes taking his fights. Like usually like front to back. Like you won't see DGZen like dashing into sight and like 360 and clearing every angle or anything trying to entry. He's very like calm, composed, and confident in the way that he plays, and I think that's why he's really good.
We're getting to see Digizine in the Neon versus Neon head-to-head here on Haven. And this is kind of new for him. We are used to seeing him play Jet on this map, pick up a ton of Operator on defense. I've got to imagine he's not going to be open as much once the sides swap.
Yeah, you might throw it in every now and then, I think, just to add a twist to the overall game plan. But you are right in terms of Neon. You want to be active, you want to be moving around. Rifle in hand, mostly.
And if you look at the way that Asuna tends to play it on the defense side, 100 Thieves are the only real, like, solid, decent team on Haven that we've got in Americas playing an ISO composition on Haven. There are other teams that have tried to run it, but haven't found too much success. 100 Thieves have actually found a ton of success running this idea on Haven. But if you watch the way that Asuna's playing it, he's mostly playing to rotate. He's kind of the flexible flood player. It looks like we're about ready to go back in, though.
Yeah,
timer ticking down. And only Asuna on this C side with a stun perhaps to try to stop Loud.
It's going to be met with an absolute wild play. He's just trying to feign like they are doing a hard play, but just the stun itself, not really enough to sell it. Well, Loud are getting the hell out of there.
Yeah,
maybe pushed into the stack.
They're falling for the trap. Now, Kawanzin should be able to read this. There's been no follow-up, no carrying on pushing, no footsteps, and he drones and sees no one. So they've got to realize at this point that was a fake. And again, one of the players on Loud making it easier for Vinny to call.
Asuna's going to overstage just ever so slightly for that information. He's going to get it, pays for it in blood. And my god, you don't have the weapons out for that one. Now, Lucio's not going to give up too much. But of course there, just a ghost handed over to the opposition. And an open sight now for Loud as well.
Yeah, that's pretty fine. We're taking a look at Cryo's ultimate, though. You do not really want to be building that one up. As soon as the ISO starts getting rolling, you heard Baby Bay talk about it. The first team to kind of hit the ground running here is going to have a big advantage because they're momentum-based, they're aggressive, they're fast. And as soon as you start ult cycling, it can be really difficult to play against that kind of style of Valorant.
Yeah.
Doesn't really look like Cryo is going to be able to get too much more than a single ult point for his death.
And they're going to be going down as well. Now, the weapons exchanged hands earlier, so all three of them purchased in. Cryo will look to do some damage.
I mean, if he can get another, this is a huge spot to do so. He went absolutely bonkers in their previous game.
Then he gets removed. He's got the one.
Oh, he nearly got another.
Okay, so bit of damage to the economy.
And also making some good progress towards his ultimate. He's only 2 away.
That's not bad.
Yeah, and he's 2-2. What kind of strategy has Loud got cooked up here, then? This is our first time seeing them run this composition. Expecting them to have some ideas where they run a set strat off the rip. Very empty Garage and B here, bro.
Yeah, it is. I mean, everyone from 100 Thieves is grouped up, looking for a fast play over towards A lobby, and there it is. You see the cage. Send out a bit of suppression, a bit of damage as well. Luke Shaw is barely alive, just scrambling back over towards C now. This is it. All eyes set towards that objective and sight. Loud moving forwards. Util has to be clean, and diligence shown, I think, with their approach into this as well. They're being slowed down to a crawl by 100 Thieves, flooding straight back into the action. They want to try and take the fight straight to them, sliding in through the back as well. Trades are in sight. Loud coming out on top. Themselves access to this site and a plan, an extension now. Earned for out, 4v3 for 100 Thieves to be playing into this retake. It's a tough one.
Pancada, a little bit isolated from the rest of the Loud players in this post plant. And that's going to be the first target that 100 Thieves look for. And Cryo would love to find an isolated 1v1.
I'll just get it. Wow, Vinny with the movement. Tap as well, Bulldog in hand. He's just swiftly dismissing Cryo, and the rest of the piece is going to be falling into the laps of these Loud players. Asuna realizing it. Wait a second. No money, no chance. Got to save the gun. And this is 3 in a row for Loud now, early on. Asuna might not even get to keep that gun as well. He's got to hear this one, surely. Tap of the footsteps. Round to the side. We'll stay alive.
But that's a massive round to get on the board for Loud. They contacted all the way up. This was actually a beautiful bonus round setup. They put down the smokes as if they're just going through C. So they smoke off Garage, which allows them to walk up Garage. Because Boostio's got the cam that spots through from the C site through this Garage connector. But he can't see anything because of the smoke in his way. So a really nice bonus round idea that specifically works off. Again, you can see the same camera being placed here again on the C site. This one just got smoked off completely and allowed the whole of Loud to walk up through Garage. A massive hole in what 100 Thieves were going for there. Luxo is almost playing completely separated to the rest of the team, by the way. In every one of these rounds, he's kind of working the opposite side of the map.
Make sure that he holds on to a bit of map control as well. You can see slow start into the round for Loud. They don't want to run into any sort of these half-life stacks that 100 Thieves might be opting into. They show presence and they're stacking more and more bodies while they're at it. There is danger here. Loud opt to go into it. Util isn't quite clean enough, especially tucked up close to the corner. It's an off angle to be held, but okay, Luke Shaw got it anticipated. The rest of his team flooding straight back in to assist, and the feed filled up entirely. This is Loud in complete control so far in this series. 100 Thieves without any options. Now the next round are going to just be able to get the money together for another buy going for them, but at this point, need to start looking at some changes.
Yeah, what do they go for? When we heard from EU earlier today, he spoke to Elizabeth and he was saying, we feel like our micro-fighting is our real biggest strength. That's what we learned from the game against EG. They haven't honestly had a team fight this entire game, apart from, you could argue, this one, where they have massively inferior weaponry. So I could see 100 Thieves going for something aggressive here and really trying to force the fight before Loud can find the weak side of their defense.
Yeah. Timer paused, one of two options. I'm hoping it's just a tac timeout though, 100 Thieves taking it.
It would be a very early time for a tactical timeout though. It would be very early for that. Loud have got one away from the Breach ultimate here. All right, just a tiny little delay, but who knows what. All right,
good though.
One away from a Breach ultimate. But you're expecting 100 Thieves, or at least I am, to be trying to control the tempo in this round.
And again, heavy push back over towards A lobby.
They're looking for Luxo. They're trying to find him on this classic Cypher default over towards A short.
Close. Boostio was playing this in a prior round as well. That trip's going to be broken. Stunned up close to the corner. Not sure if he's spotted whatsoever. Still, it's a lot of util being used to try and clear him. Out! And there it is. Thorn in the side removed. This site open for the taking once more. And 100 Thieves. Hello, what are they doing? Scattered to the winds on the minimap. They're just saving.
Yeah, I mean, it's round over. If Boostio and Xander both fall like that, the round is chalked. And I think here you're starting to see a little bit, well, first of all of the 100 Thieves players being isolated. Again, EU said, we like doing our micro fights. We don't want to opt into individual kind of duels against a team that's so individually talented. They put that respect on Loud, as you should. But here, Boostio just gets nuked by utility, and Xander's trying to flood in to help him, but they don't control backside. Boostio's in a tucked, aggressive position and not pulling really any attention apart from Kawanzin. So, it's not working here for 100 Thieves.
No, the hunt for the guns begins. Two players grouped up, both of them spotted. We'll see if 100 Thieves can keep their hands tethered and attached to most of it. Bullets through the wall. Only keeping the one.
Look at this though, Boostio's just stuffed in a corner, and Xander, as he comes through, has already lost the whole of backside. I mean, look at this from Xander's PO. Oh, well, he gets flashed as well. But even if he hadn't been flashed, Dijazine is on the angle before Xander is.
Did they contact up C long there?
They contacted up C long, the same as round 3, where they contacted all the way through Garage. So the game plan here for Loud is contact right up to Boostio's Cypher util, and then explode. And I think that this is really abusing the fact that 100 Thieves are running the Neon instead of the Yoru. Because if you run the Yoru ISO composition, then you can have a teleport ready to help Boostio and Xander immediately.
Absolutely.
And if you're doing those kind of fast C hits, you are going to be hitting into 3 players. But Asuna can't possibly go over there in that kind of time.
Yeah.
Loud coming out with a great game plan here to get 5 on the board, and probably 6, because they're on an anti-eco. 100 Thieves need an adjustment. I think now is the right time for this tack timeout. I think Ziggs has got to realize that they're doing this contacty kind of play. They need to be either, Boostio needs to be jump spotting, they need to be trying to take a deep cam down C long maybe, they need to be possibly fighting it with an operator. There are multiple ways to try to counter a team that's playing this contacty against you, but they've got to pull out some kind of adaptation.
All good options. Luxio, now the youngest player in VCT Americas, born March 7, 2007. That'll make most people feel old. Probably not our audience though. But it makes me feel old.
So turned 18 less than a month ago.
Yeah.
And then was kind of swapped from the reserve roster to the active roster very recently, and had a lot of the community wondering, well, what's he going to be doing then? Who's he coming in for? But was just a 1-for-1 swap with 2Es.
A slow start again for Loud. Again, they're up against the weaker weaponry. They don't want to give away anything too easily. No mistakes. Overall game plan, though, I have to say, is astoundingly good considering what I was really expecting from Loud. I think we both agree, Josh, highlighting the calling a bit of an issue for Loud, but they've really dismantled these opening game plans by 100 Thieves. Any ideas that they've had? We know Ziggs likes to call them up. Pistol round ideas, bonus conversion ideas. But it's all been navigated quite nicely.
It almost feels a bit too easy.
Yeah.
For Loud here.
Just a bit of spam into the smoke. They know what's coming. Kills are going to be found. Digizine's going to be hearing it. Cryo jumping around, hopping around. Min-max it, why not? Pancada, you're the last one to get your ult on the team. Go on, have a go.
Spike planted.
Cryo's had this ultimate, by the way, for the last, I don't know, 3 rounds, something like that. Are they going to actually try to send it? This is so tough to get anything done.
Yeah.
You've got 2 sheriffs and a Vandal in a 3v4 retake. They're going
Drop
to try.
down, Boosty, what a shot! Series of them, snapping back their heads, decapitating these players. This is suddenly much more winnable.
Salvos.
And they know the direction it came in. Cryo, good time to let loose with the ult. He's caught it, tail ult, unleashed in time. So fighting needs to be one out, but surely, hold on, time's ticking away, and Xander just about gets onto it.
Yeah, still got a couple of seconds left here, I think, in the tank.
Yeah. What a call to make for 100 Thieves.
I have no idea how Boostio got those 2 kills. I mean, he just jumps out heaven with the ISO wall, and I think he hit a 180 flick on the player in hell.
That's nuts. Absolutely nuts. Let's see how we got into this spot here. There's one. There's the other. Pancada just throwing out some util to try and delay them. Expecting most player to come from the link area.
That's what you need from Boostio.
And that cryo ult that you were saying, well, okay, it's good in that scenario. Checkmate.
It is. 100 Thieves get on the board. Managed to evade the goose egg.
Is that danger too much?
Aggro Cam, really fast play. Completely changing the tempo.
Look, Show so far forward. This guy does not care. Welcome to the big stage. Hunter's Fury, reactionary EU, hold on. 80 damage and a kill already claimed. This one, much more winnable once more for 100 Thieves. They've stemmed the bleeding, but they have to deal with Digizine. Lurking his way, wriggling into the 4 positions, and he's heard all the sound cues. Ready and waiting with a rifle in hand. Asuna going to be dropped. And how do you play this if you're EU and Cryo?
I mean, you just never expect the Neon to be lurking B like that. And now they're worried about this player behind them. How do you focus forwards?
Forwards with the wall. Forced out a Rolling Thunder with the tap, but going to be stunned up, caught in towards the back. Shield won't save you there. Last player, not too sure. Digizine's left guessing as to where EU could be played, but it matters not. 6-1 here for Loud. An abundance of ults they're building up. It's one of the key and core win conditions, I suppose, of their composition as well, once they get that ball rolling.
A great adaptation again, though, from Loud. This was the first round that they'd lost, round 6, and they immediately swap up the tempo. So instead of contacting through, they actually go for a fast play through Garage. They catch Boostio in a position where he's just put the cam down, and then take a bit of a brawl. And Luxio gets 2. Coming back in to ping-pong off his entry player.
Very nice.
They've broken the eco again of 100 Thieves. Barely had guns.
Glide to the side. Digizine, you're alone play in that way. Asana plucks him out of the picture. The money's a little bit all over the place, but a couple more kills like that, you can do some serious work. Boostio even taking liberties. He's made the sound cue.
Not what he was after there.
No.
My eyes are down.
And all walking up towards A-Long. This is loud.
This time, though, 100 Thieves are actually in the right position. This is rare. Normally when 100 Thieves have been doing these contact plays, they've found the weak side of the map. Whereas this time they're contacting into 3 players who are ready to defend. This one should not go quite as well. Worrying spot, actually.
50 seconds left.
They have time to leave if they wanted to.
And honestly, you're seeing so much Uto being used. Okay, they just want to press the advantage. What they think is there. Here and now, still Pancada forced forwards. Lucio again, dominant on his position. He's just trying to take the names and rip them off the board. Still Cryo returns a favor. Stack of these players. And ult on top. Neurotheft is going to be revealing all in just a few shy moments. Vinny's left to be the last one alive. Can't quite dodge the paranoia as well, so quick and easy cleanup there for 100 Thieves.
And this is one of the rounds where it feels like what Vinny was calling against 2G, you know, they didn't really put pressure anywhere else on the map. They went A, lost to Jazine early, and then they just carried on going A.
Yeah.
And 100 Thieves had a 3-player stack there and end up winning on a thrifty round, or at least a half-buy round. Loud have got themselves into a really, really solid position to win this map and take away their opponent's map pick. You can't afford to let the advantage slip at this point. You've got to keep hammering it home.
Right here.
Tripled up now for 100 Thieves. Through mid, anticipating a play from Loud in that direction. Asana is very much alone, spamming away.
I'm out of here.
They're really anticipating this to be a B finish. I mean, 3 players since the beginning of the round, first 20 seconds, all stacked up in a high, low, low.
Not moving away. Asana is, there's danger here. That's why he's looking towards his back, because he's like, well, we have no A-long control. And he's isolated onto the side. It's drone in through mid. Surely reinforcements should be arriving. I mean, Asana's going to need the helps. Here's the drone. Smoke's bloomed, blossomed. Cry's trying to get himself all the way in as a paranoia swoops forwards. And Digizine isolated out into the fight. The dart up above. That was at least a great reveal. And 100 Thieves flooding in. Beautiful work. Looked like they potentially weren't going to be ready in time for it.
They took a long time with that triple stack over towards B, and yet still had players in the right position. I think credit to Asana for that wall that he throws that just cuts up the site, allows the rest of 100 Thieves to flood in behind. Pretty perfect flood wall there that he throws from the Neon. And then Xander's paranoia, I think, sets up Cryo for the first kill.
There's that wall.
And as soon as the wall drops, you can just be on any angle. It's really difficult for Loud. Where do you look? I mean, they could be behind the cover, or they could be out in the open. It's a shooting gallery.
So potentially...
Loud are definitely losing their grip on this game.
Yeah, it's that mid-round, right? Take a bit of space at the beginning, but they don't really know what to do after the fact.
I'd like to see them just go back to what they were doing previously. Do a lot of contacting up over... then again, I mean, if they did go for the contact up towards C this round, you see Boostio and Cryo both holding that.
Trying to set it up in a high-low. Asana again is isolated here. Very much alone. Again, that same wall, using it to try and buy his team a bit of space to get back in through the back of the side. It's Digizine, though. Wins it against his opposition. Xander somehow finding a pick in the midst of all of it. Going into the default setups now to try and push them back and away here. Util going to be used. Aftershock already expended. Cryo holding on. He's got a big ult to use here. Digizine, though, is plucked Boostio out from heaven. And Cryo left alone into the gulag. Slide the jump spots. Kawazine, happy feet. And the rest of his team just cleaning up around him.
This time Loud find the opening. Digizine deciding to contest that, fight through the Neon wall. And a lovely individual play by Kawazine, as you highlighted there towards the end too.
Oh, this is a nice one.
Just when it looked like it might have been starting to slip for Loud. I mean, Digizine is basically sliding right into his face there, isn't he?
You and me.
They're occupying the same place in time. But this was one of those rounds where 100 Thieves are trying to get a bit... They're trying to cheat away from the A site at the start of the rounds. because Loud have not been running those fast A execs. And again, 100 Thieves are really banking on the fact that there's going to be some mid pressure. They're hoping they can catch maybe just Luxo.
Yeah, he was finding those spots. Stray spam, bullets going their way. Big drone in. Loud though, setting their eyes over towards A long once more. The goal was the A split. Before, what worked for them was speeding up the timings in between. And Astana's been dropped anyway. Still, reinforcements are going to be arriving rapidly at that. Xander's already in through the back as a dart to try and help and supplement, but Luke Shaw, there's no denying this guy. This kid steps up onto the big stage and delivers them. Nice concoction out through the back. No Rofeft as well, revealing that last remaining player, Boostio. No hope left. It's going to be needed to be handed and offered up. A couple of mistakes and misplays, I think, from Loud, and they're just not in a mood for it. Especially not Luke Shaw. This kid is showing up big time.
A great round. So much confidence. And he's up there near the top of the scoreboard, 13-7 across 11 rounds. And this play is lovely. He's just running through the opposite side compared to Dejazine. So while Dejazine gets shut down by Xander, Luxo is just in.
Yeah.
Catching them in the side of the head. And if you wanted to take a look at the Neon head-to-head, Asna's got to be hoping it gets better when he gets to the attack side.
That's what we're going to be staring at here for round 12. Weaponry not entirely ideal for 100 Thieves. They've done more with less, though, in the past, still. 8-4 going to be the best that they're hoping for. Quick break at the camp. Luxio's going to be communicating that, I think, to the rest of his team. And this time, Lucio does adjust with the jump spot, so he's getting that information and still trying to play a bit more aggro on top of it. Dodging, juking at least, trying to avoid it. With a flash was the first wave, but he not enough to take care of that stun, and they do clean up. Luxio on the opposite side of the map. 100 Thieves trying to get into position now to do some real damage onto this retake.
4v4 retake for one of the first times, actually, and a Neon battle potential on the flank. Asana's been caught by Dejazine in B before. Dejazine is playing these spots really weirdly.
Game of timing. Game of timing and a crosshair placement, not anticipating it. So, Asana taking him out. Kawazine taking point onto the side. Narrowly sidestepping along most of it, and these kills seem to be flooding in. Pancada still EU. Answered straight back, gliding into your face. And good luck dealing with that. There's no aim labs routine that can help with you. I mean, listen. 4 rounds, 100 Thieves, they will take it at this point.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird one. 100 Thieves have been looking for that, where they hunt down Luxio early on and then play the retake. Vinny died to a shock dart there too. Little bit of chaos, but I think Loud will be very happy with the half overall. An 8-4, where most of it, like the rounds 1 through 5 and then round 7 as well, basically all off a really good game plan.
Yeah.
Call it the game plan, call it the anti, whatever you like, but it got Loud up to some serious success early.
Absolutely, a lot of momentum as well. We'll see if 100 Thieves can answer back on the other side.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
What a difference a week makes for a team like Loud as well. This is a great beginning in a series that is a must-win for them as well, just to set the kind of stage, I suppose, as well. If they ended up losing this overall series, it would be rough for them, to be honest, to make playoffs overall in Stage 1 towards the end of it. For 100 Thieves, though, they're a team that they don't shy away from these opening game plans on the pistol, and I saw a multitude of pings on the minimap as well. They are cooking something up. Might be burnt, we don't know yet.
Well, I think they're going to end up having a fight in mid before they even get to the game plans. Because both teams want to fight over this lane.
And here's a face as well. A Jao with the movement. My God. Asana's trying to get quirky with it still. It's a smoke into the face of the rest of the team. And player advantage situation. It's going.
How'd you get the spike?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Got to cook someone up if you are 100 Thieves. Here it is, round to the side as well. Cryo could return to that fire once more still. Not enough to really push back that player disadvantage, but as I say that, Boostio straight back into it, flick to the side and away. 1v1 now, and Cryo should be set up with the advantage. You've got to think as well, shield inside. Taking away too much damage in the process though. 18 HP, barely getting the hell out of there. Him versus Kawazine. Just like that, the advantage flips on its head.
Kawazine already got the better end of him inside one of these ults earlier on. Be a devastating loss here if Cryo lost it. Especially considering he had that shield at the start of the 1v1. Oh, he's gone for the tap, trying to bait Kawazine in.
That was heard. Kawazine. Oh.
But he's slow walking.
Yeah, he's getting a move on. Now he knows it wasn't actually a full committal, but does he clear this corner? That is the question. Oh, no way, shoulder! Poking out wide. A couple of bullets, not enough for the kill. Kawazine, lucky to be alive. And he's following around.
30 seconds left.
It's a wild chase is occurring. Cryo, open access, salvers are online, 20 seconds left. It's getting whittled down at a moment's notice. Drawn forwards, cancelled. Kawazine again, there's tap and mind games that are being played between them. 13 seconds left, Kawazine taking a peek out wide now, full committal by Cryo. It's all about this one fight that's taken now, and into the timing, Kawazine wins it out.
He's at his number today.
Oh.
And Kawazine's had some big moments too. Feels like everybody on Loud finding their spot, able to step up when it matters. And that has just catapulted them into a spot where they should be winning the map at this point. It's a great one. He's got a shield here as well.
Yeah.
Once the ISO starts rolling in rounds like this, I mean, what is that peak as well? He's just perfectly shoulder baited the shot.
Yeah. SDK clutching the chest.
Yeah.
Digazine, listen, talk to him. 100 Thieves. They'd love to get off to these early starts with a bit of momentum behind them, winning out these pistols. So far, this map has not gone their way. And here, it's not quite all in, but they're just going to be sending it flying forwards now into the seaside. Reinforcements arriving in through the back as well. You got to know exactly where these players be laying in wait. Boostio, not much you could do from this spot, unfortunately. Digazine, very aware.
This is the kind of round that Thieves could never really put together on their defense side. You see here how Luxio didn't get overwhelmed. He had constant people flooding in to defend him and help him. And Vinny was there to deal with Asuna. It looked like he might have been able to overwhelm Loud's site anchor. And part of the reason for that is because they got the kill on A so early. When Xander dies over towards A, it then becomes a lot easier for Loud to justify rotating people heavily towards C at the first sign of danger. Okay. Cryo, though, one away from an ult, and if anybody was going to get 100 Thieves back into this game, it would be Cryo. He had a monumental performance. Every time he's picked ISO on this map, he's been dropping crazy numbers. Today, the team's performance is just, I mean, it looks like the game's going to be over before he can get there. But he's also lost some important 1v1s, these kind of things.
Yeah. Diligent start to the round, though, for 100 Thieves, making sure they clear up some of the Sentinel utils. It re-clear cord 4 by Loud. That's what that fault line we were all hearing. Kawazine tucked close. Spam onto the corner. 100 Thieves now looking for a different approach. All grouped up towards A. No way! Digazine How the hell are you getting hell out of this one? He's stand-up Asuna, so option for the chase, not really quite there. Still with Outlaw in hand. Could be in a danger zone, and here's the speed up called for here by 100 Thieves. Paranoia gliding through, trying to set the stage, and a bit more on top of it. Asuna! Rapid with a flick to the side and a flick of the wrist. Still 100 Thieves barrel their way through and in. Cryo. Expenditure of the ult clears through, but there were still gaps into that one. They don't suspect this. Luke Show off to the side, looking to the side. EU, a bullet to the side. And this is Cryo. Barely alive at all! And one bullet is all it takes.
What a debut. Dijazine on his feet. I mean, what a hype man to have beside you in a spot like this. I don't feel like there'd be anybody better to have on your side of the field when you're playing your debut in VCT.
Especially with all the pressure that we were talking about as applied, this is a must-win series for Loud to have a chance in your Stage 1 playoffs.
And Luxio's been great. He's top fragging for them. 17 and 9, finding timings, avoiding being punished, creating constant pressure.
Yeah.
And the vibe looks good over there.
It does.
11 to 4. 100 Thieves have got enough money to be able to scrap something together, but this is the last chance. I don't know what Cryo was up to with that ultimate as well. He just sent it.
Just sent it.
He just was hoping that Luxio was playing in the AB connector.
Looking a bit flustered though as well, because it's not a great ult for even giving you peace of mind in that area.
No.
It misses one entire section of Link, so they still had to look in that way just in case he was lurking.
Yeah, it's not like they knew because of the ult that he was on the flank.
Yeah.
They didn't actually get good info from it either. It's the kind of ult where it has to land for it to be useful.
Yeah.
And now you don't have it for being able to open up this round, for example. And if we're being honest, the ISO ultimate on the attack side is the biggest part of this entire comp. You are supposed to get into good situations, use the Sova utility to set up for good ISO ults, and just chain them together. Try to get like 3 a half.
100 Thieves have never had the chance though. All the momentum from beginning to end. Listen, pistol rounds going away of Loud. You take the wind out of the sails of 100 Thieves as well. But listen, in a game like Valorant, 1st to 13, it's a big deal. 100 Thieves put a lot of stock into trying to win out pistol rounds with quirky ideas. All Loud though today, so far. Buying up with guns here, 100 Thieves. Same play as what we saw prior. What a shot. I mean, Xander's about quite wide there. Lucio still collects it.
You just expect the side anchor to be jiggle peeking or jump spotting that. You do not expect them to be wide swinging and killing you.
Quick re-clear as well from Loud. They want to try and regain control out towards Garage. So they expect Asuna to be tucked close. Not quite. So Cryo being dropped, but they're putting the squeeze on him now and yet fully aware of it. Look at it.
It's too easy. Loud looks significantly better today. 100 Thieves have not turned up to this match at all. I don't think they've had a round where it looks like their performance against EG.
It's been rough for them. It's up to Boostio and EU to see if they can dig their way out. A very sorry situation. Jump spot, just seen the cape, I think, perhaps. So Lucio should be aware, and there's the flash, and here's the peek as well. Dodge not quite in sight, neither of the bullets, but you gotta know what these 100 Thieves players are, and it just makes it that much sweeter and that much easier. Up to 12 for Loud, one more is all it's gonna take.
And how many kills can Lucio get up to? This is a ridiculously good debut. 20 kills across 16 rounds.
Yeah.
It's astoundingly good. Look at that,
He's just out in the open.
In the open. That's so risky to go for something like that. What if Xander had a friend? But alas, for 100 Thieves, all of that kind of team coordination, rifling, everything's been going the wrong way for them. And Lucio cannot put a foot wrong.
No. At this point for 100 Thieves, you're thinking about Icebox, to be honest, at this point.
They're going back into him again here, Brent.
They are. It's bargain bin buys, though, and double trip set up towards A-Long. Asuna might be in quite a tangle. Hold on. Walking at the right moments. They do spot out the util. TP up towards the top as well. So these trips not going to be finding too much value. Open sight and access now over towards A for 100 Thieves. Get that plant down. Just barely spotting the top of his hat.
So much of this is going to be on EU back here.
And there
He's
it
going
is.
to hold off the flood. The flank.
Pressure applied. Calls for help. Cryo seeking to help him out as well, side by side here. An attempt being made by Loud. Nice swing all together now. Kawazine collecting. That's 2. Armageddon sweeping through and away. Paranoia gliding forwards. An attempt to readjust by 100 Thieves. Flipping the sight in the process, but the spike is on the other side of them. They are well and away from this. Damage done to Xander. Into the 1v2. Kawazine. Kawazine, surely not. Time ticking, and with that circle shrinking. Looks pretty at the end. But 100 Thieves, they are still alive for now.
They are alive, but at what cost? Every player falls. Kawazine with 4 kills. And the money's atrocious. I mean, they've all got like 3,500 credits, something like that, to buy armor, all of their abilities, and a gun. And look at what they're working with right now. You know, EU doesn't have a drone. Cryo doesn't have a vulnerable. You know, these are rough sacrifices to have to make.
Break's over. Go, go, go.
And all it's going to take is 1 round here for Loud. Similar start again for 100 Thieves. Trying to break this trip in through Garage. Feigning it, but not actually breaking it.
Drone going out.
Not having a drone on a round like this is a nightmare for 100 Thieves attack macro. EU's just going to hope to, I guess, shoot people with his Guardian.
Yeah, I mean, 100
hope
Thieves
that makes the
gotta be
difference.
clean with the trades, haven't they? Kawazine forward still. Too much to overcome.
DG's in a weird spot here.
Really is. It's a wall. It's going to be tracking. Where the hell is Asuna playing, man? Stern off to the side as well. Good collection. Xander's there, though. Supplements it. Necessary.
Good wall from Cryo, too. Keeping himself safe in that spot. Now it's actually Loud who are in a bit of a weird position. If you want to go for a save in a spot like this, you're in a 3v5. Very difficult to make anything happen. No flank potential.
Yeah.
And they're just going to save. So one of the more difficult rounds for 100 Thieves to convert on, because they were coming in with a Bulldog and lacking some major util like the drone from EU. But they make it work. And mostly just to do with finding a particularly awkward timing for Kawazine. Left alone and out in the open at A-Long.
Guns are picked up for here for 100 Thieves, and like you said, Loud opting into the save as well. Difficult decision to make, I think, when the money's as low for 100 Thieves, but they don't want to get the ults rolling. It's probably the big thing with a comp that 100 Thieves are running. It's one thing that will get them back into this map, even though it seems pretty far off from now at this point in terms of a 6-round deficit. Loud up to 12.
Yeah, it definitely can ult cycle to some degree, but I think that requires Cryo going absolutely bonkers. And DG, he's bringing out the operator. Gonna be taking it down short, having a look at Boostio.
Go, go, go. Gotta go.
No, taking it down A-Long as well. Still with Boostio in his sights, most likely.
Same opener. Okay, that's a bit of a difference maker, though, with Boosty. Drop down over towards A. Walking up behind us. You know the trip's been there. Definitely prior. Luke Shaw going to be feeling the heat soon enough. And, well, just, oh my, hopping around, shooting around. Barely able to get a control of this one. Asuna puts him to bed. Puts him to rest. In through the site now. 100 Thieves get this plant down. Forward aggro positions, almost like they wanted to go for another attempt at a refight, but with EU playing his old as well, I mean, they could go for it again.
Yeah, they might be going for a overall play here.
Saw this play before. He doesn't quite have the vulnerable. Still, here's that Hunter's Fury. Ult's layered down, and there it is. Lining them all up. Dodging, juking off to the side. Still 2v2. In the midst of all of this one with the body peeking ever so slightly out, Xander. As long as he stays alive, though, that's the danger. The dart narrowly missing this one. Shockey's raining in from above. Kawazine having to dodge to the side for most of this one here. Kills have flooded in, and Loud are the ones winning it out.
In control from beginning to end. What a turnaround. On a map that they picked against Crew just a couple weeks ago and got utterly battered.
Yeah.
And now here, making a shift in composition, coming off the back of a loss to 2G.
Yep.
And this is the version of Loud that we see today. With Luxo, their new player, 18 and a month old, coming out dropping 20 with nearly 300 ACS. If this is the version of Loud they're going to get for the rest of the series, then they are in a great spot to recover their stage 1.
Yeah, they certainly are. Wonderful beginning here for Loud. Bit of a twist as well overall to the series, I think, with a lot of our expectations when you bring in a new player, when the calling was looking so rough. But I said it earlier, I'll say it again, what a difference a week makes. And now Loud, we're quite happy we're going to be heading into familiar territory for them. You know, they did ban Icebox prior.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen either of these teams play Icebox this year.
Yeah.
So we don't know what to expect. It could be another situation where Loud think it's good for them, but it's actually great for Thieves. Got a bit of an unknown map coming up, but Haven was an excellent start for this Brazilian order.
Absolutely. Unknown quantities really just circling around, I think, the rest of this series, but beginnings for Loud looking so far so good. And we're going to be finding out just how this series ends after this.
Meanwhile, Cryo crunching in from short, but Cryo's waiting on the other side! Cryo wins it out for 100 Thieves!
Cauãzinho tá com medo ainda de plantar, ele tem míssil também. Vamos ver se ele vai querer gastar ou se vai resolver na mira. Cauãzinho! 4K!
Here, the coach of Loud, a dominant stolen map. Now, I want to ask you, Luxo obviously had an incredible debut on the stage today, but I want to kind of rewind a little bit. Why did you take the risk in putting him in this week where it's a must-win match for you all? I mean, obviously he's playing great, but it is risk.
He's a really young guy, and I have like an appointment with him, and I said, like, bro, I think that once you are ready, you're going to play. And he has practiced with us for a lot of weeks. He's like developing a lot, so it's time for him. I think, and he's a guy that will have a lot of success in his career. So in a big matchup like this, start like that, being MVP of the map. So he's the GOAT, the future GOAT.
I mean, clearly, best luck on map 2. I don't know if you need it, but...
I mean, I'm not one to say I told you so, but I warned you about the young thug Luxo. You know what's crazy about that guy? He wasn't even the best player on his team. You want to go see his old duelist? Come join me on Tuesday on VALORANT Challenges, bro. He's Sato dominating at M80. Only the real OGs know. A great debut for the guy. He's so, like, it's about his. He's young. He's hella young, but comes out here and shows that he's just a mechanical god. But this whole Loud team in general, it's not just one player that turns this into 13-6 against the Thieves, guys. This is pure dominance.
So many questions answered from what we're trying to expect going into this game, and we were talking about how we wanted to see more communication coming out of Loud, more teamwork coming through, and I think that you just saw the neon slide. It complements their playstyle quite well, where DGZine's creating that space. Calzine's the second guy coming through, but overall, as STK just mentioned with Elizabeth, it seems as though with Luxo practicing a few weeks, not just 1 week, it shows that they came in ready for this game.
And Dre, he just served up a fat L to the guy who knocked him out of Ascension in Xander.
Yeah, that's something that we missed. Like, we totally forgot to touch on the history of Xander and Luxo. Yeah, completely eliminating him from that Ascension run.
and
now he gets his first match debut. Like, I don't know what these young kids eat nowadays, bro, but people back in my day used to get nervous.
I mean,
now all of a sudden,
Havoc wishes his debut went like that, bro.
I swear, bro, like, people used to choke. There's no such thing anymore. All this new talent coming in, they're so good, and you heard it from STK. This kid is the future for this Loud roster.
And there are so many incredible players waiting to be surfaced in that region, but this guy's definitely one of them. And like, you could tell he was nervous. He's like got his eyes closed, he's breathing deep, but I mean, the pressure comes off him so quickly. It's 3K after 3K, like dominant stuff. He's got his biggest cheerleader to the right of him. But he's also having an amazing game, by the way. Getting up there, he's loving it. I mean, you could not ask for a better way to ease into competition at the top level. 18 years old, not a care in the world.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing was what me and Vans, we were talking about when we were watching this. He's not only going for those lurk kills, but he's the second entry, which is something that I feel like DGZ needed, because he does get the first blood a lot of the times, but he needed somebody to trade him. And
especially
now you got
Luxo. Neon, right?
Yeah.
You didn't need to trade that.
And now you got Luxo stepping up, and he's the new guy.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of layers going into the strategy around Loud, because yes, if it's not going to be Luxo as a second entry, you had Kawadzine, but that's Luxo understanding his role perfectly in this team. Some rounds he's going to be lurking around, gets a 2K into the garage, but other rounds he's moving into the site with everybody else and also stays within the site to fight with everybody else. And that gives a lot of say, because you have moments where you think Luxo's playing inside the site, we can rotate around, it's going to be easy to kill. But yeah, these two guys together, you now have a tip of the spear and an anchor to play around, and now you also have Kawadzine in between. I mean, it's a good sandwich. It's a good sandwich.
Nothing could be more Loud than starting to win out when there's the chance that you can't even qualify, right? You go 0-2 and then just have a ridiculous stage. It's just, they've always seemed to do this. Yo, I'm not going to lie though, your boy Zix got cooked by the young god and the rest of this Loud team. Let's hear what he had to say ahead of map number 2.
You're the coach of 100 Thieves. Now, obviously, your map pick of Haven did not go your way. Quite the opposite. In fact, just frankly, what went wrong that map?
Honestly, it just felt like we had a very slow start. Like, people were very inactive in comms. So, first pause, just made sure to add in, like, just basically, you know, that we have to wake up, we have to be, like, way more aggressive, make a lot of, like, micro fights, basically, like, force fights. And started going better a bit. We adapted kind of poorly on the macro afterward, the last 2 rounds of the half, but going back into attack, then once again, we kind of slowed things down again. So I'd say, honestly, it's really hard to win a map if you lose pistol and bonus of both sides. So that obviously plays a factor into all of it. But yeah, a lot of that I would attribute to just us needing to be more proactive, us needing to actually like play our game, which I definitely instilled in them going into this next map.
Best luck on map 2.
Watch how Zix tries to crack his knuckles when he says instilled.
I definitely instilled it in them.
Icebox is up next. I mean, 100 Thieves did ban this in their first game off the stage, and historically, right, this is where Cryo moves to the Jet, and Arsenal was on the KO. Xander on the M80. This was their best map in challenges. He was an amazing Viper player. What should we expect going forward?
Well, they also had a time here at Icebox when they were playing a Gecko meta, which now Gecko is not really picked at all going into 2025. So my expectations going to this one, you're starting to see players that are going to be more into their groove, and Asuna playing a buff KO that we talked about top a show. That could maybe be one key factor that could maybe help a team that maybe doesn't, if you don't evolve with the meta and you're still playing old meta or an old composition, it definitely could help 100 Thieves out.
I am going to be stoked to see if there's going to be KO played on either side because of those changes that were made, especially on a player like Asuna, who, I mean, everyone's been saying he's the supporting player, but now this new KO, he has more utility for himself to shine. So if he can get online, I think it's a win condition for 100 Thieves. They have to start off strong. It's something that they couldn't do. Remember losing pistol, losing bonus, and they're just going to get rolled over if they play like they did on
Sometimes you feel like you can't get into the game, which is fine, but there's only so many opportunities here to stay around in this series. Icebox, we might expect Matt to go for a double controller look here. We probably won't get that from 100 Thieves. So we might get a clash of different styles here, but well, let's find out if 100 Thieves can bounce back and stay on that playoff run right after this short break.
Well, we will be getting into the game soon enough as well. Icebox is where we're going to be heading to as well. It's a map where we haven't seen both of these teams play. Now, I've got a bit of a hint and a spoiler look at the agent select. Listen, I don't want to reveal my hand too early.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for it to come up onto the stage, but there's some funny business occurring.
I mean, there's always going to be funny business occurring on Icebox, I think, especially, like we said, there's a bit of a mystery here in terms of what the teams are going to be playing. I mean, you can see a glimpse of it there as well, because it's like Mitch was talking about on the desk. It's somewhere that 100 Thieves have run a Gecko in the past, but like Vanzilli said, not many teams running Gecko at the moment.
No, not really.
It's getting played a little bit on this map because it's always been good to run something that helps with getting the plant down, whether that's a Harbor or a Sage or a Gecko, something like that. But it is going to be a real unknown quantity, this one. And I think so much of it is going to come down to whether 100 Thieves can force team fights, because I think that's where they want to thrive. And I think for Loud, it's going to be about trying to break up those team fights and pick off a bunch of individual 1v1s by harassing 100 Thieves before they set up for a big site exec.
Well, here's the agent select now. Okay, yep, Gecko.
Cryo Jet as well, though, which isn't something that we've really seen so far. We've seen him playing on the Chamber, we've seen him playing on the ISO, but haven't really seen Cryo Jet.
Okay.
And there is Dijazine playing Reyna.
Yeah. Reyna's been getting some play, actually, on Icebox every now and then. I mean, the flashes are nice for trying to take peeks against offline angles. You can play one-and-dones as well. It's a nightmare to try and clear out the one-and-done spots on Icebox, to be honest, the way that the map ends up working out, the way that it's designed. And
now also, if you think about Loud's composition, has double drone. So if they were going up against a Reyna, they wouldn't have too many difficulties with it, because you could clear that out. Whereas 100 Thieves, what, you've got a drone, a recon, and then a wingman, but you don't really want to be using the wingman for info in the mid-range. You want to be mostly saving it for getting the plant down in the exec. So, yeah, I think this is a game where most eyes are going to be on Dijazine once we get onto the defense side. And again, 100 Thieves on the attack side, I think, are just going to be wanting to, the crew strategy of we just go 12 rounds in a row. I have a feeling that's kind of where 100 Thieves should thrive.
Every team strategy. Now, we have an audio issue on the stage. I'll be up front. I'll be honest. I'm not going to lie to you. Do you want to guess, Josh, who it might be?
Well, how could I possibly... Well, actually, I can see a bunch of people gathered. So... Could potentially be Luke Show. Could potentially be Luke Show here.
Definitely in the Loud cam. Anyway, we'll be getting into it soon. And, all that talk, Josh, you're saying about 100 Thieves on their attack side, going to be grouping up, trying to go for the execs, try and play to their strengths. Well, they're not on that side to begin with. They're on the defense side, so...
They are, yeah. And I think on defense, again, if they want to focus on micro team fight kind of stuff, that means you're going to be playing for retake a lot. Because... otherwise, you don't really have those big brawly kind of setups that often on Icebox. I mean, you could play A for a pretty heavy flood, but I think 100 Thieves have got all the pressure on them to turn this one around.
Yeah, well, that's what we're waiting to get into this one as well. Throughout his entire VCT career, we've seen Boostio accumulate wins as well as tattoos, and here's a story behind some of his ink.
I'm gonna be honest, like all my tattoos besides like 2 of them are all anime because I just grew up watching anime when I was like, you know, 6, 7 years old. Shanks and Luffy from chapter 1, like the ending panel, I'm pretty sure. Hope I'm not wrong. Ichigo, it's like a custom drawing, it's not like from anything. Gon from Hunter x Hunter. Flamel from Fullmetal Alchemist. And then I have like a very large Goku Shenron on my leg. I have Chopper from One Piece as well. I think this is my favorite tattoo. Actually, it's my second favorite tattoo because my knuckles are my parents' birthdays. And like, I remember when I was like 8 years old, I always told them like, I don't know why when I was 8 I wanted tattoos, but I said I was always gonna get their birthday like tattooed somewhere on my body. So I'm glad I got to do that last year.
It's quite interesting. I mean, what's the meaning behind your tattoos, Josh?
My tattoos,
Yeah.
my anime tattoos.
The ones that we can't show on broadcast.
Oh, right. Yeah, the barcode on the back of my head.
Yeah, that one? Yeah, that one?
Yeah,
What happens if you scan it?
Yeah, you get free rotisserie chicken from Costco. Does look like Luke Show's starting to pick some of his stuff
Gearing
up.
Audio's seeming okay. Wasn't holding him back on the last map.
No, it certainly wasn't. It certainly wasn't. Certainly wasn't. This one, though, if you want to focus in on Luke Shaw a little bit, he's going to be on the Killjoy. He, on defense side, again, once we swap sides, is pretty limited. I mean, that's just the life of a Killjoy.
I describe it as purgatory.
Yeah, a little bit.
Icebox.
Playing
You're
defensive
kind of stuck in the
Icebox.
middle. You have to stay, okay, well, I'm going to lock down mid.
But on the attack side, you can actually get a little bit of freedom. And I would imagine, given the amount of lurking that he was trying to do on Haven, they might even have him do some like double lurks with Pancada, trying to find some timings up tube or controlling some aggression towards mid. There are options.
Well, the time is nigh. We're heading into Icebox, and yeah, time ticking down indeed. Let's see. These teams have got cooked up. I'm very curious about Loud as well. All grouped up over towards B as we see Boostio is going to be tested under a bit of pressure nice and early.
Yeah, this is a rough setup for 100 Thieves immediately.
Okay.
Great shot, though.
Yeah. Turret causing all sorts of distractions, and the drone just not quite clearing him off that line, so he's gone back straight to safety.
This was a problem with 100 Thieves, though, on Haven. They weren't proactive enough to split away from their stacks. This time, though, within the first 20 seconds, they are double pushing with Cryo and Asuna, and then starting to send some rotates back. And here's Luke Shaw going for one of those lurks. Just like he did, actually, on round 1 of Haven.
Okay, Bullish has gone wide there. All he needed was 2, but 1 to the dome will work as well. Now, it's been whittled down very, very low, so the traded sight from EU. Lurk pushed through. The turret broken.
Toxins going up.
They're aware that it's a possibility. The rest of the 100 Thieves fully focusing now, trying to play this retake. Wall in their face, Bancada, Fuel, running low.
Asuna has Flash, has Wingman for Spike. They should be able to throw the Wingman on and then push forwards.
Here it comes. Wingman already sticking this one all the way throughout with the defuse. And listen, kills need to be found. On top of that, you need to be taking out that Wingman, but just a little bit shy and short of the mark there for Pancada. 100 Thieves steal away a pistol round.
And there's a great example of some of the things we were discussing. Luke Shaw going for that lurk mid-timing. Asuna finding value out of the Wingman, which he'll be trying to do on the attack and defense side. And also 100 Thieves, broadly speaking, playing for retake. Heavy stack over towards A, and then just playing B for that off-site kind of retake style. And that does allow them to opt into their team fight kind of strengths that they've identified. So very different look here on Icebox. 100 Thieves with an opportunity to generate a little bit of momentum. And we're straight back into things, and Vinny in the first 7 seconds is up tube. He's caught the most ridiculous early timing.
Oh, they're going to know about it now. Still, oh my, up top nest, you've just given away a gun.
That is a mad position to play on round 2.
And straight through the back, okay, Cryo seeking to at least stop them. Where they're standing, pushing past this. Wall's going to be causing issues, slowing down Loud for now. Chaotic beginnings to round 2. All drops though, and so do the bodies. Luke showed them. Okay, he's still finding kills. 2v3 turns into a 1v2. Santa Quick onto the flank now. Expected to a degree, Kawazine. It's all about this timing and whether or not it's going to be caught. And my God, he's just far too aware.
Kawazine picks up the Phantom that EU dropped in Nest. Does dirty things with it. As does Luxo, just with a Sheriff. Hit 2 blinder shots from his position around Maze to make that one winnable for Loud. I just don't think it's ever justifiable to be playing solo in that spot as a... I mean, maybe if you're playing like a Reyna or something, but even then it's a little bit risky in round 2 when you have the weapons. SDK can't believe it.
Yeah. Handed it to Loud, essentially. All that talk about how good the pistol round was going to be for 100 Thieves is taken and ripped straight away from them.
Oh yeah, absolute gold split disappointment run from 100 Thieves there. They have a chance and they squander it immediately.
It's a reset. Try again in the next run. Stealth drone up the top. Gonna have to get nice and quick there with the movement. It's broken though. Not too sure how much it ended up spotting in a refight called for. Flash over the top is broken. Slower tempo. Bit more of a tempering being put in place here by Loud. Still, they might be punished soon enough.
I think...
Gonna face this, yeah. Multitude of players. This is Loud not shying away. They don't want to walk away from this stack of players. There's so much danger potentially, but it's all navigated in time.
Fair enough, I guess. Loud managed to work their way through it despite the 4-player stack. They had Pancada on the opposite side of the map. They could have realized that there was a stack there and decided to disengage. But all good.
Vinny one away. Try and hunt for it. With his death, he's going to be building up the ult and reclaiming the gun on top of it. So this is good for Loud. As far as beginnings go, the ults are starting to generate. You're snowballing it. 100 Thieves only just getting their feet back underneath them with the money to buy up. And Cryo, he's got a big one in his hands. Nice operator. See if he can push back what Loud are doing.
Luxo's aim just looks so calm in those spots. The young Les, perhaps.
Might be making a name for himself, honestly.
Cryo's going for a walk down tube. Vinny did sprint up tube in round 2. And it looks like Pancada... Is he going for something, or did he just throw the orb? Yeah, just threw the Viper orb. Now going to monitor B, so Cryo doesn't have early picks, necessarily.
Going for the repeak.
Yeah, if he does walk down tube, he's going to be taking a duel with Luke.
It's a dart to peek. He's just missed his chance. All grouped up now over towards A for Loud. Boosty, oh my God, your entire kit's going down, and that's the go button. They're sending it all the way forwards. Digizine, it's not slowing down up top rafters, nothing to be covered. They're inside. Vinny, plant, down and out. Shock dart tanked. Second one coming, but he's quick. Straight out of there. And Digizine, deep. Backside position, wants to try and take the fight straight to them. It's all about how he gets cleared out here and now, but the question is, can they do it? Not quite. Digizine straight out with the dismiss. This is benefits you really have when you're running the Reyna. You can be aggro, you can be as aggressive as you like, because if you get that kill and you've got that confidence, causing issues now for 100 Thieves. Snakebite scattered down, and there it is. Dismiss straight back and away. Bullets through the walls. This guy cannot be denied. And time ticking away from them. Snakebite with the salvos. The
so
deadly combo.
So much post-plant util here as well from Loud. You know, they've got the Snakebite, they've got Shock Dart, Salvo, Teo Ultimate as well online. And in the next round, if Luxo could manage to get up to an orb, he's going to have his ult online before EU. So that means a potential for a free lockdown here to just completely snowball the half for Loud. In fact, I don't think 100 Thieves are going to be able to even buy. They saved the Operator and a Vandal, but they're not going to be able to buy up anything around it.
It's scraps. That's really what they're going to be working with, and a bit of prayers as well, hoping that somebody's going to walk into Cryo's line of sight angle. Aggro with the salvos nice and early here. My God, you got a flash out in your hands, Digizine. So damn lucky to be alive, and up top, not expecting this one. EU finally taken out with the trade in sight. Rifle aim, or not quite. The op shot just going wide. Unconventional. We've seen better from Cryo. Just seems to be a bit of an off day for 100 Thieves potentially here with the lockdown now placed down. They can hear it. Footsteps scurrying away from 100 Thieves. Can't play towards this one. Asanova stays as welcome, just ever so slightly, will be detained in the process, but he got them a pick.
If 100 Thieves can find a pick on DG while he's playing aggressively here, it might be doable.
All grouped up towards Rafters. The Jazine off to the side, just sees the shoulder, baiting out these shots. This is beautiful work by Asana. Slowly whittling his way into a possible win con for the round still. Luke Shaw, how do you deal with this guy up top? Down low, and Wingman denied entirely. Pancada, tiny little three-piece, puts a bow onto that round, and now it's 4-1 for Loud.
Dialing things back to the beginning of the round, I think 100 Thieves absolutely had their opportunities. 2 whiffed shots from Cryo with the op. He had to hit those. The first one, it kind of looked like DG did the Fosbury flop over the top of the op shot. He jumped over it completely. Doing the 100-meter hurdles.
Yeah.
And then the second one, he's moving as he takes the shot, so it just flings it wide.
Straight in again. For the Dart and the Salvos, good luck trying to play aggro up towards pipes. The space has to be conceded and given up, makes it a bit easier. And look, they've inserted Luke Shaw into that spot on top of it.
Boostio's had a lot of contact in this defense already. Got caught by the Tejo drone, remember, a couple rounds ago. Got found on the pistol, even though he did a good job there.
Don't think Dudgeon's going to expect that angle that Boostio is playing.
But at some point, Boostio might just swing, because he doesn't want to stay trapped in kitchen the whole time.
Here it is. There's the timing. Spotting just the foots, and the Jazine backs himself out and away. He's in the danger zone. Bullet tagged up potentially by the turret. Still dropped down, and Asana's been found in the midst of all of this chaos. Pancada. Take your pick at a site that you really want at this point if you are Loud. Salvos waiting for those to come back online, gives a bit of peace of mind, but the plan needs to be defended in time, and it will be just that. From on high, Cryo denies. Kawazine, nice little two-piece once more, and EU left a stew in this spot, really. Just see if you can save this gun.
EU ulted, by the way, and he's about to get cleaned up by Luke Shaw as well.
Yeah.
I might be wrong here. We didn't quite catch it on the camera, I don't think, but I think EU ulted A, possibly, thinking that that was an A finish because of the pick that happened onto Asana. Oh. It feels like 100 Thieves have lost the plot a little bit. Now, I might be wrong. He might have been over towards Boiler. Oh, no, there it is. Okay, so it was over towards B.
Just trying to deny the plant.
Yeah, and put a load of pressure, just kind of relieve some pressure from Xander.
Yeah.
But he was so far away. I mean, he was playing over towards, like, Boiler at that point. 2 players dropped instantly, though. Dude, Luke Shaw is playing so well, though. He's alone in a lot of these spots. Like that round, he's just alone over towards A, and a lot of players will play A solo very passively because they don't want to accidentally run into someone on an off angle. There's like 10 different angles that a defender can be posted on. Luke Shaw's just wandering up, and he's just like, yeah, where's the fight? I'll have it. Why not? And he just wanders in, kills Asana. Again, playing the complete opposite side of the map to the rest of Loud.
Yeah.
He's very rarely with the team. They're almost always doing these 4-1 kind of setups.
It's a simple thing as well, on top of what Loud are already doing. Actually saw Crew doing it as well earlier. There's that Diet Milk, Josh. You were talking about that the other day when we were in rehearsals.
Diet Milk, also known as skimmed milk.
Yeah.
Semi-skimmed milk?
Semi-skimmed milk, potentially.
I guess skimmed milk would be like Milk Zero.
Yeah, we're not going to go down this path,
no.
Because if we do, we're not stopping. And listen, it is a half.
We've got an eco round.
Yeah, you know, it's time.
I mean, Cryo, though, is going to try to get something done with the Bladestorm. I feel like a lot of the times we're looking at what, I mean, EU, this is the 3rd round, by the way, out of 7 that he's tucked himself into this nest spot. That is an unusual thing to be so determined to make work.
Big setup. Oh my god, just dropping straight down. As a molly at your feet, still the players are lined up nicely for Pancada. Drops them in place. Cryo going for the repeat now, but forced to dash himself out and away. There's a gun reclaimed, picked up. Asana ready and waiting now, and he's got his ult in the back pocket on top of it. Danger here for Loud, at least. 100 Thieves have been looking for a moment like this.
Cryo has an idea that Dijazine is much deeper on site than he actually is. At this point, having not been timing, he's pretty confident they're just going for the normal re-hit. Thrash 40 seconds, though. Still plenty of time for Loud to go back into this.
Yeah, broken close wall's going to be going down on top of it.
But it still gives 100 Thieves the info with how many people were shooting the frag.
Time's going to be a problem.
30 seconds
For Loud to try and play around. To force the issue now. Don't know how much fuel they've really got. Waiting and kicking. Flash up and over towards the top. Here's a Blade Storm! Unreal! And listen, did you see? Could have been a happy accident there, I think, with the Blade Storm dished out. He dismissed right into the line of sight of it. Still, if you're 100 Thieves, you're taking it.
Absolutely. They need it around like that. They're still 5-2 down. They need Cryo to activate. He's missed a couple of shots with the operator, but this has previously been his map. You get him on Jet, you get him up, and you get him with a Blade Storm, and he's been able to get wins in the past for 100 Thieves. I mean, sometimes single-handedly.
They needed that.
He's up towards the top of the scoreboard now for 100 Thieves. Can they keep going? Pit used instantly on B.
Okay.
And the stack is A.
The major difficulty, I wonder if 100 Thieves are going to go for a refight. Doesn't look like it, with Cryo holding on to the operator.
Interesting call here. You know that A is going to be stacked, so you go through mid instead. Mid is awkward on Icebox, though. It's so easy to get caught in uncomfortable positions.
Yeah. Both drones being used just to see if they can cement themselves into that spot. Clearing out Luxo as well. No one following up, just a tag, and he overstays his welcome on top of it.
Yeah, he continues being aggressive. He's just been tagged by a drone, and he's still in the same area of the map, and in fact, taking a bit more space. Looking to take the duels over towards Pipes. He's so confident.
Salvo's up towards the rafters. The dart has to be covered in time, and what a shot! Quick scope, straight to the chest. The Drazine's going to be dropped onto the side itself. Flash up and over the top. Quick reactions, yet still 100 Thieves going to be toppling here. This is Loud, not to be denied this side. Another tap as well, seeing if they can force these players out wide into these personal engagements, close quarters potentially at it, and they're just plucking these players out and away. So much damage done to Kawa. Oh no,
so weak, and he has the spike.
He's been spotted off to the side there, in through, back. Need to clear these players out to the side. My God, how are they so damn capable? Pressure applied to these Loud players, and they're just thriving in it.
Really nice discipline in spots like this too. They don't rush to get the spike planted. They just hold.
Yeah.
Forcing 100 Thieves to be the ones that make the mistake. It's a great shot by Cryo. I mean, that is what you're looking for from your upper. But as the time was running low, 100 Thieves' hands were forced, and Xander and EU just couldn't land the shots. It all could have gotten incredibly awkward if Cowanzine had died there.
Yeah.
7 HP with the spike at 410.
Now, this opener that Loud have been doing over and over again. Salvos on pipes, in through main, dart to the side. It's been causing all sorts of issues for 100 Thieves, and I was wondering, are they going to go for a refight at any point? But listen, the weaponry's not ideal here, and just peeking up towards the top, you're just dropping bodies in front of you. Crew were doing something very similar when they played Icebox the other day. Might see another fight to be taken.
Last time Loud were on an anti-eco like this, they forced it through A, even though that was where 100 Thieves were stacking. And it worked. They still got all of the kills. But this is another situation again where Tejo drone used, now Sova drone used. They're going to confirm there are a few players here.
Yeah.
They're still going to go for it.
The Flash going to be doing too much here. Oh, revealed straight behind the Gen, and that's an Nana Swarm at your feet. Vinny! Oh my goodness. Single digits, I think, but vulnerable up, out to the side as well, pushing these players into awkward spots. Loud! Listen, it might get chaotic, but they slow it down at the right moments. They show that hesitation. It's not quite hesitation, I suppose, if it's all on the same page. They're just tempering it.
30 seconds
putting a squeeze onto 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think their play off each other has been a lot better than 100 Thieves today. And that discipline, that patience you're talking about, it does feel like a bit of a new thing for Loud.
Yeah.
Think about how the desk were framing this game at the beginning of the day. They said this is two teams that are really aggro, and they're just going to be taking chunks out of each other. And I don't really feel like we've seen very much of that, actually.
No.
I think instead what we've seen is Loud playing quite a lot of slow rounds, actually mid-round calling pretty well, and then finding opportunities provided to them from people like Digicino or Luxo. And then they're able to kind of capitalize on that. 12-3, by the way, up towards the top of the scoreboard again. Luxo.
It's being pushed forwards. placed into these forward positions. Again, the same util combo. You can't disrespect it if you are 100 Thieves. I was wondering if you were going to go for the refight into A main. I've been talking about it, but when your Sentinel setup's all the way further back, the Nano Swarms at least, you're just trying to play it, delay, and retake potentially. It's difficult. There's not a lot going right for 100 Thieves here, but at least you have the guns in your hands to try and turn it around.
They actually haven't been playing retake that much either. I mean, if they have been playing retake, it's been like player disadvantage retake.
Sure.
They haven't been fully falling off the A site and trying to group up and go for big team fights. Whereas I think this is the round to do it. See if Cryo can get a pick as loud or execing, and then play back in with the lockdown.
Waiting for the cooldowns again. You can see Tamale ricocheting in through the back. That's going to be clearing out towards Jenny, but Sliders are windows of opportunity still. Cryo, he overstays it. He's wanted to do more.
They're playing to fight. They're playing to flood instead of playing the retake. There goes the lockdown.
And they are dropping like flies. One left to stand towards the back of the site. All the movement in the world not going to be saving you from that second player swinging out wide. This is Loud on an absolute tear. It's been slow and steady at the beginning of every single round, but they just carve out the win cons, don't they?
And I just think that's the wrong call. Cryo gets one and chooses to re-peek instead of dashing out, because the call for 100 Thieves is, we're going to stay, we're going to fight. And I think when you have a lockdown in that spot, the play is just to play the 5v4 retake. Xander gets one.
Big and ISO some more of these fights, but Digizine steps up to the task.
They're getting smacked around here.
Yeah.
This is the team, Loud, that is 0-2 and lost to 2G last week. Hello? What's going on?
Revitalization. I mean, we were
also
talking about it with the mid-rounding for Loud.
This is also the 100 Thieves that just beat EG. And yeah, okay, it's... EG are not like up at the top of the standings or anything, but 100 Thieves themselves were talking after the EG game like they'd fixed something. They were like, oh man, we've really figured out what's going on. We're going to hit our stride now. We're going to really settle into things. And they come out here, and this is... Am I wrong in saying this is the worst performance we've seen from 100 Thieves this year?
Yeah, it feels lackluster. Trying to be gentle around it, but yeah, it's not good. And 100 Thieves taking this time out now. They need ideas. They need some of the work around this. They do have double initiator. Been calling it. When they go for that salvo dart take towards the front A, and they pause, waiting for the salvos to come back on cooldown, you can go for a refight. It's a good call if you want to try and play towards it.
Well, now they're on an eco.
Yeah. So your options are just even more limited. You've got 2 rounds left.
Yeah. Ziggs is taking the tactical timeout. One of the things he was talking about in the coach interview between map 1 and 2 was about being proactive. He said, I have instilled this into them.
Cracking the knuckles.
Yeah. But have they been that proactive? Are they going for those reclears? Are they trying to catch Lucho when he's solo lurking A? Are they doing any kind of mid-walk in the mid-round, flank retaking? I feel like they're playing a very basic game of Icebox here and just getting destroyed by mostly this standard A exec.
Yeah, it's a standard A hit. A lot of thought being put into it by Loud, don't get me wrong with the util, but it's nothing crazy.
And now every ult is online for Loud.
Wow, it's an early lockdown.
5v5 on the eco. Well, I mean, I guess
listen, 2
you
rounds
want to be
left.
winning it.
Yeah. Push back up. This is Xander taking space off the back of it. Have this drone for the re-clear on top, though.
So instead of using the lockdown in the previous round to play retake A, Boostio rips it in the first 20 seconds. And now they're going to have to play off-site on B.
Unconventional. Really? Armageddon trying to push these players straight into you. And my god. Works to perfection, doesn't it? Digizine just lands the one. Asuna able to trade this one out, but you're working with barely anything at this point, and the timing just about missed there. Vinny, hold up. Up towards top there still. Finally got a handle on it, and EU not long for this world, I don't think. 22 health. Shock darts have to be avoided. It's long-range artillery, man. EU's going to be struggling to find any sort of way to get back in here.
Does get this overall, even with his death, which is an inevitability at this point. Round 11 goes the way of Loud. 100 Thieves traded a lockdown there for a lockdown from Luke Shaw and the Teho ult from Vinny. So I guess in some sense you could call that a positive for them heading into the final round of the half. But we are clutching at straws to get any level of positives out here for 100 Thieves. Loud have been utterly dominant, utterly in control.
He's having a fun time.
He's 15-4. He's dominating.
Having a fun time on that VCT stage. This is it. It's all in for this half of Icebox, 100 Thieves. So your map is going to be relying on all of this here and now. Hunter's Fury in for the back, and that is perfect. Tracking Cryo, taken out, cleaned out. And here it is, dropped down to the floor there. It's going to be a response and an answer. There's that refight we were discussing. An attempt of all of this here. Asuna up towards the top. Drop down to double digits and off towards the flank as well. Tap goes the rifle. Boostio cleans up Kawazine in the end.
This is one of the first times where 100 Thieves have threatened the flank. Double pushing out there. That does now make it a little more difficult for these Loud players. But these are both of the top fraggers from Loud, Luxio and Pancada. Can they be stopped?
Hilo set up. Trying to flicker the wrist off to the side. EU puts a stop to that. So 9-3 is going to be where we're standing for this first half of Icebox. Again, it's not ideal for 100 Thieves. For Loud, though, what a turnaround.
Yeah, they're looking immaculate. The only cope you could throw out there for 100 Thieves is that sometimes this map can be crazy attack-sided.
Yeah.
If a team just doesn't really understand how to defend, you can get mad runbacks. And in theory, I think 100 Thieves should be opting into these big teamfight executes. But they're going to have to deal with Dajazine on Reyna, and he is going to want to try to find those early picks.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to Liz. She is standing by with some special guests.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now I'm here with recording artist Miko. And if you don't know who he is, you are so talented. Like, genuinely such a talented recording artist. Your song, Good Luck, Have Fun, you know, I was stalking your music, absolutely insane. But you do play Valorant. We were talking about it a little bit before. And I asked you before, since, like, you know, agents often have a song that comes out with them, if you had to design a dream agent for one of your songs to come out with, what would that dream agent be?
Well, y'all already got a Filipino, so I don't know if I can claim that one, but I don't know. I feel like my music is made for people that, like, kind of have a lot going on in their lives, but, like, they just kind of put their headphones on to drown it out. So I feel like, I don't know, something like almost Baby Driver-ish, like somebody that has a lot of drift features in there. Okay. Maybe, like, an ult that's kind of rhythm-based. That would be super cool.
That'd be actually really, really cool. And also, we all got a lot going on. It's all good. Which I think I will love your music so much. Now, you are from Toronto, or Toronto, as the Canadians from Toronto, right? So, are you going to be at Masters Toronto, though?
If I'm in the city, probably.
Hey, let's go. But so now, I think a lot of us will be visiting Toronto for the first time. Do you have any advice for those of us who are going to the city for the first time? And do not say go to Tim Hortons.
Was not going to. Anyways, I think definitely there's an amphitheater actually super close by to where Masters is going to be. Okay. Bud Stage. Cop a ticket for a show there. There's a lot of great artists that play there, and lawn tickets are only about like $40. So.
Oh, nice. Well, we support the arts, but we have a game to get back to you, folks. Let's send it back.
Love that. Yeah, supporting artists. All the rest here.
It would be a long, long road to Masters Toronto for either of these teams.
Hard pronouncing the T at the end there. That is going to get people riled up, Josh. I'm telling you right now, man.
That's just, I mean, that's how it's written, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a disgusting string of rounds on the timeline. Not if you're a Loud fan.
Double Sheriff on both sides here. And again, DG is going to be trying to fight before 100 Thieves can set up.
Oh my goodness, it's so damn aggro. Boostio. Matters into your own hands. Hold on. Wow. Reload in opportune time, but he's got help arriving in spades. The rest of his team having to clean it all up. So at this point, put the pistol around in the bag, man. It's going to be over.
Ooh.
Oh, Pancada.
You'd have to win a 1v5 ace, though.
Yeah.
In order to turn the tide of this round.
I don't think they're going to be able to cast the cursor that much.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Great idea, though, from 100 Thieves, just picking up the Sheriff. Go for those double body shot kind of plays at the beginning of the round to take out people who are trying to fight aggro. High-low setup as well from these two in the corner. I want to see the Boostio replay. How's he got that one done? He was hitting some nice shots on map one, actually, which is kind of weird to say because we've had so few positives from 100 Thieves over the course of this series, but Boostio, he ends the first half with 3 kills and then gets 2 on the pistol, and basically he's like winning it for his team here.
A couple of body shots, gets the job done though.
It does. The Sheriff on the pistol, a Gen G strategy from 2024, and both teams opted into it. Now, 100 Thieves are going into the stack here from Loud. And again, we saw Loud do this actually a lot, but they just kind of patiently held their ground and dealt with the stack instead of pivoting away from it. What does 100 Thieves do? They'll just spray them all down, I guess.
Okay. No one ready for Cryo to be that deep onto the line, apparently. We love a good eco ace. We love a good eco ace. The Jazine. It's like, oh my god, how do I avoid this guy? How do I avoid this guy? Snappy for the iByPower ace. That's hashtag unlock your ace as well on socials as well. Free PC giveaway for the first ace of the week and $100 Riot gift cards and $100 in iByPower rewards every time there's an ace. Let's just see it again.
This one was so fast. How does he manage to spray down 4 in that spot? I only even see 3 players on the screen. But yeah, you can follow at iByPower on socials, hashtag unlock your ace. Now, Cryo's got a Blade Storm up already, but it doesn't actually matter that much. They're headed into the bonus because they didn't lose anyone. They still have full rifles anyway, but it's always nice just to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, why not?
Here's a play on B, though. We're watching the action on A.
This is in.
Oh, is he going to go for something?
I
There
don't
could
know.
be fights on both sides.
Oh, they
of the
want to
map
go
here.
for it. They heard the reload, I think. Yeah, here's the swing and here's the fight. Cryo dropped. Moment's notice, dismissed straight back. And there's that fight. What an adjustment by Pancada. The double face. This almost gets both.
There's that proactive re-clear fighting that you were asking 100 Thieves to do when they were on the defense side. This time, Loud do it on A. Timing for EU. It's not really going to work. He's going to run into all of Luke Show's util.
Salvos at your feet. Little spike goes down. Hold on. Does he see that on the rope? Not quite. Asuna safe for now.
I'm surprised that didn't pop up on minimap.
Safe for now. Okay, well, EU caught, and there it is. Asuna being a danger player. Sort of deep up towards top nest as well, causing heads on a swivel. Luke Show trying to really dig his way out of this one. Somehow has landed with just Asuna up top and alone. And Luke Show, man, he's just a one-man army.
That's a round and a half from him. What a I mean, he's clearly been the best player in the server today. You heard Mitch say it. If you're looking at you know, players coming up through Brazil, there's plenty of people. You're not just looking at Luke Show. Brazil has got a bunch of talent, but the 3K in the round is so important. Now, having said that, because Loud only kept a couple players alive, their eco is massively damaged. And so despite winning in round 15, they are going to save. Just trying to make sure that they don't allow 100 Thieves to break their economy fully and start running something back.
Xander might be in trouble here.
This is very aggressive from Loud.
Yeah, the net is squeezing. 2 angles to watch for if you're Xander, and he realizes that there's a lot of danger here. You can't give away this gun, but he's just walking steadily out and away! Bullet straight through the box, and he needs an evacuation play. Here and now, he's squaring up. He wants to try and take this fight. Blinded up as anything still. Bodies are falling, toppling. And Luke Shodo, not long for the war. That's Cryo, perched up onto that high ground, plant down on top of it for 100 Thieves, but there's ways back in if you are Loud.
Incredibly important double entry there from Cryo.
That's the Salvo's first wave of things out from Loud, clears out most of Dice. Triple holding this one together. Digizine's the one with the rifle, but he is the lowest player. And they hear it, the rumble of the footsteps, and just missing those timings ever so slightly. The rifle out wide, pressing the advantage, pushing forwards. 100 Thieves making sure that there's no gaps in the play.
That one was an eco round for Loud, though, remember. Only a couple of Vandals that they brought in there. But they are going to be going up against the Thrash. Asuna's got now this pretty sizable attacking ultimate online. And 100 Thieves are headed back over to the A site. So just like on the pistol, where Loud were trying to contest this space, and 100 Thieves were getting set up for an exec, actually this time Digizine not looking to fight aggro, just hiding on top of screens.
Gotta be careful of that one. Well, Snake by Shock, full front A control.
Oh yeah!
Giving up over towards 100 Thieves. Going to use that Thrash to see if they can pave the way in. Cheeky with the movement. Very cheeky with the movement. And you have to sidestep it. Drop back off that high ground angle to Jazeen. He's eager to take that engagement and that fight. Swinging through into the back of the side. Oh my! It's getting messy and it's getting scrappy. Ult's offloaded. Empress now. Jazeen trying to make a go of it. He could pave a way forwards. Ash broken. Take it out. Moment of respite in between the round here, but not for long. Where did these teams playing? They were just waiting for the cooldown. Start. Salvo's in through the back. Cryo! Still with the indicator. He's going to be dropped down to the missiles. And Aston and EU have to do it all. Time ticking, though. Still potentially a win con for them to play around entirely. And swinging around and away. Pancada. He's got another rough position, but that spike plant. Unorthodox up top. Pancada sticking. He knows he needs half. He knows he needs it. And he hasn't even got it. It's Asuna who plays it well in the midst of all that chaos to earn 100 Thieves, that 7th round.
That is a scrappy round. I thought Loud had that one wrapped up, especially when Cryo gets caught by the salvos, not repositioning properly. And Pancada was on the flank. But yeah, it's Asuna who does thrive in chaos like that. Tucking himself into hell, being able to pick up both of the players that were closer to the defuse. And I'm not sure if they had a read that Pancada was on the flank, but his positioning was perfect to avoid getting shot in the back. Now Louder on another eco. It does feel like 100 Thieves are running this one back.
Take flight.
The ults, though, are going to start to get up here for Loud. If they want to run some kind of, lockdown retake, Teho ults and salvos to deny plant. Like, there are ways that this could get dangerous for 100 Thieves here, even on an anti-eco.
Standing ahead.
Hold on, where are they going? Straight back and over.
Weird, though, to not leave someone on A if the idea was to always return. They've actually just inserted Xander. They found a nice timing, though. They're going to be getting in here just as the Sova drone disappears.
That's
but
a great call.
You've got to be a little bit worried that DG has pushed up.
Oh, that false information for Kawazine. Still, he might be able to get a kill if this isn't cleared properly, appropriately, and Cryo, it's lovely. Just crouches and swings straight into the fight. And all the danger just evaporates like that.
And now in a 4v5, almost certainly don't want to be using any of these ultimates. You also don't want to be giving ults to 100 Thieves.
Very aggro in through the back of the side here with the salvos drop down. Might be set up for a nice and awkward fight indeed. Cryo was handed a challenge. He'll happily take it and give you the goods.
It's a round for Xander to hunt. Just so that he can get the pit online, but he's not going for it.
Pancada. This guy just doesn't miss. Still, he's trapped. Tucked close to the corner here. He'd love to try and keep this rifle forward. Snake bite. Narrowly avoided. Pancada! Why does Pancada never miss, Josh?
I don't know. It's been a mystery for years in the Brazilian scene. No one can figure it out. Why Pancada never miss?
Why?
Why? Why? He's 19-9.
Oh, silver lining for 100 Thieves, I suppose. One step closer to all the ults, like you were saying. You said it was Xander that should be hunting. He was the last to die, but he does get that ult online. One step away as well for Asuna. I think he's 1 point away, and it's forced his time out of Loud, so breathing room, because at this point you are kind of losing control entirely of the game. If not, it's already been lost for Loud, even though still leading by 2 rounds. It's 10-8.
But if they lose this round, it's probably drawn level. Because this is an eco swing round for Loud. If they lose this, then 100 Thieves are going to be with the weapon advantage, and it probably goes 10-10. So this is, I mean, I would, it's somewhat the right time to take a tactical timeout, but I would have liked it even a round earlier. I always prefer taking it in the eco round before the big round, because I think when you take tactical timeouts right here, you allow 100 Thieves the opportunity to think, all right, well, we know that Loud are going to do something different. So how are we going to knock them off their game? And so 100 Thieves can pull some, set strat out of the playbook and really try to disrupt the adjustment that Loud are going for. Harder to build that game plan if you do it a round earlier. Now, are we really seeing nobody playing on the A side? Full A retake setup with lockdown? It does look like it. going to put an alarm bot for information, maybe?
Lucio has been standout, so okay.
Pancada got into a hard anchor position here, though, but... Oh, he's going to pit.
Straight down main. It's going to be sealing off a decent chunk of the map away from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's a nasty pit. It does leave the entire top section open, though.
Deep drone as well. Digizine's been pushed into that forward position onto B. A lot of map control right now for Loud. Digizine.
He's going to get some action.
Can you handle it? Onto the high ground. It's incredibly unorthodox, and yeah, just not anticipated by Boostio. Dropped away, out of the fight. Bit of a flash on top of it. 100 Thieves are going to need to come up with a solution. Now the Spike is still sitting around A main. They're hoping to fake some B pressure. Pull players away that they can get into the pit, I think.
Yeah. I mean, are they hoping that Pancada full rotates? That's almost never going to happen.
It's very awkward. 40 seconds left. Still have front B control.
DG is going to have another opportunity here. Another chance to get value out of the Reyna. On defense side, you can just play any angle.
Yeah. This was red further in advance. Listen, they're going to have a lot of ults, I think, Loud for the retake coming through. Yep. It's a flash into the face of Digizine, though. Out through over towards the top. Need to be ready to contain and maintain composure. Thrashing through the back. It's a good connection. The dart and the molly. Armageddon offloaded. Trying to cut these players out of the picture. Lockdown's going to be utilized. Just try and push them back and away here. This is a very chaotic round indeed, but order position firmly gained here by 100 Thieves. They're not being budged from Snowman, from whatever. It's a 3-2-1 swing into the back just in case they could catch a player unaware. For Loud, you're going to be wondering what went wrong here. That was 3 ults invested from them into this round.
And I think the answer to that question, what went wrong, is that 100 Thieves had a really nice call of flashing and taking Snowman control. Probably Asuna that goes for that call. Now, it might not be. Obviously, we're not inside the comms. But the way that Asuna led that fight, threw his wingman down for a plant position for Snowman, and then immediately flashed through the wall, it stopped DG from being able to have impact. Because they're already past him. And then this is brutal.
Yeah.
You just...
Good luck.
Yeah, hands off the keyboard at that point. You can't do anything. You've been checkmated. And Cryo is now top fragging. I don't know what... Has he been doing that for the last few rounds, maybe? But that's
Possibly.
It's a big turnaround. Because it's been Lucio and Pancada the entire map, basically. And now they've slowed down a little.
Cloud's got a bit of a weird bite all over the place, really, here. And appropriate discipline being shown by 100 Thieves. They're very, very ready for the aggro A hold. Dismantling it almost as soon as they can get it set up here. Now, Kawazine not to be dissuaded. He still wants to hold close. It's a dart to the side. Doesn't catch him. He could do some damage here, and it's really all just on him, I think, as that playmaker up top. Luke Shaw just trying to play that high-low as well. Now backing himself out and around to a wave for 10. Not anticipating it. Cryo straight up and over the ropes. And this is going to be that 10th round now for 100 Thieves. Earned up.
They're right back in the game. And this is the Cryo that was promised.
Okay.
I was expecting this to come out on Haven, because Cryo's ISO has been excellent every time we've seen 100 Thieves come out on Haven. But they got battered there, and he never really got a chance to get back into the game. He was losing his 1v1s inside of the ults. He was losing 1v1s, I think it was on the pistol round, was it? Where he got outplayed by Kawazine.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he was missing some op shots at the start of this map as well when he was on the defense side. I thought we were just getting basically a bad day out of Cryo, and he has completely turned that on its head. Loud burning their second attack timeout in 2 rounds?
Yeah,
I think
it feels like it.
Did it right before round
3 rounds
19?
maybe? Yeah. That's tough. It's tough for Loud in this spot because you haven't... I mean, you put 1 round on the board, round 15 in this half so far, and since then, it's just all 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and round 15 was the only round where they had gun advantage. So if you're talking about even or disadvantaged rifling situations, they've just been getting destroyed. And it's mostly just Cryo. I mean, Asana's had some big rounds too. He had a really important clutch where he tucked underneath Hell on A. But so much of this is Cryo, tip of the spear, getting into spots where he can find these early fights and just ripping the Loud players away. Have we seen DG pick up the op yet?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so, and he's bought it here now. It is entirely feasible to run it on the Reyna. But he's... Where's he going? Is he walking down to you with it?
All over the place.
Full rotating to B.
Most of the danger's really been coming from this A site. If you are Loud, trying to play against this, it's that snakebite shot. Early pressure to push them off from. Grabbing up that orb, getting these ults online.
I would imagine that this is just going to be a bit of a default into Boostio ulting on A kind of round. Boostio's holding B for now. But Cryo and Asuna have full pipes control, and at any point here, the IGL of 100 Thieves can start coming around over towards A and get a pretty clean entry.
They're doubled up side by side. Thrown up and over the top. It's going to be broken onto the long-range angles. Flash up and over. Dash straight back, 100 Thieves. No drawing of blood just yet. Just trying to trick each other out.
Here comes Boostio. Ah, no, he's going towards mid, actually.
45 seconds left, and it feels a bit slapdash, doesn't it? What is the call? What's the play to be made? Are you going to use ults to try and get themselves in? Because they're still side by side, close quarters. Him and Vinny up and over towards the top here, on top of Pipes. Cryo dealt with. Slight jiggled as well. Luke Show over the shoulder to fire in line, apparently, is how they're going to be dealing with most of this. All in the form of Luke Show. Young player, new to this stage. But my God, is he performing. Are you realizing? Play for whatever wins you can get into this round here. Keep the gun, try and earn yourself an orb, because this round entirely lost in the process. Loud bring themselves up to 11. First round in a long while.
And was that because of the tactical timeout and an adjustment that they made? I'm not sure I can really give all the credit there to a big tactical adjustment. I mean, Cryo's entry didn't quite find the value off the first dizzy throw.
I think the goal might have been to refight over the Boostio lockdown, because Vinny didn't use his salvos at all at the beginning. He was holding them for the time. He didn't want to be caught in a 40-second window where he couldn't use them to try and break.
That's what I'm thinking, though, because the lockdown, I mean, since the change, the salvos are not just getting evaporated.
Yeah. But they had more players there. They had a shock dart or two. I think.
That's what I'm thinking. But if you do Boostio's ult on pipes, it can be top or bottom.
Sure.
So then, how do you know for sure to land a shock on it? That might be what they're afraid of for sure, like the salvo shock combo. But
they're doing the same again.
But this time, Boostio's going up to pipes. So, but this is weird. Like putting it here, you know it's on the high ground. So now I could see them just using. I mean, Cowanzine has the ultimate this round anyway, so it's kind of. It's a pointless discussion, but they're just allowing them to take the whole site.
Okay, all right.
They're playing for ult denial. Sorry, plant denial, presumably.
Straight in to the site. Open access now for Cryo, and the timing taken. Digizine as a bullet to the temple. He's no more. Salvos. Moving the wingman, and the plant not going to be going down too easily at that. Shock darts ricocheting, just about missing, including these snake bites. Vulnerable up across the board. Hunter's Fury, no! And there it is, that double damage done. Tearing it through these 100 Thieves players. Seeking a bit of safety, backing themselves away. Trying to play this one a little bit more aggro as well. Together, over the shoulder. Brings it down to just 2 players left to do it. On the Loud side of things, Luke Shaw and Vinny, they're just not quite able to handle it. Cryo, no slowing down.
29 kills. He's taken over completely. In that final little 2v3 scenario, Luke Shaw's taking a direct duel against Cryo. Cryo's holding the angle, he is favored in it, but those are spots earlier on where it felt like Luke Shaw could do no wrong.
Yeah.
And now it is absolutely Cryo who's hitting every shot. He's just winning almost all of the duels he takes. 29 and 16, carrying 100 Thieves to make this comeback a reality. After a 9-3 half.
Aggro util being used by Loud here. Just on top pipes, but it doesn't do enough to push them back. I mean, 100 Thieves are All the way in front section of A, it's all theirs. Trying to double face up, remove some of this util. Keep them guessing in the footsteps. Big rumble. I don't think Xander's going to be hearing that, though. Still, he's got open access to Kitchen.
Where's the turret?
Not too sure.
I mean, they didn't use a nanoswarm to break it at the beginning, so what?
Oh, Xander, yeah. Filthy work indeed. They are none the wiser. Love to see if they can clean and root this guy out of position. It's inevitable at this point. This is going to be that 12th round for 100 Thieves.
Mitch was talking about it on the desk. This was a playground for Xander when he was in Tier 2. His map.
Yeah.
And this round, he just had the freest timing through mid. I mean, I'm not sure we'll be able to get a replay of what happened to the turret, but usually I would expect it to be like, you know, nanoswarm lineup that's thrown over towards Kitchen and it takes down the turret really early on, but Busio still had both of his up, so I genuinely don't know what happened to the turret that round, because it should have been watching for that. Maybe Xander broke it early and was taking a late reclear, but then Loud didn't react to it.
Yeah.
Strange stuff happening here. Loud losing their grip.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just dominance from one half to the next. Both of these teams taking turns. Jazine will hope to keep this rifle intact. My God, dismissed. Okay. Keeps the gun in his hands here, but it is 100 Thieves up to 12, nevertheless.
Oh, here's what happened to the turret then, right at the beginning of the round. It's thrown out.
Yeah.
And then it vanishes.
Don't know.
It vanishes.
Did place it, though.
Schrodinger's turret. No, they must have made a play to get rid of it, and we just missed what happened. But presumably that was a nice play from 100 Thieves to set Xander up for the lure. Here's Loud fighting over this.
Oh, it's full aggro. This is it. All in. Why not? Throw everything together and see if you can come on top and top of the carnage. 100 Thieves trying to win these fights out. And my God, it's a bloodbath. Loud were trying to put them into the blender. Got turned right back onto them. Kawazine, it's got to be snappy and more so than that to stand a chance. Tracks it onto the side, but 13-11 is where we end here with Icebox. 100 Thieves straight back at it. And map 3 on the cards.
That is going to fire up this 100 Thieves team. Soon as they found opportunities to swap to the attack side, get Cryo into positions, he feasted, he farmed. 30 kills he ends on. Incredible performance from Cryo. And I think both teams will be fairly happy about the final map split, where, you know, decent middle ground territory for them both. Icebox was an unknown, and it turned out neither team really knew what they were up to on defense side.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns, I think, for them in terms of the time that they put into Icebox as a map. It felt like a weird one, to be honest, to watch.
But I think both teams did actually have some really good ideas on attack.
Yeah.
I think it was more of a game where the attacking teams took control rather than genuinely having poor defenses.
We'll be ending this series anyway with more familiar territory. Definitely some highlight moments to be gathered and gained.
Yeah, if Cryo can keep up this form heading into split, 100 Thieves have got a serious chance.
Yeah, and it's time for a quick break. When we get back, the analyst desk going to be breaking it all down and getting us nice and ready for the culmination, the conclusion of this series. Don't go anywhere.
Meanwhile, Cryo crunching in from short. But Cryo's waiting on the other side! Cryo wins it out for 100 Thieves!
O Cauãzinho tá com medo ainda de plantar, ele tem míssil também. Vamos ver se ele vai querer gastar ou se vai resolver na mira. Cauãzinho! 4K!
All right, we certainly had a bit of an idea of which way this game was going to go.
That was a bite. That was
banana
a bite.
time. We would not be consuming this potassium if it wasn't.
That was a great timing on that bite, Xander. I love that.
Oh, we wouldn't be consuming these. These guys would be having sadness bananas. I don't know what the equivalent is if you lose in 2 maps. Do you get bananas at all? Do you get dinner?
No dinner. Definitely no dinner.
Maybe.
Somehow probably no dinner for 100 Thieves. Lost that one.
Something bad. Something, you know, not good for you.
Common gruel. You know, some of that sat out of the back there.
You're going to peel little potatoes.
The reason why you're looking at our mugs, again, is because 100 Thieves have been able to bring things back after a 9-3 deficit. I know. At
100 Thieves.
halftime.
100 Thieves, 9-3.
It's a thing, man.
It is.
But come on, like the grit, the determination that you need to display in order to make this happen, especially against a team where everything is going right, it's got to be recognized, right? Digizine is powering through, but Luke Show with Sideshow said it, the best player in the server at one point on his debut, but the gas is starting to run out.
Exactly. I'm not sure if it was the gas running out or Cryocells just waking up. I mean, that ace got him fired up, and he just took over the rest of Icebox after that.
The whole game, when you're looking at how 100 Thieves play to kick things off on a defense, though, it's like Cryo's not hitting shots, just like we all witnessed at this point. But even just the macro, you're like, oh, 100 Thieves are just playing their same comp from 2024. This has to be figured out. I mean, why are we still picking Gecko? Because Gecko is not picked anymore. But
that's my line. Your job is to answer the question. It's still your job to answer the question. No,
but continuing.
Listen, the Gecko is something that we haven't seen, like you said, since last year, so it throws a lot of players off, even on the pistol round. I mean, you know, the defense of 100 Thieves, it wasn't good. They only won 3 rounds, but this was one of them, and it was because of this guy right here on your screen who's defusing this fight.
The wingman, for sure.
We love him.
And I think the reason why, again, to answer that question that you want to tee me up that I stole you from, but it's why we see a Gecko now, and maybe it's just the pure Teo coming in the new meta, right? Teo has been so good. He's got good moments. I mean, when you were looking at, Vinny play the Teo on the denial of the plant from the wingman, Teo's still very good, still very impressive. You had good map control in terms of the Armageddon, and it just pound for pound on paper looks like it's really good to help you create space where maybe the Gecko doesn't. But now maybe that's the key thing for 100 Thieves, because not many players or not many teams have been using Gecko. Maybe they just forgot how to play against a type of composition where maybe it helped out.
What edge are you trying to tack though by playing Gecko instead of Teho or KO, for example, or other agents at NNO?
It's the same thing that 100 Thieves tried to accomplish on Split by running the Sage. It's a character that has been out of the meta. People aren't used to playing it, and you think you can get the one-up on him. I mean, it happened here in a way, even though, I mean, without Cryo popping off, it doesn't happen really the same.
We don't want to fixate on the Gecko pick because it's not what gets him this win, but it's just an odd one to see.
Yeah, definitely. Very
definitely.
I mean, we are talking about Cryo here a little bit more in detail. This is one of those maps where we get to see him come out on the jet, right? Like, just take up the duelist role here. This ace here is insane. Pretty insane.
Yeah. This is the danger of, we have pistols, let's group up, let's do something. But if one player like Cryo gets online because of something like this, I mean, you're wishing that you would have maybe just died to a spike. Maybe not let this guy get on a bender that he went on. I mean, he was literally destroying everybody instantly. And he wasn't overheating either while he was doing it. Like, he was playing by the book.
Controlled, no overheats for sure, because after that ace, the following rounds, entry after entry, and also the combination that you had towards the ace side hit when they combined it with the Hunter's Fury towards Jail to try to take down Digizine. He didn't try to rush down to get the pick. He just simply crosshair placement, wait for the Hunter's Fury to push the opponent out, boom, instant headshot. And he's been landing, and there was no way that Lel could answer that.
Can we cast our eyes to the last map in this series now? You might need a reminder. We're off the split here, which, I mean...
I don't need a reminder for that one.
It gets floated here, but obviously...
I want to forget it.
100 Thieves, like, you know, expected to be decent. This is where they bring the Sage on this map, right? Which is nobody else is doing that in Americas right now. Whereas, like, we know in the past, Lau to play just the Teho Breach, pretty, like, straightforward looks here. Like, what should we be expecting, and what are we looking out for coming into a map like this, where a lot's on the line for both these teams still?
First thing for the side of Loud, I don't think we're going to see any compositional change going into that one, because yes, we've seen Luke show when we hyped him up being such a good Sentinel player for the team, but he already has good experience playing as a Viper as well over Galaris in Tier 2. So I think just pound for pound that kind of meshes as well with the current status of Loud, and you could still play this double controller Raze with no Sentinel. But on the side of 100 Thieves, the reason why I wanted to say that we forget it, yes, maybe, you know, the stage coming out, not many teams played against as Sentinels did. They played against again. What happened? 13-1 for Sentinels over 100 Thieves, and you wanted to forget that one. Exactly. So now it comes down to what can you cook up this time around for 100 Thieves if you want to maintain this, because that could be one of those, hey, one-offs, like an EG style, that the next time it's figured out, you'd have nothing to do.
I will say, though, when you get 13-1, I mean, was it really the comp at that point? Because, I mean, on any other day, it would at least be semi-competitive. Okay, maybe you get blown out because you get anti to 13-8, right?
Yeah.
A 13-1 is just such a one-off performance, like you were stating, that I think even if they went in with the same comp today,
do you just throw that result away?
Like, you have to. You have, because there's so much that goes into getting 13-1 that's outside of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, and we heard it after those interviews, you know, after Sentinels, like we just weren't playing our game, like we were just whatever, you know.
Yeah. So, the question still lingers. Can this new Loud roster score their first win of Stage 1? We're going to find out after this. Don't go too far. 100 Thieves and Loud. The conclusion is on Split after this.
Well, here it is, yeah. Split is where we're going to be taking a look at between both of these teams here. For Loud, I mean, really just highlighting the importance, I think, of trying to get their first win. Mitch was just saying before he sent it back over towards us. But that string of rounds that they ended up losing towards the end there, not great for them, to be honest. All the momentum that they potentially had coming out of map 1, leading forwards into that first half, just dwindled immediately.
Yeah, when you get up to 10 rounds by round 15, it's 10-5. You expect to be able to convert those kinds of spots. Hopefully they're not rattled heading into map 3, because like you've said, this is such an important series for them. And they started so well, but now look at the smiles on 100 Thieves. Like, they're feeling good, they're feeling back, despite losing their map pick on Haven.
I think it was the first coach interview I think we did with Ziggs after map 1, saying that, you know, it's not our day, it's a slow start, we're not communicating, we're not calming properly.
Yeah.
Whole load of issues.
Felt like Cope when they went down 9-3 on Icebox.
Yeah, but they've shaken off the rust, haven't they? I mean, if the rust even existed in the first place, it's only been a week since they last played, but
right.
They,
well, talking about a week since they last played, Split. Now, we have seen 100 Thieves running the Sage composition.
Over and over again.
Surely you've had enough time to change this up, haven't you?
It's the same comp. I mean, listen,
it worked one time against Sentinels, and then they 13-1'd 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
The last time they played on Split, they got 13-1'd. And one of the main adjustments that Sentinels made was, we're going to not play in positions where we can get caught by stun and jump on us combos. It really wasn't anything massive that they adjusted. But I do think there's going to be some pressure on Luxio here, because the Viper is the player that they tend to jump on. So maybe this will work out. Maybe 100 Thieves have decided not to change the comp and just add more tactics.
Yeah.
I remain a skeptic, though, that you're running a comp that got destroyed 13-1 last time.
We're going to see how well they do as we head into Split here. Pistol round on map 3. We're beginning shortly, just from the mini-map positions as well, but taking a gander at that, but it seems quite spread out from 100 Thieves. They're not going for anything fast and loose off the beginning.
No, I mean, this composition on defense just has a ton of tools. Pull, slows, nades, salvos, stuns. You know, you don't have to really force the issue.
Yeah. Calzine up the gut with a self drone. Just got broken, so didn't really claim too much space. Pulled 100 Thieves players looking for that reclear. Boostio has to slightly adjust that with a fault line. There's going to be util up into his face and might be feeling that heat.
It's a good stun though from him. It buys time for Cryo and EU to come and help reinforce these positions. And look at how deep Asuna is down mid. Now, I don't think he's going to be able to hear this. There's a stampede of buffalo, but it's a little bit outside of the footstep range, I think.
Trying to find some pasture.
Yeah, well, they're going to be going into Xander, and Xander does not have, you know, a pull down in the choke point or anything like that. As soon as this Viper wall goes up, Xander's going to have a question. Do you swing through it and try to get some info?
Just spotted it. Okay, smokes it up. Paranoid up, and a kill being caught as Asuna dropped straight in through mid. It's going to make this retake much more difficult. And, oh, aftershock into the spam. Xander slow to a crawl there. This is a 3v5 now. Rapid play by 100 Thieves. Looking like they wanted to take it a bit faster, but fault line offloaded. Now the stealth drone here. Cuts it up close, spots out Pancada. Flashed up, salvos, not long for the world. 100 Thieves looking for a way to pave their path potentially to success. They're slowly getting themselves in through the side, tip-tapping away. Ghost in hand, Luke Shaw is not slowed down.
Vinny with a nicely called pistol round again. Going for that mid-round audible call after the A push failed. But I think Ziggs is going to be looking at that pistol round and silently raging at 100 Thieves. They stacked 3 players A off Boostio's stun, and then EU's just sat there with a drone, not re-clearing A main. If they had used the drone 10 seconds earlier, they could have started stacking the B side, knowing that Vinny had called that rotate. They need to be more proactive if they want to get a read on where Loud are finishing. Because right now, we're just seeing Vinny find the right site way too often, because 100 Thieves are not actually gathering information on defense.
Don't do this to me. Come on, don't do this to me. We're gonna see it soon enough.
Sometimes I just think the players like trolling.
Yeah, potentially. Oh, there it is.
All right,
escape it.
Got ourselves a tech pause.
Yeah, we're seeing it. It's looking like a bit of a monitor issue. Fiddling around with it, seeing if we can get the setup right. And hopefully back into the action soon enough on top of it, because
Luke Show's been having some problems with his setup.
Yeah, the audio,
the monitor, and yet still performing.
All good.
Or arguably like the best player. I mean, Cryo did dominate on Icebox, but aside from that half from Cryo, it has been all Luke Show. And this round, in round 1, he was once again the solo lurk player in mid who caught Asuna as he was rotating out. The timings on these lurks have been lovely. He's not just a mechanics god. He's actually been finding really, really nice timings and like macro awareness too. So this monitor issue has been resolved and we're going back into the game.
That's what I want to hear.
And I'm looking for proactivity in the mid round for 100 Thieves. Doesn't necessarily have to be right off rip. But on a round like this where you stack 5 players B, probably are going to be doing something aggressive off rip.
And okay, catch the contact, stun, nades. Pancada's not going to be giving up a gun if he does end up going down. He's just going to be looking to delay. He's called it, so open access to the A site. Gotta be careful here.
Yeah, does he stay? Does he challenge?
Yeah.
I mean, a smoke like this is just so weird unless the omen is right there.
And now we slowly creep and crawl into the spawn.
Crouch walk.
And we're going to put everybody to sleep. Get the blankets out.
I already was put to sleep earlier. Fnatic Vitality earlier on today with their slow attack side rounds.
Yeah.
How many does Luke Show get here?
Over under 3?
1 to 5 in the chat.
I would say over.
Okay.
Okay. Still cleaned up though in time. Well, you're losing some guns.
Yeah,
they're kind of going to be able to reclaim one of these.
I would assume so, but they've lost at least
the
one.
time's ticking.
Oh, you've got to.
He's got a long way to row, buddy.
Okay. He just gets there in time.
Did Pancada get a gun? No.
No, he didn't.
So that one.
Okay, so they did actually lose quite a lot there.
Yeah, they did.
Made the bonus round significantly worse for them. I mean, not that much worse. In fact, DG wants to force. I don't really know why you would go for that.
Economy management is optional. It's fine. Once you get a rifle up, buying into it.
Me, a Carmen Corp fan in 2023.
Well, here we go. Bonus round for Loud. Early salvos. Push back onto the B line, so Sander not able to stand his ground there. Gives him access towards it.
These kind of spots where you're playing, where Luke Show is right now, this is where you could run into a stun salvo play at one of these rounds from 100 Thieves, like a big set play.
Okay.
There's Cryo online early. Vinny solo walking up mid, really weird.
That's strange.
You can't do that without a distraction, some kind of noise being made elsewhere on the map.
This angle is dangerous that he's trying to play at, but dropping off. Slightest of curbs, but Dajazine not to be dissuaded. Straight up into the A site now. Does Asuna want to try and take a peek? Stray shots going his way.
Planted for main.
He's going to rebound, some decent damage. Not much else with it. 4v4. Still with that Heaven control. Digizine's going to be that late backstab as well. They have not cleared him out towards ramp, so that's the real danger for them. And this is being slowed to a crawl. Salvo's back online, looking to delay. And Asuna missing his timing. It's a critical kill at that to try and find Digizine. Wins it against the counterpart. Bankada round, and bodies topple and fall. This is Loud with a bonus round conversion, despite some odd beginnings to the round.
Yeah, very strange beginning to the round. I'm not sure what Vinny was doing in mid there, but also 100 Thieves at no point really started a retake. They waited for Asuna to die in Heaven before they even decided to go elbow. And where was the util? I feel like there was nothing going on the site.
Yeah.
Everybody from Loud was just able to take a normal gunfight. 7-1, Luke Show. A fitting scoreline for a new Brazilian player.
Don't even start. This guy's not going to be let Loud straight back into Brazil. Cryo. He's getting cheeky.
Okay.
Rattles one across there with Digizine taken out. Few issues that Loud might face.
Yeah, a little bit of a play off the start of the round. Again, Kawanzine walking up mid. Kind of solo. Pretty big read here that 100 Thieves are not going to be fighting mid. Because otherwise, you wouldn't just want to walk a solo initiator up.
Just spotted, and he's trying to take a timing past that one still. That's going to be an abundance of util thrown at him!
No way.
Luke Show trade in sight. Desperate for that kill. It's a crazy one to open.
Good play from Vinny as well. Running in, defending his new player.
TP up top. Trying to capitalize in a little bit of the chaos, I suppose, when the plant was going down. Maybe a player could have been occupied.
There might be a chance here if Cryo can hit some ridiculous shots.
That's going to be tough. To clear out most of the way, Pancada showing presence up towards Heaven. There's a gun.
Not the one he was after.
No, just a stinger.
I'd rather have Cryo with the Sheriff.
Now moving away and around. A bit of running gun, backing himself out. Pancada will go down in the end, but they know exactly where he is. Cryo's just trying to bait the shot out.
Might be able to play exits here. But they're going to exit via screens. So, nothing that Cryo can particularly do in this spot. It's a rough beginning to this half from 100 Thieves, but they've been in this spot every single time so far in these maps today. Slow starts.
I thought it was going to be a change of pace, to be honest. Not necessarily in terms of how fast 100 Thieves were taking the beginning of these rounds, but just, I don't know, I thought that string of rounds that they managed to pull together, we wouldn't see this kind of flattening that we've been seeing on the halves. It's been a weird game, honestly. It's been a weird game.
Well, I think it's also if you think about it, 100 Thieves have actually only played one half of VALORANT well today.
Yeah, and it was Icebox.
It was the attack half of Icebox, though. It wasn't even the defense half. So it's 1-1 in the series right now, but 100 Thieves put everything into just one half of VALORANT. So now we're seeing them back on defense again. Defensive Haven and defensive Icebox, they looked like there was nothing going on. They looked really poor, actually. And the same problems are happening again here. It's early days, though, and it's very early days to be taking a tactical timeout and having Ziggs talk to the rest of the team.
Yeah, certainly is.
But I think there are already still some warning signs. They're giving up mid for free. I mean, they did try to fight Luke Show, and they should have been able to get the better end of that in the previous round, but he just hit a ridiculous shot while stunned.
I think it might just boil down to what we've been talking about, the word of the day, proactivity. Get a bit more active maybe in the defense. I mean, this comp does like to get active, right? And I think Loud are going to know that from watching VODs. Can't be being too all in like they are right now, actually, in front of the barriers. 100 Thieves have been doing a lot of big set plays.
I think one of the things that, well, we've seen the first time they played against Sentinels, a big B main set play.
Sure.
Where they did the pull and the slow.
Slow over the top.
Yeah, massive, big fight. That looked awesome. I think this comp is also really good at just being able to hunt Luke Show if he plays aggressively on the lurk at A ramp. You see him here in a really passive spot, expecting them to be doing something different coming out of the tac timeout. He's all the way back here.
Yeah.
And that means if they run some kind of you know, set stun down this line, or if they did a re-clear through a ramp, he wouldn't get caught.
Slow to try and cut up the tempo ever so slightly. Stealth drone going to be used in response as well on the other side of things, just to clear down towards a ramp. Luxio's going to be hearing that one. Could take a timing of his own. There's a minute on the mark here. Wall up through B heaven. All eyes now going to be on to B main.
Yeah, that wall is really nice from Cryo. You got like 30 seconds there where it just blocks off B heaven, and Cryo can help Xander.
Xander spots it. Here the orb, you see it. All coming through now with a showstopper on top of it. Round to the side! My God, just about collecting that kill. Still, equivalent exchange. Paid for in blood, and this wall, no sign of that one breaking. It was used pretty late, as we were already mentioning. And where's the pivot options? You don't have A control?
No.
30 seconds left.
I don't think they realized the wall was here. I think Luxio was supposed to give them an option.
30 seconds
They're going to sound bait the retreat and go into a re-hit as soon as the wall breaks. Do they think about Luxio? He's the only player that can cause chaos here.
He has to be the danger player, but straight through main, man. You've just been obliterated, and Luxio cleans up in the end. EU is having a field day here. Driving straight through into the side. It's Vinny versus the world in a 1v2. Quick wrap around. He's trying to tap this one to pull these players out wide and open. Just can't quite land that one shot. 5 seconds left, and they already know it. Getting a run on, getting a move on. Asuna is going to play for his life, because no matter what, it's a round collected.
First time where 100 Thieves have managed to get the stack in the right place and utterly crush Loud's attempt at getting on site. And I think so much credit there is because of that wall and the timing of it in the mid-round. I was talking about proactivity, going and gathering information in the mid-round, but that wall serves a similar purpose. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily find you info, but it just cuts off a lane on the map so you don't have to worry about it anymore. And it still functions the same way, where you can overstack onto a different area.
It's a big deal with these B hits as well. Normally you have to worry about potentially the pincer. We can talk about that a bit later.
Asuna looking to fight over mid. 100 Thieves have been playing mid very softly.
Just trying to punish that jump spot.
It's tough to play Vents against a Breach Taeho comp. Stun, salvos, you're in a lot of trouble.
And here's a reclear. Okay, the fight taken by 100 Thieves. This is what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, that's nice. And then a wall up as well.
Yeah, this map conditioning nice and slow, like they haven't been going for these plays, but a reclear like that gets them the information, gets them the wall up, pushes Loud back into that uncomfortable territory.
Once more, if Loud want to win the round, it's all on Luxio. The rest of these players have to take their time breaking the wall in mid. And Luxio not spotted by that Taeho drone.
No.
But they're going to be aware of the gap.
Off to the side. Wow, he's just locked straight on to multiple targets.
He's too good.
And this is Boostio. Left alone to his devices onto the A side. He's revealed his hand here, but a paranoia in your face. Fault line round to the side. A util has been used to try and bail him out from afar. And he's seen, or at least heard, that these players are coming through, and here it is. Reinforcements arriving in a form of Cryo up from on high. And the res in the back pocket as well, so Asuna brought back into the picture. Let's see what can be done about this one. Pancada barely able to wrangle that rifle back in control. Xander, full control of the one extremity where there could be problems. Clean in the end by 100 Thieves.
And despite Luxio's best efforts at making something happen there at A ramp, 100 Thieves early round fight through mid, like the re-clear in mid there, is what gets them set up for an advantage to be able to win. Puts them instantly into a 5v3 scenario. That's the proactivity that Zix is talking about.
Yeah.
And a good timing for it too, not straight off the rip, so that Loud can immediately make a game plan and react. You know, like 20 seconds into the round, something like that.
And force the timeout out of Loud at this point as well, but you're exactly right in terms of the window of opportunity and when you choose to strike with this comp, because you can be proactive. It was a beautiful one by 100 Thieves. Cleared up all the question marks that might have been around the map and got them 2 kills to really just net them that round win nice and early on here. Now Loud going to be working with essentially a bargain bin buy. I mean, you've got a rifle in the hands of Luxio, why not?
He's been the right player to give the rifle to today.
For sure.
And he's also really frequently just playing the opposite side of the map, working off the distraction, so everybody on 100 Thieves has to give that penguin to me, I will punt it.
Do not give this man a penguin. Do not put him on any conservation efforts. The Luxio has been unreal, to be honest. For an opening performance on the stage when Loud needed a turnaround, 11-4, and a lot to be asked of. Still stepping up to it.
Yeah, he's got the opportunity to take individual fights. And the timings he's finding are really nice. He waits until his team tells him exactly where the breach and the Tejo are so that he doesn't get caught by stuff. This round, though, playing with the pack. Just looking to trade out his teammates, I think. Maybe something a bit pacey.
Yeah, hold on. It's a weird looking salvos as well, skipping straight past it, but it's a half clearance. Cryo was stunned up.
Cosmetic.
And Digizine removed from the fight. Deep B main control gives up an orb as well. These are a lot of ults that are just accumulating now for 100 Thieves. And immediately going for that reclear up into A Heaven. This is super proactive.
Yeah, I like the stack over towards A Heaven here.
If that gets used in vents, they are going to be in big trouble.
I would assume they're not going to be looking to use ults this round.
They heard a jump. They heard a drop down.
Hello.
They know that they're in there. Yeah, this is a great time for the Armageddon if you want to choose to use it, but the longer you wait, the worse it gets. Still stun connects. That's what they were waiting for, but yeah, they just missed the timing on it. Ever so slightly. So, bit of a blunder. Armageddon rolls its way forwards and through. Rolling Thunder to buy a bit more time. 45 seconds left. And with the salvos to supplement, that's a perfect combination. Cluttering up close to the corner. Asuna not expected into that spot. Pancada was looking to see if he can relieve that pressure onto the B Heaven players. 100 Thieves in complete control of this round here. No time really left to work with. Spike might be in the hands of Kawazine, but everyone's watching for it.
Double ultimates expended though for 100 Thieves. Gets them back into the game, sure. Third round on the board. It's all really important. But now they have less tools to work with in the next. And this is where Loud actually have rifles. I like the idea, but DG with a half clear over towards the left side of Heaven there, and Cryo hits a nice shot. He's 10-4. Again, it's Cryo and Luxo who are at the tops of the scoreboards. But this round is going to be an important one. And are they just sending it down mid with a showstopper right at the beginning of the round here?
Oh yeah, that's a slow warp down towards Sewers. Sewers in the chat, but a very passive play by by Loud, I should say. Looking to contain most of this space. Goodness me, man! That's just sending it! Blind as a bat!
You going forwards?
Okay, buddy. Nearsighted. That's a -8.
Yeah, you might just want to hold on for a moment there while you're paranoid. He doesn't really have a good idea of where to even, you know, shoot it while he's blind.
Maybe just hoping, I think, that the tracers would spell it out. Give him a target to lock onto.
Mid-round wall is still going to provide a lot of value, but they don't really know where to stack. Playing 2B, 2A. Could still be around here for 100 Thieves. You'd like to see them get a little bit of information. I think they're going to be too late, though.
Yeah.
Xander is playing in the discipline box.
I mean, this is very forward. Little angle here, ult in through the back of the side. That's Pancada full committing, full sticking, and Stun doesn't really do anything into that spot. Xander's been revealed and he needs to try and find his way out. This guy is just a danger right now, still for the two, flashing through and trying to wrangle control with a spray control. It's just not quite there. Damage done though. The spike dropped into the open and it leaves it into a 1v1.
21 HP between them.
Yeah, it's a swift breeze that will just end either of them, and a pit dropped down.
I mean, any level of spam, a classic right click, anything.
Bustio doesn't want to return the fire. He's low himself, and he's just holding perfectly. No way! What?
You can't lose that as Bustio.
No shot.
He had the perfect read on what Luxo was doing. And somehow, I don't even really understand how. Was he moving?
Mate,
I don't know where the bullet goes there.
Just an outline on the back wall there.
Got to get that in 0.25.
Yeah, I would be, listen, that happened to me in ranked. I'm clipping that immediately, 0.25. I'm going crazy.
Honestly, watching the replay, I think he's just late.
Yeah, it's just late.
He's holding a pixel angle and his reaction time's just not good enough.
And SDK, he's looking to the heavens. Because that did come down to the wire.
Bustio's going to be sickened by that because he really did have the read. Loud though, grouped up, putting pressure on Xander.
Salva's up towards Heaven as well. Oh, Xander! Xander! Not to be removed, not to be outdone. This is an absolute complete collapse onto the Loud approach.
100 Thieves look really good when you run a fast play into them. The protocols are absolutely there for dealing with that. Sick first shot from Xander, and he sidestepped the breach ult as well. Really nice reposition. Ricardo's on the outside looking in. Has no hope.
No.
Just kill all 5 of them, and then you'll have your Omen ult, and then you can TP and get the spike.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Very true. Now it's going to be a long 50 seconds as we look to talk about something.
Well, I mean, this is the emotional roller coaster of these kind of matches, isn't it? You've just been high on the elation of Luxo winning a spot that he probably shouldn't be favored in at all.
For sure.
And then you immediately call a fast hit and just get
30
boom.
seconds left.
And 100 Thieves cut the gap down to 1. And this is now ecoed Loud too.
Yeah.
They have minimum loss bonus. Cowanzine, Vinny, only 150 credits. 100 Thieves are back into this.
Yeah, steadily and slowly they are clawing their way straight back. I mean, they're not equalized just yet, but at this point, with the string of rounds that they're managing to put together, it's looking nice.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah.
In just a moment.
There's no hunting for this gun either, so safe time to run some replays.
Yeah. And important to note there, the 3 of the players on 100 Thieves couldn't really afford to lose a gun either. So that was a massive eco swing round.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, that's great move. Beautiful shot. Xander looked super confident and sidestepping all of the breach shooter, making Vinny look a fool.
That's hard to do. Popping in and out of Astro form, getting the smokes, straight back into it,
And
all
looking like,
grouped up.
Just do it again.
Okay. They're like, surely we don't get slow-upped again. Surely Xander can't do it again. Admittedly, there's going to be less support available for him because he's in a very forward off angle.
Yeah, extremely aggressive.
Here it is, smoke in your face. No one clearing him into the corner. Slow warm. Counterintuitive ever so slightly, but Cryo's just trying to help him out with a nade. Rebounding out forwards and away. Pancada, he TP'd past this one. Quarter cheeky timing, but he just can't quite catch the kill. It's Asuna who returns with that fire. There's the, okay, boom, oh, it's getting cheeky. It's getting awkward. Luxo forced to just stare down the battle of defeat there. 5-5, 100 Thieves. It's been some rapid rounds that we're taking a look at.
Yeah, and both of those rounds are, in my opinion, really never going to work against 100 Thieves. Because you're going into...
Cryo on Heaven, on B.
Yeah, Cryo is just going to have full Sage slows to work with. You're going to be running into potentially Raise Nade or Salvos coming through afterwards as well. But unless you run down Xander instantly, and even then, Cryo is still going to be B-Heaven shooting at you while you're all slowed up. So I think that round was just a bit of a throwaway from Loud because they didn't want to show anything different. And now they're going to come in with their actual strategies for winning.
Oh, stealth drone. Slightest of gaps, but it doesn't clear out through vents. Tyner missed on that one. Luxo's out, but the Armageddon. Hold on, how the hell are you going to get out of this one? There's a slight gap. And Asuna, oh my goodness. No, he's a thief in a knife.
Oh,
this guy!
Oh, what a read.
That's just manic.
He knows that Luxo got the kill over towards A, so he knows that Loud are going to be pivoting in that direction.
Pushes straight past. Luxo is just trying to buy some time for the rest of his team to get straight back in with a snake bite.
EU's in a great spot. They're not going to expect him here, I don't think.
Tucked up. This is Benji Fishy. The angle he likes to play. My God, man! And he's on the collections! And inside the chaos, 100 Thieves thrive.
Winnable, but difficult for Pancada. You'd have to isolate one of these 1v1s, but he's got 40 seconds.
No, 1v2, 8 bullets. Now Xander's off angle. You just don't account for it. And he's more than ready. Primed on the position. The lead being taken by 100 Thieves.
That is such a nice play by Asuna. That's a crazy play.
No, it is.
There are so few people that would go for that. So look what happens. Luxo gets his kill on Boostio over towards A, and realizing that Vinny is going to call a pivot to A, Asuna just jumps over the boom bot and kills 2 of them in the back.
That's nice.
I mean, that is, you are so rarely going to get a spot like that, and so rarely going to have a player who's mad enough to take the opportunity.
Yeah, a moment of hesitation, that doesn't work.
No.
A moment's hesitation.
Final round of the half here, and a big set play, looking to try to put pressure on
Here it is, straight up. There's no slowing down, is there? Finally. We were hinted towards it to punish potentially on Luxo.
Yeah, I like that from 100 Thieves. and they've only done it one time in the entire half. So that really caught Luxio off guard. He was ready for it earlier on in the rounds. You saw him holding really passive positions. But now after catching Boostio in round 11, Boostie's like, do not let this guy get anything more.
Denying that space that he's just been walking up. Lauda handling this one correctly, though, I would say. I mean, they break the wall in through mid.
Can they dodge that?
If they dodge the timing, okay, it's just been broken potentially by the one player. But
little stick bug.
Yeah. Boostio. It's an off angle, taking a peek and gets the info. Fault line and a swing. Got to be brave for a play like that. Still, it has disconnected Dijazine from the rest of his team, yet he still finds a kill. Showstopper to no avail. Asuna sent it flying forwards here, and Armageddon as well. It's going to be rolling out that red carpet and pushing these players forwards and away. Up from the high ground, Cryo! Oh my goodness.
He's got a res available on ramp as well. Pancada's going to find himself in a 3v1.
Yep, and as soon as Cryo hears that plan coming off, there it is, 1v3 for Pancada to try and bail himself out of. He's TPing out into the open. He's looking for any available option. But he's going to try and ISO these fights and do it now. Ball drops down. Deep positions. Baiting it with a couple of footsteps and it drops down. Good angles to be held. A 7th round accumulated, added to the total. 100 Thieves. They had a dire start to this map, to be honest. A dire start to the series overall as well, but they just have managed to find their footholds.
Yeah, I think you've got to give them credit. That's a fantastic resurgence in this half. Since round 5, they've only dropped a single round. They've won 7 out of the last 8. And I said earlier, 100 Thieves only played 1 good half of Valorant today. Well, add another one to that.
Yeah.
Because that defense is split. They were more proactive. They took control. Really nice adaptation.
There's tension in the air between these two teams, of course. Loud need their first win of stage 1, but there is an on-fire 100 Thieves standing in the way. Well, momentum has been just a bit of a cornerstone, I think, in this series so far. We've seen just very one-sided halves of Valorant overall. This one, though, as we finally get over to Split, first half at least, much more back and forth, but the point still remains that Loud are sitting 0-2 so far in stage 1, and this match here has always been genuinely heading into it, I think, a must-win for them to even stand a chance of making it into the playoffs of stage 1.
Yeah, going 0-3 is so brutal to try to dig yourself out of that hole. And if you think back to yesterday, not yesterday, sorry, last week, when Loud played against 2G, Dijazine drops 30. They lose on Lotus. I mean, Dijazine then drops, I think it was like 19, 32 and 19, something like that. And Luxio has come in and delivered unbelievable performances all day. If Loud are to lose today on his debut, that'd be shattering.
I've seen this pistol round before. Don't know if it's going to go the same way, but last time, 100 Thieves, they take it up through A Heaven, in through mid, and they want to squeeze this Viper player with Xander potentially collapsing, but we'll see. Wall's going to be dropping down. They spotted the player out. Nade rebounding. There's the aftershocks, and it's a cheeky one. Wow. Nowhere to stand here. Luxio's going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure. The fact that he even gets one, to be honest, is good. It's impressive because he was in a vice grip. Now Vinny, slightest of off angles, and Aston's not slowing down the pace whatsoever. He up and away at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and he manages to lead the team into a bit of a death trap. No attempt to slow down, and Vinny making a name for himself in this round. 13. All but sealed up now for Loud themselves.
He's doubled his kills too.
Yeah.
Both of the Breach players with 3 and 9, I think, at the half. And Vinny just holds that off angle. Weird spot for a Breach as well. Hard to get value out of your util. But they shut it down with a triple face in mid too. I like the pistol round idea. And I do think we should be paying a lot of attention to where Luxio is playing on defense. Because 100 Thieves did it against Celsius when they played this comp on split against Sentinels. And they're going to do it again, where they try to put crazy amounts of pressure on that Viper in mid. But I suppose if Vinny's just going to get 3 from an off angle like that, Loud are going to be fine. Looks like a stun salvo play.
Yeah.
Based on the pings.
Seeing the pings, aren't we?
I don't think Xander's going to get caught by it. He's able to back out.
Just catching on to the corner. Meanwhile, the Jazeen full control. Out down mid, Calzine. Oh, he's already just anticipating it. Peek down to the sides.
Cover going out.
Jump spots, no early shots baited out by Pancada.
And conditioning extremity pressure, right? You know that Pancada now is going to try to take a fight. He's not just going to be jump spotting and playing passively.
Yeah.
You know that they're going to be fighting with double initiator over towards A. Loud are trying to make it feel like they are going to be taking the fight to 100 Thieves. We'll see what they actually do when rifles come back online, but that's certainly the impression they're trying to give here.
Bit of a min-max round here on the eco for 100 Thieves. At this point, they know they have no chance really of winning it, but if there's an orb to be gained over towards A, they'll try and get it underneath Asuna.
Yeah, I would doubt it. Presumably with Kaunzine and Vinny pushing up,
they pushed out, right? So it's not going to be available.
So 100 Thieves instead. Just have a moment to collect themselves, but Loud are looking like they're going to be back into this one. Such an important game so early on.
What is that?
They can't afford to let this one slip.
No, you cannot. Still, Salvo's down onto the floor. Cryo, my God, rapid run around. Picks up the gun. Spike in their hands. There's 18 seconds left. If Cryo gets a pick, that's all just being watched. Okay. The plant, though. Okay. Not a lot of damage done to Loud in terms of the economy, so they're going to be coming into the next with a healthy bonus. But 100 Thieves, to be honest, probably weren't even expecting a plant in that spot, so not too bad on all accounts.
I'm looking at what Loud got cooked up for the next round. We saw them go pretty aggro over towards A main in the previous. They don't have any ults online, but if you were to do something unusual, round 15 would be the one to do it, to throw it out. A triple push down mid, for example. Maybe, again, a really heavy fight out through A.
It's going to be a B main fight by the looks of the minimap.
Yeah, they've got stun.
Yeah. You're not going to want to miss this one. Fault line nades, salvos left and right. It's going to be a very awkward position, I think, that the 100 Thieves have forced themselves into. Might have util of their own, though. Fault line, waiting off to the sides, and yeah, kills collected boost. Yo! Slightest of gaps, I think, for himself to play in, and he collects that trade, so...
He took so much damage, though. He's going to get healed up, but he's only on 100 health.
Could have been much more dangerous. Now, what's the call now for 100 Thieves on top of it?
They want to re-clear this.
They have to.
But they want to contact it, because Loud are likely in this round to have left.
Damage done. Watchful eye onto the other appropriate position.
Those are big kills for 100 Thieves to get. No utility, just walking in. And Cryo, even after being aim punch headshot, still finds the first one.
Yeah, Paranoia sweeps its way through. Gonna be watching for this lurk that's occurring. Off to the side!
What is that?
Crazy shot. Sands are not even tagged up into the process, so dismantling the play that Loud were trying to cook up.
It's a nice idea from Loud. I really don't mind it. They did a ton of damage early on. But when they held this crossfire in B main, I think Cryo just does so much here. If he goes down, it's pretty likely that 100 Thieves are actually in a disadvantaged spot, finding it a bit of a struggle to end B, have to reset again. But all right, rifles back for Loud, eco swing round. If Loud lose this, they've lost control of split.
Fault line's easy enough to dodge. Not as well, though. It's just to give 100 Thieves a bit of peace of mind and sow a bit of unknowns, I think, into the minds of these Loud players as well. Pancada's going to be worried that they have B main control.
No fast, aggressive play from 100 Thieves here. I was expecting them to do some kind of heavy stun double blast pack kind of setups, or looking to pressure Luxo in mid, but they're not actually playing around the Viper Orb that much. I mean, now the Viper Orb goes up, almost as a reaction to the salvos.
Luxo's ahead of most of this. The salvos clearing out through vent. Very aggressive positionings.
If you spot DG here, I don't think you expect Cowan to be tucked.
Who's taking that first contact? That's my big question. Sees it, Kawazine. What more can you claim? 2 ripped away. In the blink of an eye, but dropping down. Just the slightest evacuation attempt here by Digizine. The Satchel's going up and over towards the top here. There's 25 seconds left into this round. Snakebite, fault line slowing them down to a crawl up through Heaven as the only available option. They've walled themselves off. They can't quite pivot even through mid. They are forced into the fight and forced into the gulag of their own making. And Luxo, this guy has just been dominant start to finish.
And it's Luxo's information in mid. The fact that he doesn't use the Viper Orb until the salvos are used, which allows him to fully clear out mid, deny 100 Thieves that space they were looking for, and everyone on Loud can stack A. And they can keep that bait and switch setup going. Because like I said, as soon as you spot DG in that kind of spot, you are not thinking there's another player tucked really close A main. And Gawanzine gets 2, buys time for the blast packs, for the snake bite to completely deny. Yeah, look at how Luxo is playing this. He's not popping the Viper Orb, keeping full fuel until he needs to re-clear mid.
Here in a drone.
And this means he still has... Look, now he needs to re-clear. And he goes popping through.
Forwards! Just about getting control of that rifle in hands. There's a trade in sight.
Good spam from the rest of 100 Thieves to make that a 1-for-1.
And drone's being used to try and gain semblance of info. All grouped up, slow and steady.
Loud still have good A ramp information. They've lost B main and mid.
They're here to drop down now in through vents. It's a bait by 100 Thieves, looking to see if they can pull players over towards A potentially.
Oh, this is where Vinny got the 3K on the pistol.
And he's right in this spot once more and just hopped up. There's a trade. It is there instantaneously, in fact, by Cryo.
Cover going out.
Pancada is going to be layering down some smokes now. They've lost control over towards B Heaven, so...
I think Pancada just has to wait for the rest. This is going to be a full retake setup.
They don't have side control. Pancada reveals his hands. Laying in wait in through the spawn. They don't quite know. That smoke is really causing issues for them. But eventually they clear most of the way. It's bought so much time now for the retake to actually occur. Fault line, aftershock. It's going to be combined. Nothing else to slow it down though, so the plant in through safety. Tucked behind default, 3 versus 3 into this retake now. Digizine, forward Santa. Precision is the name of the game. And already just swiftly dismissing any opposition. 100 Thieves. Good control of every situation there.
Xander's had some really important rounds. The couple of kills he gets there, listen, he's not at the top of the scoreboard, but he's getting important kills right when his team needs them in even scenarios. Dodges that breach flash, swings back around and deletes Digizine and Vinny. Really well played. 9-8, 100 Thieves clawing an advantage and putting a lot of pressure on Loud's economy. They have 4 Vandals and a Sheriff.
There it is, straight up the gut, right through mid. I couldn't get no chance. And the fuse just running dry and short. It's not going to matter though when the rest of 100 Thieves are happy to clean up behind you. Res immediately. There needs to be a step up and heroics were ordered. Luxo can only do so much, so it leaves Vinny in a very uncomfortable spot. Minute 15. We've had a couple of rounds now like this where it just ends immediately.
I think this is what I was expecting more for the series overall, though.
Yeah.
And we haven't had as many as I was expecting. 100 Thieves chose to fight mid with the Showstopper at the same time as Loud, randomly, just decided to fight mid.
And now you're seeing it. Min-maxing with the ults. Building up towards it. Looks like the priority is Asuna, despite the fact that EU and Boosty were close themselves. And Vinny's just going to be looking to survive. He was one away. I think he grabbed the Orb at A main.
This is a bad, bad round for Loud to lose, though. They forced into this. Kawanzine, I think it was, only had a Sheriff. And the round was over within 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And now their economy is pretty chalked. I mean, Vinny's going to stay alive. And he's still got full armor. Luxio might be able to pipe. I mean, do you want to force in a spot like this? I don't think so. So you're probably going to end up going down 11-8. And at that point, the game is slipping away from you. And 0-3 might be on the horizon for Loud. Sadak's pleas from Berlin going unheard.
There's that fight that we were seeing.
I mean, Asuna is so happy to just send it in spots like this.
Yeah.
To his credit, he is a selfless player.
He is. He'll play like the sacrificial lamb. He knows his team have got him back in that particular spot as well. I mean, there's a firing line behind them.
He's had some wild showstoppers today, though.
Yeah.
The one where they sent it down market. Again, It was a set play, right? But when he got paranoid and he just decided to carry on going.
So this timeout makes a lot of sense. Everything that we've just discussed as well, because money's not looking too hot for Loud. Time to talk about what's going wrong, but 100 Thieves are going to be up to 11 by the time that whatever this strategy is that you're yapping away, trying to figure out.
Well, Loud lost that round because they decided to opt into a team fight, basically.
Yeah.
100 Thieves love that kind of style of play. Asuna drew all of the attention, and then the rest of the 100 Thieves swing in afterwards and are able to pick up what are essentially a bunch of trade kills. So I would say Loud probably don't want to opt in that style of Valorant. They probably want to instead be trying to take fights on the extremities, do the like 1-2 bait setup plays, because 100 Thieves clearance in those spots does not look amazing. And try to drag the rounds out late so that 100 Thieves are forced to run and execute.
Yeah.
But this game is rapidly getting away from them. And again, poor Luxio. He's top fragging on his debut. 22-13. He's essentially doing what Cryo's doing on the other side.
He's dominating.
Trap play in B main.
Yeah. So fault line's going to be cutting his way across off the contact of Pancada.
Vinny's worried though about mid. No one's really got his back.
ADS up, swinging wide. Fault line's going to be delayed and late here to Paranoia, gliding all the way through. And okay. Target-rich environment, going for the reswing and a refight with a roll in front of Armageddon. Okay, this is chaos and anarchy. It's called up, it's ordered for.
But how do you follow up on any of this?
And they've weathered the storm.
The tail does not cover all of this area, and now you've just sent all of your ultimates on the round where you have bad weapons.
To no avail.
I mean, maybe not to no avail. There is still a chance they win the 5v4, but they didn't get much of an advantage out of that. There's still a minute on the clock.
There is one silver lining. It's a lack of control across the rest of the map. 100 Thieves are essentially going to be forced into this B hit. They don't have map control elsewhere. Pings out. Across the board here by 100 Thieves. Waiting for the timing. There it is. Cosmic Divide. Salvos. Cuts it up. Pull into the back lines on top of it. It's flash to add just some extra worry onto themselves. Good kills to be found. A flash to try and supplement. Lovely movement. Xander always keeping it ajar. Just dancing around the bullets. Lands them to safety.
And despite going into the stack, 100 Thieves weather the storm. Really nice composure from them in this round. They were under genuinely a lot of pressure in B main. There was so much going on. I mean, that's one of those rounds that never show that to a CS player. I mean, they wouldn't have a clue. They're not built for that kind of stuff.
The team will look to do a bit of damage. One away from the ult. Wait a second, these players are grouped up towards the back of the site.
They can play time here, though.
Yeah, they can. Slowed down 8. Oh, it's left to work with. Cryo.
But yeah, I think 100 Thieves do deserve credit for navigating what was a chaotic situation quite well there. There's all of that pressure coming towards them. Breach ult, Tejo ult. I mean, the Breach stunned to start with as well. But they used every piece of util so early on. And now they don't have ults for the next round. I mean, they've still got Showstopper. Dejazine has got to be the hero that Loud need right now. He has an op and a Showstopper. And he's staring towards 100 Thieves in B main. If Dejazine can't get this done, no one can.
It's a bit of a struggle for him. Stealth drone connection fault line as well, just to put a bit of fear. The back of the mind of Xander. Re-clear is going to be caught for. That's Loud just pushing and backing away, trying to get control again through mid.
DeJazine's walking up onto a slightly more aggressive angle in B main, and just judging roughly by people's positions, looks like things are going to be going away from him. A spike heading over towards A main, and Pancada already making a move over to help support Vinny here. Putting a lot of faith in DeJazine, and now footsteps heard.
So aggro, and he's got all the information, as you already mentioned. Jumping across, spotting it out. You know, the DeJazine is isolated. What is a call to be made here? There's a wall up in through mid, so no options there. And on through the flank, that's Luxio. This guy is going to be the knife in the back, I think, the necessary one.
He's going to get caught by Boostio.
He's stunned up! He took too long with it. Armageddon paves a way forwards. And the spike picked up. The clutches of Xander. He'll try and get it back to safety, try and get this plant straight back down. Control granted, again given over towards 100 Thieves.
DeJazine has one blast pack and a dream.
They need a kill, I think, to really set this one in motion. He's ascending it! It's the 1v1. Pancada. He's not going to know where these remaining players are, just peeking straight through the smoke. Risky business, but at this point, risks need to be taken. Does he anticipate it? Plant spot that is being placed in. Up for Heaven. He's got a smoke to cover. Not even a tap. It's a full stick onto the half. Slowed down though. Stunned up. Salvos. And EU. Final line of safety nets. 12-8. 100 Thieves. Dire starts overall to this series, but they've definitely managed to just regain control themselves.
Yeah, their composure and belief in themselves has been excellent today. Rough situation for Luxio, but also the first one, really, that we've seen all day from him, where he gets caught out in a spot like that. Best case scenario, he was only going 1-for-1 in that kind of position, but they should have been able to comm. DeJazine should have had the comm that Boostio was going to be rotating late. He saw him with the op. What could be the final round here?
Swinging wide, and as you mentioned, could very much be that final round. 100 Thieves stuck in an awkward spot. All grouped up, all 5 of them. Stealth drones cleared all the way through B on top of it. Kawazin's getting info now. Does that refight? Flash forwards, bullets spraying and praying down through the walls. There's a wall in your face on top of it. And Asuna has dropped Pancada forwards. Again is the approach once more. It's an ult. There's no slowing it down. Blood in the water, and Asuna's like a bloody shark. Luxo, a last-ditch attempt, just the one before the trade is online. But the site cracked wide open. Double face, clearance up towards the top. Good shots to land. Xander's been finished. 2 versus 3.
Such a tough spot for Vinny and Kawanzine, knowing that your season may hang on this.
Salvos, see if he can find an option, anything at all, but Asuna's got it all under lock and key. 13-8 to finish that final map. 100 Thieves. They're pulling it back essentially from the brink.
First half of this series, on Haven and the first half of Icebox, Loud were completely in control. They'd won 2/3 of the round. It didn't look like 100 Thieves were even awake. And then they turned it up, had a fantastic attacking half on Icebox. And we were worried at the beginning of Split even, because they looked slow, like they were missing that proactivity, and then suddenly turned it up. And I think so much credit has got to be given over to Cryo, because my God, what a individual game he played today on map 2 and 3.
Yeah.
He wasn't really awake on the ISO map 1, which is unusual for him. But my God, he had a performance.
Incredible composure across the board, I think, as well, from 100 Thieves. A lot of belief in themselves to know that they can do it, that they were capable of winning.
Dejected walk-off, though, for Loud.
Oh, yeah.
They've now lost to their Brazilian rivals 2G and lost a crucially important close game that they could have 2-0.
Their playoff dreams for Loud are not entirely done and dusted. There's still minor percentages, essentially, that they can make it if all the stars align, but it's a rough spot to be in if you're Loud.
Yeah, I mean, the best case scenario, you're 2 and 3, and requires some mad tiebreaker scenarios probably to even be able to get through. So They're in a really rough spot. But silver lining, Luke Shaw, the player that you're watching right now, had an amazing debut. Amazing. I mean, massively justified his signing and also him being put in the roster over 2 weeks, which was a question that we had. Are you really going to fix the team with adding him in? And okay, they didn't get the round win today, but I got to be honest, their attack sides did look a lot better with him providing so many aggressive lurk opportunities. It made Vinny's calling look a lot better.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough in the end.
That's exactly right. Still sitting at 0-3, but for 100 Thieves, a lovely win to add to the tally.
I can't believe they still ran the Sage comp on split.
I know, right?
And got value out of it. Like, they actually changed up what they were doing quite a bit. Weren't running as many like fast aggro tactics, but still put some of them in there.
Sure. Yeah.
It was, yeah. It looked like it had, I thought it was going to be a one and done comp, and it looked like it might still have a couple legs.
Yeah. And it's elation on the face of the 100 Thieves players, of course, across the board. I mean, how could they not be happy, I think, after that? Because it was looking over at a certain point, wasn't it?
2-1. A pretty decent record for 100 Thieves now, heading into week 4.
Exactly, and as well, we'll see how much more competitive their group overall gets. But for now, we're going to send it down to the stage. Liz is standing by for that Verizon post-match interview. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm here with EU from 100 Thieves. Give it up for EU. No, you just said something very interesting to me. You said that my team did that, not me. Talk to me about that team performance. Cryo really just kind of popped off EU, but you played well as well. But like, talk to me about, I mean, you did, but talk to me about that team, how the change from map 1 to map 2 to map 3.
Yeah, my team really like brought the energy today, I'm not gonna lie. They had insane comms, everybody was playing really good. I'm definitely not proud of how I played today, but like my team definitely had me. Cryo as well with like the 30 kills on Icebox as well. Everybody's comms were good. I mean, I would say like we played really good as a team today, so. Yeah.
I want to get your perspective on something. I talked to Zix after the first map and he told me what he told you guys, what he reinstilled in you guys. I want to hear from your perspective what Zix said to you after the map 1 loss.
I'm not gonna lie. I think the only thing that I remember him saying is for us to play like standard and like we shouldn't overthink things, because it did feel like on map 1 a lot of the things that we were doing was kind of like overcook, I guess is like a good way to put it, when in reality we should just play simple because they were playing simple. So yeah, that's the only thing I remember.
Well, something I want to ask you about is kind of this confidence that we're going into. This is now your second stage win in stage 1. Moving into 2G next week, who you'll be facing, and they looked pretty damn good against Loud last week. What are your thoughts moving forward? Are you more confident in yourselves? Do you feel like you still have a lot more to work on? Where is that confidence level right now?
I think this year's stage 1 feels a lot like last year's. It doesn't feel like we're just winning this game because like, you know, we're like good players or anything like that. It does feel like we're learning a lot match to match. I said it after we won the EG game. Like regardless of the score lines of these maps, as long as we continue to, you know, focus on what we've been focusing on, the results just help us. It just keeps motivating us to keep on going forward. But yeah, the confidence is definitely like going up and up and up with every match win that we're getting. So, you know, hoping it stays up against a 2G game.
Well, you actually bring up something because you talked to me before the game and you said that you learned a lot from your last match. What did you learn? I know it's obviously hard to know right after the match, but what are your kind of key takeaways right now from this game against Loud?
I think when we play teams like this that are like really talented mechanically, so like Loud has crazy players. Cowanzi's like one of the best initiators in the world. DG's in. I mean, all their players are insane. Luke Show played insane. Yes. We realize like, even though we are individually talented, we kind of have to fall back on our micro fights and make sure that we're not giving people like freebies, I guess is like a good way to put it. We can't give them what they want because they want the duels. So that's kind of what we learned from like the EG game going into Loud. And honestly, like we learned it in this game as well.
Do you think you applied that as the maps went on, like Haven versus, you know, Icebox? We saw you were meeting them where they were at on A site on Icebox completely. So like, how did you apply that this game, the map 2, map 3 specifically?
I think we still had the idea going into Haven. It's just Haven with the map details was, we kind of knew where they were hitting on Haven, for example, and we would stack 4 on the site, but then our microfights were bad because they have Teo Breach, and we tried turtling in the site, so like 4 stacking a site while turtling against Teo Breach isn't too good. But I would say like the process for it was still consistent throughout all 3 maps. You know, we want to understand where they're going because they play simple, find out where they're going, and then microfight them when they get there, or like try to refight for info and stuff like that. So it definitely was easier for us on the last 2 maps than it was on Haven because of their comp, but still the same.
I know Reddit and VLR are eating those answers up. Give it up one more time for EU, everyone. A well-deserved performance. Now we're gonna head to the post-show because it is Xander and Boostio.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Thank you very much, Liz. Yes, it's time for match point. I've got Baby Bay here and here with Boostio and Xander. They're going to play some ping pong whilst answering our questions. Now, we've decided who's serving first. Some first to 7, so kick it off, guys. Baby Bay's got the first question to fire off.
All right, first question, not related to the game. Brother, you're not even wearing your glasses. You can't even see. How are you going to beat Boostio right now?
He's going to destroy me. He's actually really good. Plus, yeah, I don't have my glasses on, but...
Oh!
He's all right.
1-0 for Xander.
Xander's 1-0.
He's just going to let me...
you're writing it on the board there?
Oh,
1-1.
Supposed to.
1-1.
Let's talk Icebox real quick. You guys bring back the Gecko, which is obviously not something we're seeing a lot here. Like, what's the thought back? It seems like kind of just running back an old look.
Yeah, I think Gecko is just broken on the map.
2-1.
Oh, yeah, forget it. What's it called? I think Gecko's really good on the map because, everyone just plays like stop plants at A and B, especially with Tay in the meta. So having Gecko to bait out the missiles and the mollies from like KJ, I think it's really good. And the flash going over 3-1.
We just made him play a best of 3, by the way.
I know, right?
I'm sweating even more.
My next question is, okay, there's a new player subbing in for Loud, Luke Show. He starts popping off on the first map. You guys are getting steamrolled.
Yeah.
What are the talks? Are you guys like, yo, this guy's just Thanos?
Well, I flamed him on Twitter, and then he does that. Like, that kid is nice. I'm not gonna lie. That kid is nice.
He's pretty good, right?
No, he's a goat for sure.
Nice.
Did you guys have to like change your game plan in the middle of the match because he was just popping off? Like, is it like kind of a scenario where you like avoid this kid?
I'll be honest, on Split, I think Tony or Zix did say something about...
That's a boosty point.
They only have one player on their team, and it's this guy. He has like 20 kills.
Yeah. Tony said they only have one player on their team. Just don't go towards the Viper, and I think we'll be good.
Yeah,
which is true. I'm not gonna lie. That kid was great.
I mean, Xander, you knocked him out of Ascension.
I did.
So you kind of knew what you were going back up against, I feel like, in this game. Did you have any words for the boys, like what to expect? Or?
I mean, I talked about it a little bit.
And like, maybe I'm cheating.
He got a point. He got a point right now, so he has 3.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy's hyper competitive. He's trying to destroy his own teammate.
They're sure. You can have the win, Kel.
You know I need the win after that performance.
You got 2G and Crew coming up next, guys. How do you feel about that playoff qualification now? Feel like you've had a couple rough matchups already, but you got through 2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. I think. I think we're fine, right? We have 2G who's like not good, and then what? And then Crew would be the next. Crew would be the next like real opponent.
They're not good.
Real opponent. I mean, they did take down Loud. You guys definitely struggle with a little bit more, but that's fair. Oh my goodness,
What a slam, bro.
Well,
it's 5-4 right now, by the way.
Yeah, it's a little close. Jesus.
First to 7.
What's it called?
I thought it was gonna be. This guy doesn't even have glasses on.
Oh,
I think Crew's really good.
Oh my god.
I got it. I think Crew's really good. So, I mean, if we beat Crew, then I think we get first seed, right? As well, if we don't lose any of the other matches.
I think so.
In your group,
Oh no, Sen actually. By the way, that was crazy.
No, that didn't count. That was lame.
No, it doesn't count.
No, that didn't count.
We're waiting.
But yeah, I mean, Sen. Yeah, I think we get first seed, right?
In your group, I think there's a good chance of it. Okay, that was a bit more respectable rally. There you go. 7-4, not too bad. Guys, good multitasking. We just had to play a best of 3.
That was insane.
That was a long game, in fairness. Let's have a look at our standings, of course, of the day. Coming to the close. And again, we can have a look and see how these teams and these groups are shaping up now as we, of course, in week number 3. It's about to pop up. There it is. Okay, so Team Alpha, or Crew Alpha rather, is 2-0 at the top of that group. And you can see here, 100 Thieves, 2-1, -7 differential. So yeah, a win over Crew, I think, providing stuff goes right for you guys, puts you in good shape. Anybody else that you're looking at on that Omega side of things that you're, worried to go up against?
It's only 2G now, right?
On the other side of the bracket.
Oh, so other side of the bracket?
Suppressed by Cloud9, G2. I mean, obviously G2.
I probably just say G2. I mean, honestly,
because Cloud9 in playoffs, they'll fail, and then 100%. They will always fail in playoffs. And then Energy. Like, they haven't had a real match. Like, they destroyed Fury at the last 2 matches. Like, they looked horrible the first match.
Yes.
So, like, I'm not scared of Energy still.
G2 solid.
Lev is -26. Yeah, I don't know.
He's now just reading up properly.
I think MMBR is really good, but, we beat them in Kickoff, so I think we have a lot of confidence against them.
Okay.
To be honest. But Icebox is the GOAT, so.
100 Thieves shaping up pretty well here, I think, after a hard-fought win against Loud tomorrow. Make sure you tune in because we've got 2 great matches and an entirely different look for the show. We'll be hanging out on the lounge, there's TriCast and much, much more. It's going to be 2G versus Crew and then G2 taking on NRG. Plenty to see tomorrow, plenty to take away. We're going to be getting a bit silly, going to have a bit of fun with it.
It's NRG versus G2?
Yeah.
Oh my God, tomorrow's gonna be a good day. It's an off day and I get to watch that? Oh my goodness.
So there it is. Stage is set. You guys can keep playing if you like. We're done here. Thanks for watching, everybody. And here, of course, is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Evil Geniuses, folks. Week 3 of VCT America starts right now.
With a little bit more to be done. Has to swing, and Bang's there to greet him. Much easier said than done. Bang with 3 as Sentinels pile it on.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh, dear. This is not going to get any better, is it? No, it's
going to get worse.
Zelsis.
Oh, it's so bad.
Let's go, baby. From Zelsis.
13-4 for Sentinels. Sentinels have a big flank working.
Yay.
Okay.
Narrate. Clotheslines him. Icy there to strike again.
Oh
What in the world was that? Superman's going to be on this very late flank.
But no one's got guns.
And he's yeah, you're right. He's going to get tagged by the ult. Yes, he gets his kill on the narrate. There's not a lot of time on this. They're going to have to fight this. Derek can fight ahead of it. Second's got to stick it all the way. The kills go through. The defuse does not. Yeah, he's up real close. Oh, he didn't guess the right side. Couldn't even TP out because he was suppressed. I mean, you still got so much to play around here.
There's just more?
It's an absolute slaughter. We wanted it to be clean from Sentinels, and that's exactly what it was. A 2-0 win over Evil Geniuses.
But this one is 100 Thieves Loud, and it's a matchup that is a must-win for Loud. They need a win, and they need it here and now. Sanders already in through the back. Zadar to try and help and supplement, but Luke Shot is no denying this guy. A couple of mistakes and misplays, I think, from Loud, and they're just not in the mood for it, especially not Luke Shot. This kid is showing up big time. Paranoia swings forward, so Digitine isolated out into the fight. The dart up above, that was at least a great reveal. And 100 Thieves flooding in. Beautiful work. Here's that Hunter's Fury. Ult's layered down, and there it is. Lining them all up. Dodging Juking off to the side. Still 2v2. Kawazine having to dodge to the side for most of this one here. Kills have flooded in. And Loud are the ones winning it out.
In control from beginning to end. What a turnaround. What does 100 Thieves do? They'll just spray them all down, I guess.
Okay, we love a good eco ace to Jazine. Oh my god, how do I avoid this guy? How do I avoid this guy? Snappy for the Power ace. Safe for now. Okay, well, EU caught sort of deep up towards top nest as well, causing heads on a swivel. Lucio trying to really dig his way out of this one. Somehow has landed with just Asuna up top. And Lucio, man, he's just a one-man army. All over the place, really, here. And appropriate discipline being shown by 100 Thieves. They're very, very ready. Backing himself out and around to a wave for 10. Not anticipating it. Cryo straight up and over the ropes.
And this is the Cryo that was promised.
13-11 is where we end here with Icebox. 100 Thieves straight back at it. And map 3 on the cards. And Armageddon as well is going to be rolling out that red carpet and pushing these players forwards and away. Up from the high ground, Cryo! Baiting it with a couple of footsteps and drops down. Good angles to be held. They've walled themselves off. They can't quite pivot even through mid. They are forced into the fight and forced into the gulag of their own making. Lucio, this guy has just been dominant start to finish. Tucked behind default, 3 versus 3 into this retake now. Jazine forward, Santa. Precision is the name of the game. Swiftly dismissing any opposition. 13-8 to finish that final map. 100 Thieves. They're pulling it back essentially from the brink.
Esta noche está para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy. Bebé como tú y sí.